Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Administration, I present the Committee's Report Number 30, Annual Report 2023-2024. I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Paid parental leave amendment, adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Deakin.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, honourable member for Deakin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this legislation brings together two great Labor economic reforms: universal superannuation and paid parental leave. And it brings together the two things that drive our government: delivering for people here and now and building for the future. This is about a modern economy that works for modern families, and it represents another vital step forward in our government's commitment to economic equality for the women of Australia. Mr Speaker, we reflected on this commitment in the caucus room of the Labor Party on Monday evening. We came together to celebrate 30 years since delegates to the 1994 Australian Labor Party National Conference took the decision to adopt affirmative action with the aim of equal representation. I spoke in that debate as a rank-and-file delegate, one of the 99 who made that decision that has made a difference to our party and therefore made a difference to the nation. 10 years after the great Susan Ryan gave Australia the Sex Discrimination Act, Labor took the crucial step of adopting quotas for women to be pre-selected in winnable seats. And every day that we come into this place, we can see the wonderful history-making consequence. Australia's first ever government made up of a majority of female members. Yeah. And we see, when we look across the other side of the chamber, the consequences of not supporting women to enter Parliament in safe seats. Australia's first ever female majority government keeps delivering result after result. It is absolutely true that men can make decisions that benefit women, as well as women making decisions benefiting women. But when you have a caucus room and a cabinet and a ministry made up of equal representation, then you ensure that it is never an afterthought. It is front and centre, gender equity in this country. I want to see a parliament that looks like Australia, not just in gender terms, but in faith, in ethnicity, in background, that looks like the Australian people. And that is what my government is more and more moving towards. And it makes a difference, Mr Speaker. The number of women in the workforce is at record high. The gender pay gap has been reduced to 11.5%, almost reduced by 3% in just 2 years. We have established 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave because no woman should ever have to choose between her financial security and her physical and mental safety. We are lifting wages in aged care and childcare to workforces which are dominated by women. And later today, the Minister for Education will introduce into this chamber the legislation for the 15% increase in the pay of early educators. An important step forward so that those people, by and large feminised workforces, that look after our youngest Australians and that look after our oldest Australians in aged care will get not just our thanks but get the wages that they deserve in order to show them respect, in order as well to make sure that those important services can attract the workers that they need and the skilled workers that they need as well. We reformed the tax cuts that we inherited and made them fairer for working women. Under our tax cuts, Labor's tax cuts, every female taxpayer got a tax cut, and 9 out of 10 got a bigger tax cut because we still have that wage differential. Because one of the things that it will do, and when we sat around the Cabinet, we got that analysis from Treasury, is that whilst lower income people who will benefit from that decrease from 19 cents down to 16 cents in that first marginal tax rate, will tend to spend more rather than the $4,500 reduction in the tax cuts that people in this parliament and other high-income earners will receive. They have a higher propensity to consume and spend it rather than save it. The reason why that isn't inflationary is because it will encourage more women into the workforce, encourage more workforce participation, working an extra day or two, or indeed re-entering the workforce earlier after having a child or after an absence from the workforce in some other reason. This is critical reform, just as the cheaper childcare for 1.2 million families that we've delivered is important as well. Important cost of living relief, an investment in early education and an economic reform that delivers for women. Making childcare cheaper makes it easier for parents to return to work sooner, and doing so, of course, boosts productivity and participation. Now, last Friday, I announced the next step in our work to address the national challenge of family and domestic violence, a package that includes an investment of $3.9 billion in a new national access to justice partnership, the biggest single Commonwealth investment in legal assistance ever since Federation. And in our first budget, we delivered the biggest expansion in paid parental leave since the previous Labor government created it. There's a pattern here, Mr. Speaker. The big reforms, the big changes that take Australia forward are done by the Australian Labor Party, are done by Labor. In our first budget, we, of course, delivered that expansion from 20 weeks to 26 weeks, a full 6 months. We are making paid parental leave more flexible as well, so parents can share the caring responsibilities and share the experience. And through this legislation being debated here this morning, we are adding superannuation to paid parental leave. Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when women have a seat at the table and seats in the parliament. This is the progress our nation can achieve. This is how Australia can draw on the potential of all of our citizens, not just some. And this is how we continue to build an economy that works for people, not the other way around. Mr. Speaker, as the first months of your child's life are so special, exhausting at times, but uplifting, every day bringing new challenges and new joys. You can't put a price on spending that precious time with your new bub, and you shouldn't pay a price for it either. No mother should be penalised from taking time away from work to do the most important job that there is. And that is the principle behind paid parental leave, and that is the principle behind adding superannuation to it. This will help narrow the gender gap in retirement savings. We know at the moment that gender gap is around about 25%. And we know as well that that has an impact on the rising rates that we've seen in homelessness amongst older women. The biggest category of growth of homelessness in this country over the most recent period of the last decade has been in that older women sector. And the relationship between lower retirement savings and that is direct and is clear. This will deliver greater economic security for around 180,000 families this year by adding the extension of paid parental leave. And superannuation being paid will make an enormous difference. When we announced this change back in April, I, together with the member for Richmond, met some new mums and their children in Ballina. It was a terrific day, and with the parenthood as well, led by the remarkable Georgie Dent. They spoke to me directly about what it meant. Caitlin said this: "It's so important that super will be paid as part of parental leave. A lot of women get to retirement age and they don't have the same amount of funds as men do, and so it's important for their financial security." Ebony said, "Having the super there shows that we value the role of mothers in society and acknowledge what they do is worth paying for." And I can't put it better than that. This legislation affirms our government's respect for the women of Australia, and it's a renewal of our commitment to economic equality. I must say that I would have thought this was legislation that should have just sailed through the parliament. Legislation where those opposite would have looked at it, thought about it and said, yes, the time has come. But of course that's not the case. They still don't get superannuation and the important role that it plays in economic security. They never see an issue in which superannuation shouldn't be rated. We now have it should be rated for home purchases. We now see as well, we have had proposals that women who are the victims of domestic violence should raid their superannuation as well. And now we have,
It's your proposal, Luke.
now we have, with this issue, them saying again, not, yeah, that's a good idea, that people have higher retirement incomes, that we close that 25% gap inequality. They have a range of options, but none of them are about superannuation. None of them are about higher retirement incomes for working women. They just don't get it. They don't get it. So ideological is their opposition to the concept of universal superannuation that they've never seen any reason why it shouldn't be rated over and over again. So they have a range of proposals and alternatives apparently here, lump sum payments, extensions of terms, a range of things, all of which would destroy the very reason why this legislation is coming forward. And they should go and talk to working women about why this is an important initiative. This is something that has come from women in the business community. This is something that has come from women in the union movement. This is something that has come from women in civil society and equity advocates. But those opposite are going to once again try and undermine it. This is the writing of another chapter in the Labor story of fair pay and better conditions of work and dignity and security in retirement. And I'm very proud to join my colleagues in commending this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank all of those who have contributed to this important debate on this bill, the Paid Parental Leave Amendment adding superannuation for a more secure retirement bill 2024. This bill is the third significant improvement the Albanese government has made to paid parental leave. Paying superannuation on paid parental leave is an important step to reducing the gender gap in retirement savings and is supporting a dignified retirement for more Australians. The government has listened to calls from the union movement, the women's movement, economists and employers. We know that women make up the majority of primary caregivers in this country. We know that women with children face an average 55% drop in earnings in the first 5 years of parenthood. And we know that the effect of lower income compounds over time, increasing the gap between men and women's superannuation balances at retirement. The data is clear. Women retire with around 25% less super than women. And what we are doing with this bill is a positive investment into the future of working women. For babies born or adopted from the 1st of July 2025, this bill delivers all eligible parents with an additional 12% of their paid parental leave as a contribution directly to their super fund. This super contribution will match the superannuation guarantee rate and will include an additional interest component. It will rise with any future increases to the legislated superannuation guarantee. Around 180,000 families will benefit from the changes each year. Once the paid parental leave scheme reaches 26 weeks in 2026, and based on the superannuation guarantee rate of 12%, the maximum amount a family will receive in superannuation contributions is around $3,150. This bill has been warmly welcomed by parents, employers, unions and economists. It has been praised as an important step to narrow the gender pay gap and boost women's financial security. And it builds on the government's broader efforts to strengthen the superannuation system, including legislating the objectives of superannuation, making superannuation concessions fairer and more sustainable, and criminalising superannuation theft. Now, I note the second reading amendment moved by the member for Deakin and wish to state clearly from the outset that the government will be opposing this. This is an underhanded move by an opposition that has spent decades trying to undermine superannuation. Now, their amendment mentions their old rolled gold paid parental leave, but it fails to mention when they actually had the power, when they were actually in government, they axed this idea and then turned to calling mothers, double dippers and rorters and tried to take away their paid parental leave entitlement instead. Now, what they are proposing now is encouraging parents to cash out paid parental leave superannuation contributions rather than contribute to their retirement savings, willfully missing the intent of this bill, which is, of course, about closing the gender pay gap in retirement savings and ensuring that the government's paid parental leave is treated like any other workplace entitlement that attracts superannuation. Now, women deserve to retire with the same financial security as men. And under both alternative options proposed by the Coalition, parents are going to be disadvantaged at retirement, thousands of dollars worse off. But there's also an equity issue that the Coalition has missed in their proposal at the point of women being paid. Their option for a parent to take an additional 2 weeks of paid parental leave equates to about $1,830. In comparison, as I've stated, the maximum paid parental leave scheme superannuation contribution will be over $3,000, and obviously this will increase over time. I don't think it was their intention. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but however the way you look at this, their proposal is a dud for women. Now, thanks for Labor's significant investment in paid parental leave, families are already receiving extra support at the time of a birth of a newborn baby, with greater flexibility, a higher income test and more weeks of paid leave. Our reforms have made the scheme stronger and more suitable for the needs of modern families. And through this bill, we are ensuring families not only receive extra support at the time of a birth, but we're boosting their retirement incomes as well. And I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Deakin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. So the immediate question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
No, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me what you're doing. Nothing more just see ya.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Deakin be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Gray and Nichols as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 54, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010 and for other purposes.
Order if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Petrie.
Yes, leave's granted.
Give a call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Paid Parental Leave Act 2010 and for other purposes.
Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers, Special Account Bill 2024.
Just. I give a call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Every day, parents trust early educators with the most important people in their world. And every day, Australia asks early educators to do one of the most important jobs imaginable. And they deserve a pay rise. And that's what this bill delivers. A 15% pay rise for up to 200,000 early educators across the country. A 10% pay rise from December of this year and then a further 5% pay rise from December of next year. This is important because what happens in early education and care is important. It's not babysitting, it's early education. 90% of brain development occurs in the first 5 years of life. Everything that you see, everything you read, every meal, every smile shapes and makes the people that we become. The US President often makes the point that if a child goes to preschool, they're 50% more likely to go to college or to university. That's why this is so important. It's about this, but it's also about something else. It's about respect. Early educators have been asking for this for decades. And the Productivity Commission has told us that if we're going to build a universal early education system which makes early education and care affordable and available for more families, the first thing that we need to do is this. There are 30,000 more early educators working in the sector today than when we came to office. But we need more. And this pay rise, we hope, will encourage more people to stay, more people to come back, and more people to think about becoming an early educator. And more educators means more children and more parents can benefit from the life-changing work that they do. This bill sets up the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account. This account allows us to deliver a 15% pay rise over 2 years through the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Program. Now let me put that in real terms. It means a typical early educator paid at the award rate will receive a pay rise of at least $103 a week in December of this year, increasing to at least $155 per week from next year. That's around $7,800 a year. And for a typical early education childhood teacher, they'll receive an additional $166 a week from December this year, increasing to $249 from December of next year. For people who are thinking, I love this job, but I can't afford to do it, will hopefully think, well, now I can. And people who've left the job and gone to work maybe at the local supermarket will hopefully think, I can go back to doing the job that I love. And hopefully it'll encourage more people to want to become an early educator. The Chief Executive Officer of Australia's largest early education provider, Good Start, Ros Baxter, said, "We expect that this announcement will see qualified early learning educators return to our sector while encouraging others to establish a career in early learning. This in turn will help make more quality childcare places available for families who need it." Community Early Learning CEO Michelle Carnegie said, "We expect this announcement will entice many qualified staff back into the sector. Families will see more places available and children will benefit from greater consistency of care." Early Childhood Australia CEO Sam Page said, "This is a well overdue pay increase, and I'm thrilled that the government has acknowledged the professionalism of our educators. Early childhood educators play a crucial role in the learning and development of young children, and this recognition is a significant step towards valuing their contributions appropriately." And early educator Karen Moran, who I had the privilege of meeting a few weeks ago, said this: "This decision will change people's lives. It means that early childhood educators who've been relying on Food Bank to feed their own families won't have to do that anymore. And those that work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet will be able to spend more time with their families." It's also about the recognition, which is so well deserved. This legislation doesn't just deliver a pay rise for early educators, though. It also delivers cost of living relief for parents and carers, because as a condition of funding the wage increase, early education and care centres will not be allowed to increase their fees by a set amount over the grant period, with that amount set at 4.4% up till August of 2025. That's informed by the work of the ACCC, the work that they have been doing with us, a combination of the Wage Price Index and the Consumer Price Index. That condition will be set out in a legally enforceable agreement between the Department of Education and providers. And we will also set a cap for the following 12 months, based on the work that the ABS will do. Capping fee increases provides certainty to families and will help keep a lid on fee growth. It also builds on our cheaper childcare changes. The changes that we have already made have cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. Those changes that began in July last year mean that a family on a combined income of $120,000 today is now paying about $2,000 less in childcare fees than they otherwise would have had to. And this is also the next step in building the universal early education system that we want to create, making it more accessible and more affordable for more children and more families. We need to reform our entire education system to make it better and make it fairer, to help more people finish school and go on to TAFE or to university. But that reform doesn't just need to happen in our schools or our TAFEs or our universities. It has to happen here as well. And this is a big part of that. Helping build a bigger early education and care workforce to help build a bigger and a better early education system. In introducing this bill to the House, I want to thank the Prime Minister, I want to thank the Treasurer, I want to thank the Finance Minister. Their leadership has made this possible. And I also want to especially acknowledge my dear friend Anne Arley, the Minister for Early Childhood Education, for her unyielding work here and for everything that she is doing to help build a better and a fairer early education system in Australia. And finally, I want to thank all the early educators in the gallery, but not just in the gallery, and little Archie too, who's reminded us that he's here as well. I want to thank the more than 200,000 early educators across the country for everything that you do for us. You deserve wage justice. You deserve this pay rise. And you deserve this bill. I commend it to the House.
I thank the Minister for his contribution, and the debate has now concluded. So the debate must now be adjourned. The opposition move that the debate be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I will put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024.
I thank the clerk. The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 will amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 to protect Australians from seriously harmful online mis- and disinformation. The bill also makes consequential amendments to the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005, Telecommunications Act 1997 and the Online Safety Act 2021. In January 2023, the Albanese government committed to providing the Australian Communications and Media Authority with new powers to create transparency and accountability around the efforts of digital platforms to combat mis- and disinformation on their services, while balancing the freedom of expression that is so fundamental to our democracy. This bill delivers on that promise following an extensive public consultation process on the draft legislation to ensure the ACMA powers meet community and industry expectations. Digital platforms enable end users in Australia and around the world to connect with family, friends, community groups and business, regardless of geographic distance. While this has brought significant benefits, digital platforms can also serve as a vehicle for the spread of misleading or false information that is seriously harmful to Australians. The rapid spread of seriously harmful mis- and disinformation poses a significant challenge to the functioning of societies around the world. Democratic countries like Australia rely on the free flow of information to inform public debate, and the integrity, diversity and reliability of information is fundamental to our democratic way of life. Mis- and disinformation about the stabbing attacks in Bondi Junction and recently in Southport, UK, are just two examples that illustrate the need for digital platforms to do more to prevent and respond to its spread. There has been a sharp increase in Australians' concern about misinformation, according to the Digital News Report Australia 2024. This research by the News and Media Research Centre at the University of Canberra shows concern has risen to 75% and is well above the global average. Similarly, the Australian Media Literacy Alliance report on adult media literacy, released in August 2024, highlights that 80% of Australians want the spread of misinformation in Australia to be addressed. In Australia, the digital platform industry has taken an important first step to address the threats posed by the spread of harmful mis- and disinformation online through the development of the voluntary Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation. But this effort is not enough. The ACMA has continuously highlighted the need for industry to improve the quality of its monitoring and reporting against the voluntary code's outcomes, noting that a robust performance measurement framework is critical to its success. The ACMA has found that the transparency reports made under the Voluntary Code lack consistent, trended, Australia-specific data on the effectiveness of digital platforms' efforts to address mis- and disinformation on their services. An independent assessment of the 2024 transparency reports noted that improvement of reporting under the code stalled and that signatories failed to meet their code commitment to have internally consistent key performance indicators. In its 2023 report to government, the ACMA called on industry to take further steps to review the scope of the code and its ability to adapt quickly to technology and service changes. The code has only 9 signatories. Major digital platforms like X and Telegram are not signatories, meaning there are wide gaps in coverage across the digital platform industry. Digital platforms need to step up to protect Australian users from the threat of seriously harmful mis- and disinformation online. This bill seeks to strengthen the voluntary code by providing a regulatory backstop. The bill will empower the ACMA to review the effectiveness of digital platform systems and processes and will improve transparency about measures platforms have in place to protect Australians from mis- and disinformation on their services. The bill will establish a proportionate, graduated and flexible regulatory framework while at the same time safeguarding the freedom of expression that Australians hold so dear. The bill also ensures that it is digital platforms that remain responsible and accountable for the content they host and promote to Australian users. To protect freedom of speech, the bill sets a high threshold for the type of mis- and disinformation that digital platforms must combat on their services. That is, it must be reasonably verifiable as false, misleading or deceptive, and reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm. The harm must have significant and far-reaching consequences for Australian society or severe consequences for an individual in Australia. The types of serious harms in the bill are harm to the operation or integrity of an electoral or referendum process in Australia, harm to public health in Australia, including to the efficacy of preventative health measures, vilification of a group in Australian society on the grounds of race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, disability, nationality, or national or ethnic origin, or an individual because of a belief that the individual is a member of such a group, intentionally inflicted physical injury to an individual in Australia, imminent damage to critical infrastructure or disruption of emergency services in Australia, and imminent harm to the Australian economy. The bill will impose core transparency obligations on digital platforms, requiring them to be upfront about what they are doing on their services to combat mis- and disinformation. Digital platforms will be required to publish their current media literacy plan, setting out the measures they will take to enable users to better identify mis- and disinformation. This will empower Australian users to critically engage in the content they view on digital platforms, identify and respond to mis- and disinformation, and to make more informed choices about how they engage with content. Digital platforms will also be required to publish their current policy approach in relation to mis- and disinformation, as well as the results of their risk assessments that identify and assess significant risks relating to mis- and disinformation on their services. The bill will also allow the ACMA to create digital platform rules with additional transparency obligations, including in relation to media literacy plans, risk management plans, and complaints and dispute handling processes. The ACMA will have the power to obtain information from digital platforms and make rules that require them to create and retain records relating to mis- and disinformation. This could include requiring digital platform providers to provide periodic reports to the ACMA. Information gathering and record-keeping powers will enhance transparency and allow the regulator to track the progress of digital platforms in addressing mis- and disinformation on their services. This will set a clear expectation that digital platforms must be transparent with the Australian public. Importantly, the bill also provides protections for Australian end users. For example, the information gathering powers will not require individuals to produce information or documents to the ACMA, except where they are a platform employee, content moderator, fact checker, or a person providing services to the provider of the digital platform. Under the bill, the ACMA would have the power to approve codes and make standards to compel digital platform service providers to prevent and respond to mis- and disinformation. A code or standard could include obligations to cover matters such as reporting tools, links to authoritative information, support for fact-checking and demonetisation of disinformation. Approved codes and standards will be legislative instruments subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowance. These powers could be used in the event that the ACMA determines that existing industry efforts to combat mis- and disinformation on digital platform services do not provide adequate protection for the Australian community. In the event industry efforts to develop or implement an approved code have not been effective, or in urgent and exceptional circumstances, the ACMA would have the power to make an enforceable standard. This is consistent with the proportionate and graduated nature of the bill's framework. To ensure it strikes the right balance between upholding freedom of expression and combating mis- and disinformation, the bill has carefully calibrated definitions of serious harms that align with Australia's international human rights obligations. The bill does not apply to professional news content or content that could be regarded as parody or satire. It also does not apply to the reasonable dissemination of content that is for academic, artistic, scientific or religious purposes. Nothing in the bill enables the ACMA themselves to take down individual pieces of content or user accounts. The bill takes a system-level approach, and digital platforms will remain responsible for managing content on their services. Importantly, the bill will enable the ACMA to require digital platforms to be tough on disinformation involving inauthentic behaviour, such as bots or troll farms. This type of manipulative behaviour has been a major vector of foreign interference and is an ongoing threat to democracies around the world. The bill will enable the ACMA to use a proportionate, graduated and risk-based approach to non-compliance and enforcement. This may include the ACMA issuing formal warnings, remedial directions, infringement notices, injunctions, as well as pursuing civil penalties depending on the severity of the action. Digital platforms may be subject to civil penalties of up to 5% of global turnover for breaches of a standard and up to 2% for codes. These penalties are high. However, they may be necessary in response to egregious and systematic breaches and failure to act. The bill requires a triennial review of the operation of the legislation. A report of the review must be tabled in the Parliament and must follow a period of public consultation and an assessment of the legislation's impact on freedom of expression. In addition, the first review is also required to consider the need for a scheme requiring platforms to give accredited independent researchers access to data relating to mis- and disinformation. This is to enable time for developments in international jurisdictions to inform the appropriateness and effectiveness of this as an additional transparency measure. The bill also requires the ACMA to prepare an annual report for tabling in the Parliament on the operation of the bill's framework. The bill has undergone considerable consultation with a significant breadth and depth of engagement with key stakeholders, including from the digital platforms industry, legal and civil society groups, media and fact-checking organisations, and research and academic institutions. The government thanks these stakeholders for their important contributions to the bill, which have ensured the bill strikes the right balance between protecting Australians from serious harm and upholding freedom of expression that is so integral to our democracy. Through this bill, the Australian government is acting to prevent the spread of mis- and disinformation and the damage it causes to Australian democracy and public safety. Australians clearly expect the government to act to address this growing problem, and this is what the Albanese government is doing. The bill positions Australia to be at the forefront of tackling this growing international problem, one which threatens to undermine our civic discourse and democratic engagement and participation. This bill ensures that digital platforms are accountable for combating mis- and disinformation on their services. The top priority of the government is to keep its citizens safe. Doing nothing to protect Australians from seriously harmful mis- and disinformation online is simply not an option. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate is concluded, and so the debate must now be adjourned. The opposition.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I thank the honourable member. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the closure of the Afghanistan inquiry report.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
The Minister.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, in 2016, the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force commissioned a judicial officer, Major General the Honourable Paul Brereton, to undertake an inquiry into events in Afghanistan. This followed rumours of serious misconduct by members of the Special Operations Task Group in Afghanistan over the period 2005 to 2016. Between the 12th of May 2016 and 29 October 2020, Major General Brereton and his team conducted 510 interviews in Australia and Afghanistan, encompassing approximately 2,500 hours of testimony, which in turn are recorded in over 60,000 pages of evidence. These interviews were undertaken on the basis that what was said could not be used in a court of law, which Major General Brereton believed was crucial in encouraging those involved to share what they knew. The inquiry's work was thorough, forensic and remarkable. What resulted was a 3,255-page report, which has come to be known as the Brereton Report. At the outset, I want to place on record the government's thanks for the extraordinary work of Major General Brereton and his team. He has provided the nation with the opportunity to do all that we can to make right a terrible wrong. Australia owes him and his team a debt of gratitude. The Brereton Report concluded there was credible information of unlawful conduct, the most disturbing of which was the identification of 23 incidents involving 25 Australian Special Forces personnel. These incidents related to the alleged unlawful killing of 39 people by or involving Australian Defence Force members, as well as the alleged mistreatment of 2 individuals. The report also concluded there was credible information of a subculture of elitism and deviation from acceptable standards which was normalised over time and into which more junior personnel were inculcated. These were findings of the most serious, disturbing and consequential nature. They warranted the most serious, considered and thorough response. On the 6th of November 2020, the Chief of the Defence Force received the Brereton Report from the Inspector-General of the Australian Defence Force and announced the findings 2 weeks later. The CDF acknowledged the allegations of the grave misconduct by some members of the Special Operations Task Group on operations in Afghanistan and apologised to the people of Afghanistan and the people of Australia. The Brereton Report made a broad range of findings and 143 recommendations. Defence accepted all of the Brereton Report's findings. Since 2020, Defence has addressed the recommendations and implemented a comprehensive plan at a systemic, organisational and cultural level. This has occurred across the tenure of both Labor and coalition governments. The implementation of the Brereton Report has essentially been bipartisan, and today I acknowledge the efforts of the former coalition government for its part in giving effect to the Brereton Report. In July of 2021, a dedicated team was established within Defence with a mandate to implement the recommendations of the Brereton Report, to examine the root causes of the conduct identified, and to develop and embed within Defence measures to ensure that reform was both effective and enduring. This team and its work were called the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program. The AIRP sought to address the past by taking appropriate action to deal with organisational, collective and individual responsibility for failure and wrongdoing. It also sought to prevent recurrence by building the best possible defence organisation for the future through comprehensively understanding and addressing the heart of these failures and wrongdoings. It sought to develop the systems, culture and accountability that will ideally prevent departures from required standards in the future, but if departures do occur, to ensure that these are promptly detected and dealt with. The work of the AIRP was reported publicly on the Defence Afghanistan Inquiry website on a quarterly basis. Reforms delivered by the AIRP addressed the critical issues identified in the Brereton Report's recommendations. These encompassed leadership development and command arrangements, ethics, character and culture, the law of armed conflict and the protection of civilians, health and well-being, reporting and investigations, and information, data and records management. The work of the AIRP and all other aspects of Defence's response to the Brereton Report were overseen by the members of the Independent Afghanistan Inquiry Implementation Oversight Panel, which reported to me and my predecessors on a quarterly basis. And I take this opportunity to thank the members of the Oversight Panel for their diligence in ensuring the proper implementation of these vital reforms. Following our election in 2022, the Albanese Labor government committed to the full implementation of the recommendations of the Brereton Report. At that time, there were 42 recommendations yet to be completed. In implementing the recommendations, we determined to undertake a thorough and robust process. We were unapologetic in taking the necessary time to ensure that each of the recommendations and each of the processes were fully completed. When the Oversight Panel needed an additional 12 months to complete its work, the government granted it. Without reservation, we adopted the work of the AIRP as our own and committed to seeing it through. Two of the outstanding recommendations of the Brereton Report related to command accountability of commanders during the relevant period. The last step in closing out these two recommendations was me writing to relevant commanders about my decision in relation to medals awarded to them as part of their service during periods proximate to the incidents which are at the heart of the Brereton Report. I have now written these letters. My decisions on this matter are consistent with the findings and recommendations of the Brereton Report. In accordance with obligations owed to the individuals involved, including under the Privacy Act, I am prohibited from disclosing the details and outcomes. This is the final step in government action emanating from the Brereton Report. And accordingly, of the 143 recommendations in the Brereton Report, 139 of these recommendations are now closed. To address the issues raised in the Brereton Report, an Office of the Special Investigator was established to prepare prosecutions that might arise as a result of the findings. The Office of the Special Investigator is independent and sits within the portfolio of the Attorney-General. Its work happens at arm's length from the government. The 4 remaining recommendations remain on hold pending investigations by the Office of the Special Investigator. Our government recognised the utmost importance of the work of the AIRP and the Oversight Panel to the past, present and future of the Australian Defence Force. Delivering the recommendations to the fullest extent possible has been essential to restoring the full faith and confidence of the nation in the Australian Defence Force. The Oversight Panel has expressed confidence that Defence has now delivered the wide-ranging and complex reform plan to the level and standard required by the government. Accordingly, today I advise the House that the work of the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program has formally concluded, and with this, the government formally closes its response to the Brereton report. I wish to thank everyone who gave evidence to Major General Brereton's inquiry. In many cases, this involved great moral courage. Bravery comes in different forms. In speaking out, there were acts of bravery which rank in the highest echelon. All that we know and all that has since been done to address the wrongs of the past so that we can truly honour the sacred service of our Defence Force personnel is built upon the evidence which was given, the brave individual decisions to speak the truth. These people, whose names are not heralded, have changed our country for the better. Today, we honour them. I also thank all of those who contributed their time and expertise to the development and implementation of the ARP. To be clear, the work of the Office of the Special Investigator is ongoing. Any prosecutions which are pursued by the Office of the Special Investigator will take years to complete, consistent with the approach of past governments and with our government's commitment to respecting the Office of the Special Investigator and its work. I will not make further comment on these investigations. Other work will also continue. In response to recommendations of the Brereton report, Defence has developed a whole-of-government response to compensation. The government will establish the Afghanistan Inquiry Compensation Scheme and Regulation, under which compensation claims may be managed by the Afghanistan Inquiry Compensation Advocate. Most significantly, while the formal work of the reform program has concluded, the work of the task force continues, and the work of transforming the culture of defence is ongoing and enduring. It remains essential. The allegations, which are the subject of the Brereton report, are arguably the most serious allegations of Australian war crimes in our history. As the then CDF, General Angus Campbell, said, and I quote, "Such alleged behaviour profoundly disrespected the trust placed in us by the Afghan people who had asked us to their country to help them. It would have devastated the lives of Afghan families and communities, causing immeasurable pain and suffering, and it would have put in jeopardy our mission and the safety of our Afghan and coalition partners. These findings allege the most serious breaches of military conduct and professional values. The unlawful killing of civilians and prisoners is never acceptable." End quote. This will always be a matter of national shame. At the same time, the Brereton report, its recommendations and the actions of successive governments in implementing these recommendations are a demonstration to the Australian people and to the world that Australia is a country which holds itself accountable. Any prosecutions of Australian war crimes will happen inside Australia by Australian courts. In the history of human conflict, it is worth noting that this accountability is very unusual. Major General Brereton has led a process which has global significance, and this accountability is profoundly important. Service in our Defence Force has always been and always will be a deeply honourable calling. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to those who have worn and will wear our nation's uniform. For the more than 103,000 Australians who have made the ultimate sacrifice in that service, their names are rightly inscribed on the roll which has accorded our country's greatest honour. That we have held ourselves accountable in this moment allows Australia to continue to cherish this service, past and future. More than 26,000 Australians served in the war in Afghanistan. By the actions of a few, they undertook their service with professionalism, with honour and with integrity. And they should be proud of their contribution, and we are proud of them. We acknowledge the 41 Australians who died on operations in Afghanistan, and today and every day we hold their families in our hearts. We acknowledge those wounded by their service over the course of Australia's longest war and those who have felt its aftermath. The government also recognises the heavy impact of the Brereton report on our service personnel, veterans and their families. Today's statement may raise issues for former serving ADF personnel and their families affected by the Brereton report. the government has ensured they have access to support from the Departments of Veterans Affairs and Defence, and this help remains available. Anyone who requires assistance should contact Open Arms on 1800 011 046. The Brereton Report and its recommendations offered a defining opportunity for Defence and the nation to do right in the face of wrong. While the journey continues, we have met this challenge. Defence is a different organisation to the one that existed at the end of the war in Afghanistan, better positioned to prevent, detect and respond to unlawful, unethical and unacceptable behaviours in the future. While today marks a significant milestone, the work of reforming the culture of defence continues, and I want to assure the Australian people that it does so, with the absolute commitment of Defence's leadership and this government.
I thank the Minister, and in response to the ministerial statement, I give the call to the Honourable Member for Canning, Shadow Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Army is one of our nation's most revered institutions. It has a proud and distinguished history. It is an institution shaped and tempered by the harsh realities of the battlefield. Indeed, the Army has been refined by war over the past century. The crucible of combat has shown that our soldiers are capable of great courage and bravery under fire. It has also shown that we can do great wrong on the battlefield. And that is why the Brereton Report was initiated by the former coalition government. We had to give account of the alleged wrongs committed by a small minority of Australian soldiers in Afghanistan. The review found credible information that grievous wrong had been committed by some of our troops. And we've since had a public reckoning that has laid bare these troubling allegations for the world to see. The Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, has covered this ground already, and I don't intend to repeat him. But today I do want to say that it is important that we learn from this tragic and bitter chapter in our military history. And I'm encouraged by the Chief of Army's latest capstone document, the Australian Army Contribution to the National Defence Strategy 2024, released last week. This is a document that will guide Army out of this valley under his leadership. It says this, and I quote, "There are certain aspects of war that will never change. War is fought among humans for political ends. War is brutally violent and uncompromising. War is unpredictable and impossible to control. War is a contest of wills. War ends when the human will to fight runs out, and people live on the land, and wars often begin and end on the land." I'm heartened by this intellectual clarity about war and his focus on Army's core business. For if we neglect the reality of war, then we risk treating war like any other public policy endeavour, ignoring the unique moral and ethical challenges it imposes on people. The document goes on to say, "Our profession is dangerous and demanding. The battlefield is the most physically, intellectually and morally demanding of environments. It challenges humanity to its core. It demands nothing less than the highest professional standards." And Deputy Speaker, it reminds us in this House and in the senior ranks of the Australian Defence Force that we have a special obligation to our soldiers, sailors and aviators when we send them to war. That we not only send them out to battle for the right reasons, but that we also have a special obligation to remain no less engaged in the conduct of war once it is commenced. It is violent and uncontrollable, and that means we can't switch off and offer only platitudes in this place. That means we must ask the hard questions, we must have debates, and we must adjust policy and strategy as the situation changes. And we must insist on accountability from those in the heat of battle, as well as those directing policy in Canberra. Our soldiers must tell the truth, and those in leadership must seek it out. If both our soldiers and our leaders had done so, we might not be in this place today. But here we are, and it has been a tough reckoning, and this week particularly has been a tough reckoning. The Royal Commission report has hit us hard, and the formal closure of the Afghanistan inquiry report will also be tough for many people. The Brereton inquiry was painful as it unearthed painful truths about some of our conduct in the Afghan war. Reputations, both personal and institutional, have been damaged. The cost of war has been doubled and tripled as we retraced painful moments. But it was necessary, for we believe in accountability and making things right when we uncover wrongdoing. To that end, I'd like to acknowledge Justice Brereton and his team for their work. I'd like to also acknowledge the witnesses who struggled through painful testimony, trauma and fractured friendships to tell the truth. There's a special kind of moral courage, and I want to note that in this House. I'd also like to acknowledge the many families who neither set foot in Afghanistan nor participated in an inquiry interview, but who carried the emotional and psychological burdens of service and were there to comfort their loved ones. The toll on families has been tremendous, and we must recognise that as we begin our journey out of the valley. I'd like to say a few things today. First, on command accountability. My one point of disagreement with the Brereton report is on how far it reaches up the chain in assigning responsibility. I believe that our troops were let down by a lack of moral courage that went up the chain of command all the way to Canberra, including in this House. I want to be clear, those who are alleged to have shed innocent blood are alone responsible for that. I do not say this to absolve or condemn anyone, but those in the chain of command who saw the post-mission slide decks with the kill counts and pictures of dead individuals had an obligation to ask questions. From Tarankot to Kabul, to Kandahar, to Dubai, to Canberra. Those in the chain of command should have asked more questions. Some may well have done that. But an earlier intervention by our political and strategic leadership may have avoided much of the pain that people have experienced in Afghanistan and through this lengthy process. Leadership matters is my point, and it starts with a realistic appreciation of the nature of war, and I'm glad that the Chief of Army understands this and is leading our troops with this reality in focus. Second, on trust. Trust needs to be rebuilt both up and down the chain. It is the foundation of the sacred compact between the Army and the Australian people and our government. It was broken and needs to be restored, and the Chief of Army has made this clear. Trust also needs to be rebuilt down the chain. There were many contradictions in Australian policy that our troops had to reconcile on the ground in Afghanistan, often in morally ambiguous and demanding situations. And I say this with direct experience. It was not easy partnering with an Afghan warlord and his personal band of warriors. We did not have aligned values or a moral framework that we shared, but we had to make our policy objectives work as best as we could. That had a moral impact on people at the tip of the spear. It was not easy planning combat missions, where we had to make choices about whether we took our medic or EODs on the job because of partner ratios that were imposed upon us from policymakers. It meant that when we were determining who came on the helicopter, I had to drop off essential people in order to meet the policy objectives from our government. We assumed the operational risk and we made it work. But it is a reminder that war is not clean, nor is it coherent, even though it might look that way in Canberra from this House or over at Russell. Again, I want to make clear that none of this context absolves those facing allegations of grievous misconduct. Those allegations will be tested by the Office of the Special Investigator and in our courts. But we must restore trust with our fighting men and women by ensuring that we do better the next time we go to war, by staying engaged, by asking the right questions, adjusting our policy and strategy as required. We owe that to those who are willing to risk their life defending the nation. Finally, readiness. We must now march out of this valley and stand ready for the next challenge. To quote the Chief of Army once more, we are a fighting force, but we fight only to defend Australia and its interests. We seek no glory in combat, but every soldier trains to be an expert at it. There is no substitute for victory in warfare, and therefore we strive to be able to fracture and defeat the will and cohesion of those who seek to do our nation harm. That is the mission for Army, and it's crystal clear. We are living in a dangerous world, as the Deputy Prime Minister has said multiple times. War could come sooner than we imagine. The Middle East and Europe remind us of this harsh reality. That's why we cannot allow this chapter to denude us of our fighting power or morale. We've been accountable for the wrongs that we've done in Afghanistan, as the Deputy Prime Minister has said, and now we must look to the next ridgeline. That's why the opposition leader and I conducted command reform at the Special Air Service Regiment in 2021. The regiment has grown in capabilities and size since 1964. The span of command and assets involved in special operations made it clear that the commanding officer should be a full colonel rather than a lieutenant colonel. and AUKUS and the surge of strategic assets into Perth has validated this approach. But it was also a reform made specifically in the context of the Brereton findings. We wanted to see a more senior officer with greater experience and knowledge commanding the SAS. There is no place for exceptionalism, and broader exposure to the ADF and the government will give us more commanding officers aligned with our strategic leadership and perhaps avoiding the cultural failings of the period in question. And I just want to add that the regiment celebrated its 60th anniversary over the weekend. I was not in attendance, but I have heard good reports, and I have confidence in the current commanding officer and also in the individual who will replace him, as I know you do as well, Deputy Prime Minister. Finally, I thank all the men and women serving in uniform today. I thank the 26,000 Australians who served in Afghanistan. I particularly honour the veterans who carry the physical and emotional and psychological scars of combat. I acknowledge their families, and we look forward to working together on the next challenge, because we must be ready and we cannot fail. Thank you.
I thank the Minister. The Minister has the call.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Minister and I present copies of our statements.
Thank you. And as the Ministers are doing that, I just acknowledge the member for Canning's service to our nation and acknowledge all of the members in this House and those outside that serve our nation, that deliver us a magnificent country to live in. We are at our finest when we are united. Committee reports. The member for McEwen has the call.
On behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, I present a statement representing its report in response to the matter of privilege referred to it by the House in relation to a concerns notice issued to the member for Bruce, and ask leave of the House to read the statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted to the member for McEwen.
Privileges Committee, not me. As members would be aware, on 14 August the House referred a matter of privilege to the committee in relation to concerns notice given to the member for Bruce by lawyers acting on behalf of Mr John Margarison. The basis for the member for Bruce's complaint was it was concerned notice foreshadowed legal action for defamation based on the material covered in a number of publications, much or all of which the member submitted was likely to be covered by parliamentary privilege. The publication in question were a media release of the Joint Committee of the Public Accounts and Audit, 2 Twitter posts in the name of the member for Bruce, 4 Facebook posts in the name of the member for Bruce, 1 YouTube video in the name of the member for Bruce. The committee was asked to consider whether the House should express a view on the matter and intervene if court proceedings are commenced in order to protect parliamentary privilege, and whether the threat of legal action may constitute a contempt of the House by way of improper interference with the free exercise of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit's authority or functions in the member for Bruce's duties, and may be seen as a precedent if not addressed by the House. The committee received and considered the concerns notice in the publication to which it refers. The committee notes that the question of whether the publication of material is likely to attract parliamentary privilege is clearer in some cases than others. Parliamentary privilege encompasses the special legal rights which apply to each House of Parliament and its committee and its members. The powers and protections are in place to enable the Parliament to carry its functions properly, including debating matters of importance freely, discussing grievances and conducting investigations effectively without interference from government or the courts or others. In addition to the freedom of speech during proceedings and the preparation of particular documents, the law of parliamentary privilege applies to other acts such as the properly authorised publishing of parliamentary material. If documents or other publications are covered by parliamentary privilege, there are restrictions on the legal action that could be taken in relation to both of them. There are also restrictions on the use of those publications in any legal proceedings. The committee considers that a properly authorised media release by a parliamentary committee would fall under the definition of proceedings of Parliament contained in subsection 16(2) of the Parliamentary Privileges Act 1987. Therefore, the committee found that it is likely that parliamentary privilege would attach to the media release of the JCPAA. Any act or admission which obstructs or impedes either House of Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of such House in the discharge of their duty, or which has a tendency directly or indirectly to produce such results, may be treated as contempt. It is the view of the committee that the threat of legal action contained in the concerns notice, insofar as it pertains to the media release, could have amounted to a serious contempt by both Mr Margarison and his legal representatives. This would be by way of improper interference with the free exercise of the JCPAA of its authority and functions, and the member for Bruce's job as the chair of committee. During the course of the inquiry, Mr Margarison informed the committee that he had withdrawn the concerns notice given to the member for Bruce and apologised for the potential interference in the work of the Parliament. Given these circumstances, the committee will not be making any formal recommendations to the House on the matter. However, given its serious nature, the committee wished to record its views on this matter, including, importantly, to stress the threat that legal proceedings based on material to which parliamentary privilege attaches could amount to a serious contempt of the House, and that an individual bringing those proceedings or their legal representatives. I therefore commend the statement to the House.
I thank the honourable member for McEwen. The member for Deakin on this matter.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That this House, 1, condemns the ongoing violent and anti-Semitic protests taking place in Melbourne. 2, condemns the conduct... Well, I'm seeking leave to move the following motion. No, I haven't.
Can I...
I seek leave to move the following motion.
Could I...
Mr Deputy Speaker,
I understand.
the member was given the call very clearly to speak on this.
Just take a seat. Just take a seat for a moment. Can I just ask the clerk?
Need to mislead the House in the way that you have.
You don't have the call to do that.
You were not given the call. You were asked why you rose, and you misled the Deputy Speaker.
Righto. Order. So the member for McEwen concluded his report. I did give the member the call to the member for Deakin on the pretence that it was on this matter. You're seeking to move a suspension of standing orders?
I'm seeking leave to move the following motion, Mr Deputy Speaker.
That can be done at this point in time, but the clarification that I believe that the minister was looking for, that it wasn't on this matter, I believe that is now clarified given your opening comments. This is the time of that you could move.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was very clear. I seek leave to move the following motion. That this House, 1, condemns the ongoing and violent and anti-Semitic protests taking place in Melbourne. 2, condemns the conduct of protesters who yesterday threw acid, faeces, canned food and bottles at police, punched horses and destroyed property. 3, condemns the protesters for the effect of their actions on law-abiding Victorians, including business owners who've had their trade disrupted and property destroyed. 4, condemns the protesters for their attempts to jostle and manhandle journalists. 5, condemns the protesters for the physical and emotional toll their actions are taking on police and emergency services, men and women who have a sworn duty to protect the community and should not be subjected to this behaviour. 6, condemns all those who take part in, encourage or gave comfort to the violent protests. 7, calls on the state and federal authorities to charge and prosecute all people who engage in any sort of violent protest activity to the full extent of the law. And 8, calls on the Australian Greens to publicly condemn the actions of Victorian MP Gabrielle de Vetri, who has taken part in the violent protests.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
Leave's not granted.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Deakin from moving the following motion immediately. That this House, 1, condemns the ongoing and violent and anti-Semitic protests taking place in Melbourne. 2, condemns the conduct of protesters who yesterday threw acid, faeces, canned food and bottles at police, punched horses and destroyed property. 3,
condemns the protesters for the effect of their actions on law-abiding Victorians, including business owners who've had their trade disrupted and property destroyed. 4, condemns the protesters for their attempts to jostle and manhandle journalists. 5, condemns the protesters for the physical and emotional toll of their actions that are taking on police and emergency services, men and women who have a sworn duty to protect the community and should not be subjected to this sort of behaviour. 6, condemns all those who take part in, encourage or who gave comfort to these violent protests. 7, calls on state and federal authorities to charge and prosecute all people who engage in any sort of violent protest activity to the full extent of the law. And 8, calls on the Australian Greens to publicly condemn the actions of Victorian MP Gabriel de Vetri, who has taken part in the violent protests. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to suspend standing orders. It's an outrage that leave was not granted by this government. And in fact, quite outrageous that we have not seen any statements in this House from the government on what is happening in Victoria right now at the Land Forces Expo. The Police Association of Victoria Secretary described the people who are perpetrating this violence against our policemen and women as filthy, disgusting animals. And on that, we entirely agree with the Police Association of Victoria Secretary. Our policemen and women should not be referred to as animals on horses. Protesters were chanting, "Get those animals off the horses." I'm here to send a message to every single man and woman in a police force around this country, and most importantly, those men and women who are protecting Victorians at a most critical time in Victoria, that the Australian coalition, the opposition in Parliament, stands with you and thanks you for everything you are doing with these violent left-wing radical protesters. It is an absolute disgrace, Mr Deputy Speaker, that 27 police officers have been injured in my home state of Victoria by this absolute rabble who have descended on the Land Forces Expo. 27 police officers who have been injured and countless other police officers who have had faeces, who have had acid, who have had cans thrown at them when they're doing nothing more than their duty of protecting Victorians. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is quite outrageous as well that this rabble is being given aid and comfort from no less than MPs in the Victorian Parliament, including the Greens MP referred to in my motion, Gabriel de Vetri. It's remarkable, quite frankly, that we have not seen a statement in this House in solidarity with those men and women who are protecting Victorians. And let's not forget, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just the most amazing men and women that you can find in our police forces who run towards danger, that don't run away from it in protecting Victorians, not just them that are suffering, but also everyday Victorians who are having their lives disrupted by this absolute rabble, or as the Police Association of Victoria Secretary refers to them, filthy, disgusting animals, stopping everyday Victorians from getting around their city and being able to live their lives. How many people yesterday missed an important medical appointment because of this absolute rabble going on in the city? How many businesses, not just businesses in our CBD, but more broadly, have been affected by this absolute rabble that is occurring in our city? And I can tell you, people around Australia are looking at Victoria and saying, that is not who we are, and that is not the sort of country that we want, and we certainly don't want that spreading from Victoria any further. That's why we need leadership from this government, leadership from them to actually be giving the speech that I'm giving. We would have given the government leave to do this because it is so important that we send a strong message to those men and women. Now, it's very easy for those opposite to be angry at me while our policemen and women are standing right now in the face of the fury from this absolute rabble, not to mention the police horses that are being mishandled and being mistreated as well. They are people who are standing there to protect Victorians, and the least they deserve is some encouragement from the government that we stand with them. Well, the coalition, the opposition, will provide that sense of support to our men and women who, as we speak, will be doing what they did yesterday, supporting Victorians. It's a disgrace, quite frankly, that 27 of those men and women, the most outstanding people that you can find in our community, 27 of them, have been treated as human punching bags by this absolute rabble, or the filthy, disgusting animals as referred to by the Police Association of Victoria. And quite frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think many Australians are looking at this as a seminal moment, because since, quite frankly, the 7th of October, we've seen these radical left-wing troublemakers, rabble-rousers, causing disruption to our community wherever they possibly can. This is the professional protester set. Anything they can possibly protest on, they will. And as one gentleman reported yesterday, who had been held up for hours in traffic as he drove through, or as he finally got through, yelled out the window, "Get a job," to most of those protesters. I suspect that's the view of most law-abiding Australians who are going about their business at a time when Australians are struggling to put food on the table, to pay their mortgages, to pay their rent, to pay their electricity bills, to have their businesses and their lives disrupted by people who are, quite frankly, sitting there living off the government and finding any opportunity to protest, and now trying to treat our most amazing men and women in our police force, in the Victoria Police, as human punching bags, is an absolute disgrace. And we should send a very strong message that it will not be accepted, and no more of this softly business with these protesters. We all in this House defend people's right to protest. And in the lead up to these so-called protests in the last few weeks, we were assured by these disgusting individuals that they would be protesting peacefully. Well, we now know that they are abject liars at the same time. If any of them now want to claim that that was a peaceful protest that we saw yesterday, then they are more bizarro than any of us could imagine. It was so far from being peaceful, and so we do not support violent protests like this. We will condemn it in this House. We expect, and Australians have an expectation, that our Prime Minister will stand up and condemn it in the most strong terms. The leadership of this country starts from the Prime Minister, and it is a disgrace that he has been quieted. As to the coalition partner of this government in the Greens, it's quite frankly shocking to me, and I think even those people opposite me, that an MP in the Victorian Parliament, an MP, has taken part in these violent protests. An MP, Gabriel De Vetri, from the Greens political party, has engaged in a so-called protest that has led to 27 police men and women being injured, some of them being hospitalised, of people chanting, "Get those animals off the horses." Well, I'm here to tell those disgusting, filthy animals, in the words of the Police Association of Victoria's Secretary, that those are not animals on horses. They are the best of Australia. They are the absolute best men and women, as I said, who go out every single day and put their safety on the line to protect their fellow Australians. They should be revered. They should not be treated as human punching bags by a bunch of rabble, disgusting, filthy animals who are living off the government and living off their hard work, quite frankly. And for that very reason, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important that we suspend standing orders and make very clear to our men and women in the police force, not just Victoria but throughout our country, we stand with you. You are the best of Australia, and we are here in solidarity.
Is there a seconder for the motion? The member for Berowra.
I second the motion. I support the suspension. People have the right to protest, but they have to do it peacefully. All around our country there has been a growing sense of lawlessness since October 7. The violence involved in Melbourne's protest yesterday is shocking, and all too often governments aren't throwing the book at people who thumb their nose at the law and show no respect for their fellow Australians. Unlike yesterday, too often law enforcement officials aren't acting because they're taking their cues from politicians who talk out of both sides of their mouths on this issue. And all too often, as yesterday, Greens MPs are encouraging or participating in such protests. Yesterday, people threw acid, faeces, bags of vomit, padlocks, apples, chairs, canned food and bottles at police. They punched horses and destroyed property. They set alight plastic bins and prevented firefighters from getting to them so that chemical fumes from burning plastic would pervade the air. These are among the worst incidents, but they're not isolated. This is Australia since October 7, and the protesters get more and more brazen because too often they're not dealt with by the full force of the law. Australians are shocked by what we've seen since October 7. The lighting of flares, the burning of flags, the chanting of slogans seeking to harm Jews at the Sydney Opera House on October 9, the intimidatory drive-thrus in Jewish suburbs, the confrontations outside synagogues, the vandalism and firebombing of MP's electorate office, a straightforward terrorist act, the vandalism of war memorials, the vandalism of Jewish property, including schools calling for death to Jews, hate preachers openly calling for the murder of Jews and the vilifying Jews as being subhuman, the doxing of Jewish creatives, artists and small businesses, a Greens MP repeating anti-Semitic tropes without being condemned by her own party, posters of Hitler going up all over Jewish suburbs, protests outside Jewish schools and synagogues, the violent protests at the Victorian Labor Conference, which saw MPs being jostled and attacked and delayed the conference, forcing the Victorian Premier and Deputy Premier into a safe room, violent and aggressive protests at peaceful rallies against anti-Semitism, trespassing on and defacing the federal parliament, and our university campuses where violence and intimidation go unchecked, where rapes are denied and where Hizb ut-Tahrir gets a seat at the table. Law-abiding Australians are struggling to recognise the country they love. On this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, we stand with law-abiding Australians and we say this lawlessness must stop. We stand with law-abiding Australians when we say let these protesters feel the full force of the law. We stand with law-abiding Australians when we say to this government, this is a time for moral clarity. This is not a time to have a bet each way. Well, there are two things the government can do right now. Firstly, they can support the motion to suspend standing orders to bring on this very important debate. And secondly, they can support the judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on university campuses because that's where the bad behaviour we saw yesterday originates. Today, all of the major Jewish bodies in the country support the inquiry. None of the universities oppose the inquiry, and the government's own people, like Marjorie O'Neill, the Labor member for Coogee in New South Wales, and Phil Dalladakis, the former Victorian Labor minister, are calling for this inquiry. And the government's own appointed anti-Semitism envoy, Jill Siegel, has strongly recommended that the judicial inquiry into anti-Semitism on campus, and she has called into question the ultimate efficacy of the government's alternative inquiry undertaken by the Human Rights Commission. I want to quote Ms Siegel's powerful words. She says, the situation is very grave and indeed much more serious and alarming than I expected. Anti-Semitic behaviour is not only present on many campuses, but it's an embedded part of the culture. Universities haven't taken appropriate action to denounce and suppress it. It has become systemic. The Jewish students are traumatised and feel isolated and unsafe. They're not participating as they should in university life. They've been told by their own university administration to stay home for their own safety. This normalised anti-Semitism is incredibly dangerous to our society, as it is an attitude and behaviour that eats away at the fabric of the mission of the tertiary sector. To date, university leadership is either in denial about how serious and normalised anti-Semitism has become on their campus, or they've failed to truly understand what constitutes anti-Semitism and has responded by placating activist forces. The situation on Australian university campus must change, and she goes on to demonstrate how judicial inquiries or royal commissions bring about important societal changes, particularly in institutions like universities, which have a particular role in developing the next generation. Deputy Speaker, it is for all these reasons that suspension of standing orders must occur, because what we saw on Melbourne streets yesterday cannot go unremarked by this House, and we cannot continue to see the lawlessness which has pervaded our country on university campuses, on our streets, in other places, continue unchecked.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Assistant Minister for Health.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The Assistant Minister for Health has moved that the debate be adjourned. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Having a good read about when the cookers were running loose and your old mate Sickle was attacking the coppers. Hypocrites would be the word you normally. Yeah. Anti-lockdown protesters supported by who? Assistant Minister for Housing, Michael Sickle. There you go. 22nd of September 2021, 7:01 p.m. No, it was all right for people to go and attack a shrine and urinate on the shrine and remember it. The coppers were There's your protest. Articles there, read it. Morrison was against that. Sugar and Morrison.
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The question before the House is that debate be adjourned. The result of the division is ayes 79, noes 63. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. No. Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next notice, and I'll give the call to the clerk.
I'm ready to go. Good. Hey,
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Clerk. Call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3, Criminal Code Amendment, Hate Crimes Bill 2024.
I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. In my first speech to Federal Parliament in 2008, I said that, and I quote, "Tolerance lies at the heart of our Australian multiculturalism. It is a vital democratic value. Tolerance of others, tolerance of different cultural and religious values, and tolerance of different political positions produces inclusiveness and not division. It enables harmonious communities and peaceful political debate. Unfortunately, a tolerant society is not something we can take for granted. In recent years, there's been a significant increase in hate speech and other hateful conduct that urges violence against individuals and groups within our society. This can be seen in the rise of anti-Semitic and Islamophobic rhetoric following the terrorist attacks in Israel on 7 October 2023, the testimonies of those who appeared before the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability, and the oppression and abuse faced by those in the LGBTIQA+ community. Global events, such as the conflict in the Middle East, have resonated in Australia and will continue to do so. As reflected in the Director-General of Security's decision to raise the national terrorism threat level to probable on 5 August 2024, these dynamics have raised the temperature of the security environment. As the Director-General noted, there's been a normalisation of provocative and inflammatory behaviours contrary to community standards and liberal democratic values. There is a direct connection between inflamed language, inflamed tension and violence. No one in Australia should be targeted because of who they are or what they believe. The legislation I'm introducing to the Parliament today responds to the increasing prevalence of hate speech and hateful conduct in our society. This conduct cannot and will not be tolerated. The Albanese government is committed to the safety and security of the community. It's our responsibility as a government and as a parliament to use our collective voice to send a clear, unambiguous message in response. Threats of violence and urging violence against groups, whether distinguished by their race or religion, their sexual orientation, their nationality or who they are, is not acceptable. This is criminal behaviour and should be treated as such. Robust debate must remain a feature of our democracy. Australia's vibrancy as a nation comes from the diversity of opinions and beliefs that are held across our community. We will not always agree with each other, and at times we may find the views of others distasteful. However, there's a threshold for a democratic society where conduct becomes unacceptable and must be addressed. Conduct that urges or threatens the use of force or violence against individuals or groups in a manner which impacts their enjoyment of fundamental human rights and participation in society is not a legitimate expression of opinion. Robust discussion of diverse views and opinions is a necessary part of a vibrant and effective democracy, and these thresholds are not always straightforward to define in legislation. This bill has been carefully considered to target the most serious forms of hate speech, namely the urging or threatening of force or violence against groups. The government supports a referral of this bill to the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. The committee process will be an opportunity for all members of the public to engage with these issues. I look forward to hearing and engaging with the views that are expressed, including on the significant harm and serious vilification being experienced by those in our society. In this term, the Albanese government has already taken significant steps to address displays of hate, including by creating new offences for publicly displaying Nazi and terrorist organisation symbols, giving the Nazi salute and trading in items bearing these symbols. When I introduced that legislation to this House, I committed to acting if more was required to protect Australians from hatred. Today, the government is acting to further protect the community from the harm caused by those who foster extremism, hatred and violence. This bill expands and builds upon existing legislative protections against hate speech and extremism. These protections will support law enforcement's ability to intervene early to prevent acts of violence. They will better enable our law enforcement agencies to disrupt, investigate and protect against the harms caused by those who foster hatred, extremism or incitement to violence. Amendments to offences for urging violence against groups or members of groups. The bill will strengthen existing offences in sections 80.2a and 80.2b of the Criminal Code for urging violence against groups or members of groups. These offences currently protect groups distinguished by race, religion, nationality, national or ethnic origin or political opinion. The bill will expand the list of groups that these offences protect to include groups distinguished by sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status and disability. The bill will also strengthen these offences to capture circumstances in which a person intentionally urges force or violence and is reckless as to whether the force or violence will occur. The bill will also remove the availability of the good faith defence. There are no circumstances in which urging force or violence against a targeted group or its members can be done in good faith. The bill will establish new criminal offences for directly threatening force or violence towards a group or member of a group that is distinguished by race, religion, nationality, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, disability, national or ethnic origin or political opinion. The new offences will address a gap in Commonwealth laws by providing law enforcement with the capacity to address conduct which involves a direct threat from one person to another. This differs from existing offences which apply where a person urges another person to use force or violence against a group or group member. There will be no defence of good faith for this offence. Threats of force or violence cannot be done in good faith. The bill will amend the existing offences in section 80.2h, 80.2ha and 80.2k of the Criminal Code. These provisions make it an offence to publicly display prohibited Nazi and terrorist organisation symbols or to make Nazi gestures in specified circumstances. This includes where the display of the symbol or use of the gesture is likely to offend, insult, humiliate or intimidate a member of a group distinguished by race, colour, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion or national or social origin. The bill will expand the list of groups which these offences protect to include groups distinguished by sexual orientation, gender identity and intersex status. The amendments accord with Australia's international human rights obligations and complement existing civil protections in the Sex Discrimination Act 1984. As the Prime Minister recently reminded us, words matter. Violent and extremist rhetoric seeks to create a wedge between us. Mutual respect and understanding holds us together, a recognition that each of us is entitled to the same respect, dignity and opportunities. How we protect minority groups and how we treat those that are different to ourselves is a measure of our society and a measure of our humanity. This bill strengthens protections for all Australians against the harm caused by those who foster hatred and extremism. Australia's diversity is our great strength. With these laws, we are sending a clear signal to those who seek to divide us. There is no place in this country for hate speech and other hateful conduct that urges or threatens violence against others. For those who have faced hatred and violence simply for being who you are, we stand with you. The Albanese government is acting to keep you safe and ensure you are free to live your lives without fear. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Petrie.
Thanks. Yep. I adjourn the debate.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 4, Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move this bill be now read a second time. The digital economy has unleashed enormous benefits for Australians, but it has also increased the privacy risks we face through the collection and storage of enormous amounts of our personal data. The Privacy Act 1988 represented the first time that a comprehensive, integrated set of legal rules protecting interests in privacy existed in Australia. On introducing it, Attorney General Lionel Bowen told the Parliament that, and I quote, "Enormous developments in technology for the processing of information are providing new and, in some respects, undesirable opportunities for the greater use of personal information." End quote. In that respect, little has changed. Evolutions in technology and the way people use it continue to vex those who share information online and those charged with regulating it. It's essential that Australians are protected by a legal framework that is flexible and agile enough to adapt to changes in the world around them. The Privacy Act has not kept pace with the adoption of digital technologies. The vast data flows that underpin digital ecosystems have also created the conditions for significant harms, like major data breaches that have revealed the sensitive information of millions of Australians, exposing us to the risk of identity fraud and scams. Strong privacy laws and protections are critical to building public trust and confidence in the digital economy and driving the investments needed to keep people's data safe. The right to privacy is a fundamental human right. As Sir Zelman Cowen said in his 1969 Boyer Lectures, "A person without privacy is a person without dignity." We must be vigilant in ensuring that evolving technology does not erode our ability to protect information about who we are, what we do, and what we believe from being misused. The Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 is a significant step forward for Australian privacy law. It begins the much-needed work of updating our privacy laws to be fit for purpose in the digital age. With this bill, the Australian Government is taking the next step to ensure Australians' privacy is respected and protected. It implements a first tranche of agreed recommendations of the Privacy Act review ahead of consultation on a second tranche of reforms. It also delivers on a commitment made by the Albanese government following the National Cabinet held in May to address gender-based violence by outlawing the practice of doxing or the malicious release of personal data online. Schedule 1 of the bill will amend the Privacy Act to enhance its effectiveness, strengthen the enforcement tools available to the privacy regulator and better facilitate safe overseas data flows. It will require the development of a children's online privacy code, streamline information sharing in emergencies and following eligible data breaches, and increase transparency when entities are automating significant decisions which use personal information. Schedule 2 of the bill will introduce a new statutory tort to provide redress for serious invasions of privacy. Schedule 3 of the bill will amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 to introduce new criminal offences to target the harmful practice of doxing. If I could turn first to Schedule 1, the Privacy Act amendments. Schedule 1 begins the work of bringing Australia's privacy protection framework into the digital age. The amendments reaffirm the government's view that entities have a responsibility to protect Australians' personal information and not treat it merely as a commercial asset. While all Australians face privacy risks in the online environment, children are particularly vulnerable. For many Australian children, social media has been part of their lives from the time they were born. They have never lived in a world without it. It's been estimated that by the time a child turns 13, around 72 million pieces of data will be collected about them. This bill will require the development of a children's online privacy code which will apply to social media and other internet services which are likely to be accessed by children. The Children's Online Privacy Code will specify how these entities must comply with privacy obligations in relation to children. The code will align to the extent possible with similar codes in like-minded countries such as the United Kingdom. The code will be developed by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, which will be provided with $3 million in funding over 3 years to do this important work. Cyber incidents are growing in number, speed and sophistication. Data breaches are exposing millions of Australians to the risk of fraud, identity theft and scams. This bill will promote the importance of implementing technical and organisational controls, such as encrypting data and training staff on data protection to address information security risks. It will also support more effective responses to data breaches by introducing eligible data breach declarations. A declaration will permit the sharing of personal information following a notifiable data breach for the purpose of preventing or reducing the risk of harm to individuals. Sharing information under these circumstances will enable entities such as banks to act quickly to prevent the misuse of compromised credentials. Safeguards are included to ensure that a declaration can only be made for a purpose that is related to preventing or reducing a risk of harm to individuals arising from a misuse of personal information from the eligible data breach. An eligible data breach declaration can be issued quickly and will make clear the kinds of personal information that may be shared and with whom they may be shared, which may include state and territory agencies. Similarly, emergency declarations made under the Act permit personal information sharing following disasters or emergencies to support response efforts, including to assist affected individuals. The bill will require emergency declarations to specify the kinds of personal information, types of entities permitted to share information, and the purposes for which it may be shared. These changes will ensure that individuals' privacy is protected while also addressing their broader interests and will support enhanced coordination with states and territories in emergencies and disasters. The flow of information across national borders is critical for international trade and services in a globalised world. To support the free flow of information with appropriate protections, the bill provides for countries with substantially similar data privacy laws to Australia to be prescribed. Businesses and individuals will be able to have greater confidence that personal information will be kept safe. This will also reduce costs for business when entering into contracts and agreements with overseas entities. Effective enforcement of the Privacy Act is essential to protect Australians' interests. This bill expands the suite of regulatory powers available to the Information Commissioner to effectively enforce the Act and provides a broader range of enforcement options available to do so. This will include new civil penalties and infringement notices for less serious privacy breaches. To investigate potential privacy breaches and in an increasingly complex digital landscape, the Information Commissioner requires modern investigative powers. This bill provides the Information Commissioner with additional powers, including for search and seizure, which may be exercised under warrant when investigating breaches of the Act, and scalable enforcement options. The bill will empower a court to make appropriate orders where it has determined that an entity has breached a civil penalty provision, which may include compensation for loss or damage suffered. Effective privacy protection requires proactive regulatory action. This bill also strengthens the Information Commissioner's capacity by expanding monitoring and assessment functions. The bill also introduces new public inquiry powers which will enable the Information Commissioner to inquire into specified matters as directed or approved. This will enable the Information Commissioner to keep closer oversight of threats to privacy, including issues of a systemic nature, as they emerge. The safe and responsible development and deployment of automated decision-making presents significant opportunities. These systems have the potential to increase the efficiency, accuracy and consistency of decisions, and they present opportunities for improved outcomes in health, environment, defence and national security. The bill will provide individuals with transparency about the use of their personal information in automated decisions which significantly affect their interests. Entities will need to specify the kinds of personal information used in these sorts of decisions in their privacy policies. Importantly, these requirements will apply to decisions that are wholly or substantially automated, ensuring that the new requirements cannot be avoided by tokenistic human involvement in a decision-making process. I turn now to Schedule 2, the statutory tort for serious invasions of privacy. A statutory tort applying to breaches of privacy has been talked about in Australia for a long time, as early as 1969, when Sir Zelman Cowen, then Vice-Chancellor of the University of New England, endorsed legislation to create an actionable right to seek redress for breaches of privacy. There is currently no tortious right of action for invasion of privacy under the Act or any other Commonwealth, state or territory statute. The creation of a statutory tort was recommended by the Australian Law Reform Commission in its 2014 report, Serious Invasions of Privacy in the Digital Era, which I commissioned in 2013. It has been recommended by many other inquiries before and since. In its 2014 report, the Commission stated the creation of a statutory tort would, quote, fill an increasingly conspicuous gap in Australian law, helping to protect the privacy of Australians while respecting and reinforcing other fundamental rights and values, including freedom of expression, end quote. Schedule 2 to the bill will provide a new statutory cause of action or tort for individuals who have suffered a serious invasion of their privacy. This will include an intrusion on a person's physical privacy, so the tort will complement the Privacy Act, which focuses on the narrower concept of information privacy. There are parts of our lives that we reasonably expect to be able to keep to ourselves. The freedom to enjoy a private and family life and express ourselves and our beliefs in safety is critical to our well-being and dignity. Ensuring that individuals have a clear right to seek a legal remedy against people or entities who seriously invade their privacy is a key part of ensuring that our privacy laws keep pace with community expectations and advances in technology. Schedule 2 to the bill provides that an individual has a cause of action for serious privacy invasions, either by an intrusion upon the individual's seclusion, for example, by physically intruding into their private space, or by misuse of their information in circumstances where the individual had a reasonable expectation of privacy. A plaintiff will have a cause of action without having to prove that any damage arose from the invasion of privacy. The damage or harm a plaintiff suffers will be a relevant factor in assessing the seriousness of the invasion and the remedies that may be awarded. For a claim to succeed, the plaintiff will need to demonstrate the public interest in protecting their privacy outweighs any competing public interest raised by the defendant. In addition to the public interest balancing test, a range of defences will apply, including where the conduct of the defendant was required or authorised by law or was necessary because of a serious threat to life, health or safety. The bill will provide specific exemptions from liability under the tort, including for journalism, enforcement bodies and intelligence agencies. These exemptions are important to protect press freedom and ensure that legitimate activities of government can be delivered effectively. The journalism exemption provides that invasions of privacy which occur in the course of the collection, preparation or publication of journalistic material by a journalist, their employer or someone assisting them would not be liable under the tort. The bill requires that to be considered a journalist, the person must work in that professional capacity and be subject to applicable standards of professional conduct or a code of practice. The journalism exemption also operates in addition to the requirement that a court balance the public interest in the plaintiff's privacy with other public interests. This may involve consideration of the public interest in freedom of the media or freedom of expression. A court will have the flexibility to choose the remedy or remedies that are most appropriate in the circumstances. This may include compensation for non-economic loss or an order requiring the defendant to apologise to the plaintiff. And I turn now to Schedule 3, the doxing criminal offences. Schedule 3 of the bill will amend the Criminal Code 1995 to create new criminal offences targeting the release of personal data in a manner that is menacing or harassing, a practice known as doxing. The prevalence of social media and online platforms has rapidly increased the capacity of malicious individuals to obtain personal data and to release that online, either to the public at large on social media platforms or to their associates on forum and messaging platforms. Doxing exposes victims to significant and enduring harm, including public embarrassment, humiliation, shaming, discrimination, stalking and identity theft and financial fraud. It can lead to threats to a victim's life and safety and the lives and safety of their families and friends. It can inflict significant and lasting psychological harm. Doxing is a form of abuse that can affect all Australians, but is often used against women in the context of domestic and family violence. The creation of this offence also responds to a recent shocking incident of a group who were targeted with doxing on the basis of their religion. The bill creates a new offence that applies where a person uses a carriage service to make available, publish or otherwise distribute the personal data of one or more individuals, and the person does so in a way that reasonable persons would regard as being menacing or harassing towards those individuals. The new offence will carry a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment. The bill also introduces a further offence with a more serious maximum penalty of 7 years imprisonment where a person or group is targeted because of their race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, disability, nationality or national or ethnic origin. The government recognises that there are circumstances in which people legitimately publish and distribute personal data, including individuals' names, contact details and movements. The new offences will apply only where a reasonable person would consider the conduct to be in all the circumstances menacing or harassing to ensure that legitimate conduct is not inappropriately criminalised. Personal data in the context of these new offences means information about an individual that enables them to be identified, contacted or located. This includes their name, photograph, telephone number, email, address, online account, residential or work address and place of education or worship. This definition recognises that doxing can occur in a number of different ways. The Albanese government is committed to the protection of Australians from online harm, and these new offences will ensure that perpetrators of doxing are held to account. These new offences will complement work that is underway across government to strengthen online safety for all Australians. This includes the takedown powers of the E-Safety Commissioner, the Cyberbullying Scheme and the Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme under the Online Safety Act 2021. In conclusion, this bill is an important first step in the government's privacy reform agenda, but it will not be the last. Over the coming months, the Attorney-General's Department will develop the next tranche of privacy reform for targeted consultation, including draft provisions. The government is approaching this important reform work carefully to ensure increased privacy protections are balanced against other impacts and that we deliver the fairest outcome for all Australians. After many years of inaction, this Labor government is committed to genuine privacy reform. The Australian people expect no less for themselves and their children, and I commend the bill to the House. I would also commend the team from the Attorney-General's Department who are here in the chamber to hear this second reading speech for their excellent work on the reform process for the Privacy Act, and thank them in advance for the further work that's to come. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Petrie.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment 2004 Tax and Other Measures Bill number 1, Bill of 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today we're taking steps to ensure that our tax system is simpler and fairer. Schedule 1 to this bill, which has 4 schedules, improves the integrity of the foreign resident capital gains withholding tax regime. Foreign residents, like Australian residents, are required to pay capital gains taxes on the sale of their Australian real property assets. However, there's an incentive for foreign residents not to lodge a tax return to avoid this liability. The current withholding regime has been in place since 2016 as an integrity measure against this, ensuring that a 2.5% down payment on any CGT liability at the point of sale. Sorry, I withdraw that. A 12.5% withdraw. Let me start again. Ensuring that a 12.5% down payment on any CGT liability at the point of sale for asset sales above $750,000. However, where CGT liabilities are greater than 12.5%, there remains an incentive for foreign residents to avoid lodging a tax return in order to sidestep their tax obligations. The amendments implement the government's 2023-24 MyEFO measure to increase the withholding tax from 12.5% to 15% and removes the $750,000 threshold. These changes helped to level the playing field between Australian and foreign investors by ensuring foreign investors selling a real property asset, such as a residential property, are subject to the same overall tax obligations as Australians, and better aligns a foreign resident's CGT liabilities with their likely real capital gain. We're also making our tax system simpler for Australia's small businesses, because we know that small businesses are at the heart of our economy. They're run by hard-working Australians who are used to overcoming challenges to keep their businesses growing. We'd like their tax returns to be one less challenge. The changes in this bill will make it easier to manage their tax affairs so that they can get back to the businesses of running their business and looking after their families. So currently, businesses need to make a declaration each time their tax agent lodges their single-touch payroll data on their behalf. So we're changing that. Through Schedule 2 of this bill, we will allow a business to make a standing declaration to their agent that covers multiple lodgements for up to 12 months on the employer's behalf. This simple change simplifies the process, saving time and cutting unnecessary red tape. The next schedule to the bill extends the time that small and medium-sized businesses have to self-amend their tax assessments from 2 to 4 years. Currently, if a business realises that they've made a mistake in their tax return after that 2-year window, they are forced into a formal objections process. It can be time-consuming, complex and often costly for them. So by extending the self-amendment window, we're giving businesses the flexibility to fix their errors, helping them to stay compliant with their tax obligations. Finally, Deputy Speaker, Schedule 4 to the bill delivers on the government's election commitment to cut paperwork and reduce the time small businesses spend doing their taxes. The law currently requires the tax office to process certain refunds as practicable, even when the valid bank account details aren't available. This often results in the tax office spending refunds via cheques. These can be delayed or lost, sometimes never cashed, and what we want to do is change this. The changes will allow the tax office up to 90 days to gain a valid bank account detail before processing certain tax refunds. The greater use of electronic fund transfers to bank accounts will facilitate faster, safer and cheaper payment of refunds. These changes, the changes in this bill, are sensible changes to improve the integrity of our tax system, cut red tape and make our tax system more accessible for Australian businesses. Full details of all the measures are included in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. This debate has now been adjourned. And I call the clerk.
Business notice number 5, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024.
Call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum and an addendum to the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish a scheme to certify renewable electricity and products such as hydrogen and for related purposes.
I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, today the Government is proud to introduce the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024. The bill is accompanied by a primary legislation package that implements the Guarantee of Origin scheme, including 2 additional bills, namely the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. The bill establishes 2 certification schemes, the Product Guarantee of Origin and its companion, the Renewable Electricity Guarantee of Origin. They are a crucial component of the $22.7 billion Future Made in Australia program, and it's important that this bill is brought forward now. This is a decisive decade for achieving Australia's prosperous, responsible and sustainable industrial evolution. The global transition to net zero is underway. Countries need more clean energy and they need to achieve the decarbonisation of products and processes across the full breadth of our economies. In other words, the world needs what Australia has as our national strengths, from critical minerals to wind and solar resources, to our highly skilled workforce and our innovative business culture. From that foundation of strength, our nation can leverage this transition and realise our potential as a renewable energy superpower. We have abundant clean energy resources. We can unlock crucial investment in those industries with the best supportive framework, and this bill creates that framework. It will form the emissions accounting backbone for Australia's net zero industries. In order to remain competitive in new and emerging domestic and global markets, Australian producers will need to account for the emissions embedded in products. Under this voluntary scheme, the foundational certification will enable Australian producers to demonstrate the emissions intensity credentials of low emissions commodities. Over the last decade, demand from competitive businesses across the economy for renewable electricity certificates has grown, supporting investment in new renewable energy projects. Enabling this growth will further accelerate emission reductions. This bill provides for a nationally consistent certification mechanism that is backed and administered by the Australian Government. This bill is just another way that the Australian Government is providing Australian businesses and investors with the regulatory certainty needed to support and encourage investments. Deputy Speaker, it builds on and complements the important initiatives this government has already put in place to secure Australia's low emissions future, such as the Capacity Investment Scheme, the reforms to the Safeguard Mechanism and the Future Made in Australia agenda. The Product Guarantee of Origin scheme will issue digital certificates that allow producers, exporters and consumers to prove where a product was made. The certificates will also verify the emissions intensity associated with a product's production, transport and storage. The certificates will be used by other Australian Government initiatives to verify emissions, including the proposed hydrogen production tax incentive, unlocking additional support and other opportunities for industry participants who opt into the scheme. These certificates will first be issued for production of hydrogen and expand in future to products such as low-carbon liquid fuels and green metals. The Renewable Electricity Guarantee of Origin certificates will provide information on when, where and how renewable electricity was produced. The existing renewable energy target has played a significant role in accelerating the generation and use of renewable electricity in Australia for 25 years, but it is due to sunset in 2030. The Renewable Electricity Guarantee of Origin in this bill is designed to operate alongside the RET, creating a seamless transition for its users beyond 2030. For example, it expands the RET's design strengths as an effective certification framework while expanding its scope and flexibility to respond to an evolving market. It expands the types of electricity certified as renewable in Australia and will also certify electricity dispatched from storage, electricity for international export and below baseline generation. In other words, it allows certification of electricity generation from renewable energy facilities regardless of their age, which is a marked change from the operation of the RET. It facilitates the buying and selling of certificates to make credible renewable electricity use claims. It also enables certificate demand and value to be market-driven by voluntary purchases. Deputy Speaker, each of the certification streams have been designed to address the needs of both producers and consumers of low-emission products and of renewable electricity. Through extensive consultation, the bill has incorporated industry feedback on the design and operation of certificates. And Deputy Speaker, I do want to acknowledge that, as with all significant reforms, this scheme has come forward through the very hard-working application of public servants in the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water over the last 4 years. Each of the certification streams, the GO and the REGO, will be administered by the Clean Energy Regulator, promoting market confidence in their integrity, and the regulator will publish the certificates on a public register. The government will further consult with stakeholders on subordinate legislation, setting out the details of the Guarantee of Origin scheme following this bill's passage. The government is committed to launching the scheme in 2025, and all of the stakeholder engagement has emphasised the importance of delivering the GO and REGO framework on that timetable. It's a tight time frame, but we are prepared and ready to achieve it. Australia can only reach our decarbonisation goals through the development of new industries and by unlocking new export and trade opportunities. This bill will position Australia as a high-quality and high-integrity supplier of renewable electricity and low-emissions products. It will promote new investment and innovation. It will increase Australian exports and Australian jobs. It is a critical piece of the work needed to continue Australia's leadership in tackling dangerous climate change and in achieving our potential as a renewable energy superpower.
Could the Minister just move that the bill be read a second time, please?
I move that the bill be read a second time.
Thanks. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Now I call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose charges on profiles and facilities registered under the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to introduce the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Charges Bill 2024. This bill supports the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024, which establishes the Guarantee of Origin scheme. The Guarantee of Origin scheme will provide the emissions accounting backbone to support the development of Australia's low emissions industries and to succeed the accreditation and certification scheme provided under the Renewable Energy Target Arrangements, which come to an end in 2030. The scheme will help Australia to leverage the transition to net zero emissions and realise our potential as a renewable energy superpower. The scheme sets up a nationally consistent government-led framework that will help Australian producers to account for the emissions embedded in their products to remain competitive in new and emerging domestic and global markets. The independent clean energy regulator will be responsible for administering the Guarantee of Origin scheme. Their knowledge and experience in administrative processes and systems will ensure the efficient establishment and operation of the Guarantee of Origin scheme. The scheme provides a certification framework for voluntary participants from a diverse variety of sectors such as manufacturing and electricity generation. It will also require the regulator to maintain a public register of information that records certificate information as well as certain details on facilities that are registered under the scheme. Deputy Speaker, this bill helps make sure that the activities of the Clean Energy Regulator in administering the scheme will be fully cost recovered. Cost recovery fees allowed for by the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024 will offset the cost of delivering services that benefit an individual scheme participant. Cost recovery allowed for through this bill will also offset the cost of delivering services that broadly benefit scheme participants and that cannot be collected as a fee for service that benefits an individual participant. This bill enables the regulator to effectively and efficiently administer the Guarantee of Origin scheme on a financially sustainable basis. And Deputy Speaker, this will help ensure the timely commencement of the Guarantee of Origin scheme, which in turn means that Australian companies will benefit as soon as possible from the opportunities that the scheme provides.
Thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
The debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6, Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I present the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Call the Assistant Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to introduce the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2024. This bill supports the operation of the Guarantee of Origin scheme being established under the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024. The Guarantee of Origin scheme will provide the emissions accounting backbone to support the development of Australia's low emissions industries and to succeed the accreditation and certification scheme provided under the renewable energy target arrangements, which come to an end in 2030. The independent clean energy regulator will be responsible for administering the Guarantee of Origin scheme. Deputy Speaker, their relevant knowledge and experience, including through the existing small-scale renewable energy scheme and large-scale renewable energy target, will ensure the efficient establishment and administration of the Guarantee of Origin scheme. This bill makes minor technical amendments relevant to the functions of the Clean Energy Regulator, namely changes that are proposed for the Clean Energy Regulator Act 2011, for the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Act 2007, and for the Renewable Energy Electricity Act 2000. Deputy Speaker, the bill updates the Clean Energy Regulator Act to provide authority for the regulator to perform functions for the Guarantee of Origin scheme, as outlined in the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill 2024. This ensures that existing administrative powers and obligations on the regulator are maintained for the new scheme. Deputy Speaker, audits are a core assurance mechanism within the Guarantee of Origin framework and will perform a key role in effective implementation of the scheme. They ensure the scheme operates with integrity so that certificate information can be trusted. The National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Act will be amended to extend its existing audit framework to include audits for the Guarantee of Origin scheme. The bill also makes consequential amendments to the Renewable Energy Electricity Act to ensure certification of electricity from energy storage systems is consistent with the Guarantee of Origin bill. These changes reflect the critical and growing role of battery storage in today's electricity market and make sure that renewable electricity in these systems can be appropriately certified. The amendments in this bill will ensure the timely commencement of the Guarantee of Origin scheme, which in turn means that Australian companies will start benefiting as soon as possible from the opportunities that the scheme provides.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
Yeah, I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the member for Blair.
Deputy Speaker, I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Malaysia from 19 to 22 November 2023 and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted.
Leave's granted.
Leave's granted. I call the member for Blair.
Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to present the report of the Parliamentary Delegation to Malaysia. The delegation comprised of myself as leader, member for Moncrieff, member for Tangi, member for Durack, Senator for Western Australia, Senator Fatima Payman. We visited Malaysia from 19 to 22 November last year. Our visit was the first by an Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Malaysia since 2019, the first after Malaysia's national in November 2022, which resulted in the formation of a new multi-party government led by Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. The main objectives of our visit were to reinforce the value and importance of Australia's relationship with Malaysia and the strong multi-partisan support for Malaysia within the Australian Parliament, hear about priorities and policies of Malaysia's new government, explore how the Australian and Malaysian parliaments can continue to enhance our cooperation. The visit was brief but worthwhile. We're honoured to attend the Malaysia's Parliament, meet with both the Speaker of the House of Representatives and President of the Senate. We spoke with 2 parliamentary committees and MPs and senators, engaged in a range of discussions with ministers, deputy ministers, officers, officials, academics, business leaders and community representatives. We were struck by the breadth and strength of the ties between the 2 countries. The relationship between our countries is warm, strong and stable. Healthy and growing two-way trade and investment brings benefits to both countries. There is scope for further growth in various sectors, including food and agribusiness, information technology, cybersecurity and renewable energy. The people-to-people links are most positive and enduring. We met with many Malaysian alumni of Australian universities who now hold senior positions in the Australian government, in the Malaysian government and business. We spoke with them at length. They spoke warmly of their time here in Australia and their enduring friendships. We also met some of the Australian New Colombo Plan scholars who are now studying and working in Malaysia and building the next generation of personal connections. Under the Anwar government, Malaysia is undertaking a program of reforms to strengthen democratic institutions, including its parliament. Parliamentary reforms under consideration include reinstatement of an independent parliamentary service and a permanent committee system. We've already provided support for Malaysia with this institution's strengthening program. The delegation discussed progress and challenges in a range of parties concerning these matters. While recognising the importance of locally owned solutions, the delegation strongly encourages the Australian Government and Parliament to remain open to further assistance and advice, and when requested, to support the success of these worthwhile initiatives. I'd like to extend our thanks to the many Malaysians we met and spoke with during our visit. I'd also like to thank the then Acting High Commissioner Simon Fellows, Second Secretary Gabby Brand and other staff of the Australian High Commission in Malaysia for their support and assistance, and of course to Shania Spillane, the Delegation Secretary, who accompanies us for her outstanding professionalism, her valuable cooperation and her sage advice. Many thanks, Shen. I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Blair. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Treasury Laws Amendment Reserve Bank Reforms Bill 2023 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And I call... I'll put the question? Okay. The question is the bill will now be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. No, so division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Those in favour move to the right of the chamber, opposed move to the left of the chamber. Do you need to keep your this kind of... Yes, thank you, Dr. And which one do they want to do?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 83, noes 60. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency, Her Excellency. I've received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 on the sheet revised 10 September 2024 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Minister.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Leader of the Australian Greens may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I move amendments 1 to 3 on the sheet revised 10 September 2024 as circulated in my name together. At the moment, everyday people are in the grips of a massive cost of living and inequality crisis that they didn't cause. But they are the ones who are suffering as a result of it. And people can see this. People are skipping meals to pay the rent. People are going to free meal services because they can't afford to pay the mortgage. People are foregoing essentials because life is getting too hard. It's not getting too hard from big corporations, the big banks, who are making massive, massive profits off the back of people's pain, but it is getting incredibly hard for people, and the housing crisis is breaking people. Now, in the middle of this crisis, there are two ways of dealing with it. There are two ways of dealing with the fact that prices are soaring and putting people under enormous pain. One is Labor and the Liberals' way, and that is to use everyday people as cannon fodder in the fight against inflation. Labor says we will let big corporations charge as much as they want for whatever they want and make excessive profits, and we won't tax them. Labor says we will let landlords keep putting up the rent by unlimited amounts. Labor says we will let the big banks make massive profits off the backs of people's pain. And Labor says that they will not stop price gouging at the supermarkets and let the supermarkets charge whatever they like. And if all of that pushes inflation up, then Labor says we'll let the RBA, the Reserve Bank, deal with it. The problem is the Reserve Bank's really only got one tool at its disposal at the moment. It can put interest rates up or put them down. And when Labor leaves all the heavy lifting to the Reserve Bank, of course, they then put up interest rates. Labor then claims, shock, horror, we didn't know you were going to do that, when the Reserve Bank has done exactly what Labor has asked them to do, because Labor has left all the inflation heavy lifting to the Reserve Bank instead of taking on the big corporations who are price gouging and putting up prices, which is driving inflation. Now, the problem is, if, like Labor, you leave everything to the Reserve Bank, when the only tool that you got at the Reserve Bank is a hammer, then every problem looks like a mortgage holder-sized nail. And as a result, people are being smashed and asked to fix a problem that they didn't cause. Higher mortgages, higher rents, higher prices at the supermarket are all avoidable if the government had the courage to step in and do something about it. And there is an alternative way of dealing with the crisis that we find ourselves in, and that is tackling the problem at its source. We could pass laws to stop price gouging, to stop the supermarkets charging outrageous prices for products that people then have to put back into their trolley when they get to the checkout because they simply can't afford it. We could cap and freeze rent increases. The Reserve Bank itself says that soaring rents are one of the main drivers of inflation. So why don't we stop rents going up so much to the point that people are now skipping meals to pay the rent, or many people in this country are just one unfair rent increase away from eviction? That would not only make people's lives a lot easier and ensure that their people don't have to worry about whether or not they're going to have a roof over their head, but you would also help to tackle inflation. And what you could also do, once you've stopped the price gouging, is you could stop the excessive profiteering of the big corporations, make them pay their fair share of tax on their excessive profits, and use that to address some of the massive cost of living pressures that people are under. This is an alternative way of tackling inflation, and then you could also step in and use the power that you've got to say, no, Reserve Bank, stop raising interest rates because we're doing something different instead. Stop asking everyday people and mortgage holders to pay the price to fix a problem that they did not cause. Now, that would be an alternative way. It requires a bit of guts. It requires a bit of guts to take on the big corporations, but it is what everyday people in this country want. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, the government should be putting its hands on the steering wheel and pulling whatever lever it's got, rather than taking this hands-off approach and then acting shocked when the Reserve Bank does exactly what they're asking it to and keeps lifting interest rates. The alternative...
No, he sat down and said... Member has the call.
So there is an alternative way of tackling this massive cost of living and inequality crisis that is gripping people. An alternative way that doesn't ask people to pay the price for a problem that they didn't cause. Take on the corporations, stop the price gouging, stop rents going up by unlimited amounts, stop the interest rates going up to the point that is pushing people and the economy to the wall, and make the big corporations pay their fair share of tax. You do all of that, you don't need to lift interest rates, and you stop rents rising because you tackle the problem at its source. Now, one of the things that Labor and Liberal love to say is we can't do anything about this because it is all in the hands of the Independent Reserve Bank. Well, that is pantomime politics, because they are saying through legislation we want you, the Reserve Bank, to put up interest rates, and Labor is saying we're not going to stop prices soaring out of control, and then, shock horror, the Reserve Bank does exactly what the government is asking it to do. This is not an accident that the Reserve Bank is raising interest rates to the point that is smashing people and starting to smash the economy. It is Labor's strategy for tackling inflation when there is an alternative right before it. And this suggestion that there's somehow nothing the government can do about it, well, the lie is given to that by this very legislation. Because what this legislation shows and what this amendment seeks to fix is that existing within current legislation is the power for the government to step in right now and stop interest rates from going up. Right? The government has the power under this legislation to stop it happening right now and to do all of those other things that would tackle inflation and stop inflation without hurting everyday people. Yes, it would hurt the big corporations and their profits a bit, but it would help everyday people. That's an alternative way. But to do that, you have to step in and pull the levers that you've got and stop pretending that you've got no power to fix problems. Australia is facing some very big problems at the moment. And what we need is politicians who are prepared to get in, intervene and tackle those problems at its source, rather than saying, hands off, I'll leave it all up to others, even if it means that people are pushed to the wall. And you know what the consequence of this is? The logical consequence of Labor's policy of outsourcing the inflation fight to the Reserve Bank and then pretending there's nothing they can do about interest rates, well, it's having officials say to you, well, you could always sell your house because you can't afford the interest rates. Or saying, I'm sorry, I understand that some people might lose their homes as a result of this, but that is just the logical consequence of Labor and the Liberals' approach to tackling inflation. What we're seeking to do with this amendment is to say, let's keep the power of the government to step in where there's a crisis, because we say now is a crisis. We say now is a crisis. And no one fronted up before to say this power of the Treasurer should be gotten rid of. It's there for a reason. It's there to stop people being crushed by this system that allows the big corporations to make massive profits off the back of people's pain and then push people into homelessness or being forced to sell their houses on the advice of the government-appointed Reserve Bank governor. Right? That is what we are facing in this country at the moment. And it will be said, oh no, well, we couldn't interfere with the decisions of the Reserve Bank because that would have flow-on consequences. Well, the consequences are happening now. And can I say, if Australia was known as a country where the government was prepared to stop the Reserve Bank smashing the economy and instead stop the big corporations' price gouging and ensured that everyone in this country had what they needed to live a good life, this would be a place that people wanted to come to from all around the world. You would have people coming here, you would have investment coming here, because we would be known as a country that puts people before the profits of the big corporations. Right? That is what is at stake here. Don't get rid of this power. Don't get rid of the Section 36 power that would allow the government to say to the Reserve Bank, stop funneling so much money into the pockets of wealthy property investors and inflating house prices, put it into productive areas instead. Let's get our hands back on the steering wheel, pull the levers that we've got to stop people sinking even further in this housing crisis that is just breaking people.
I do thank the member for his contribution, and during the contribution the member for Brant used an unparliamentary comment. Before I move on to the amendments, if I could just ask you to withdraw that part of the comment. It's a long-standing.
Sure what it was, but to assist the House I withdraw.
I do appreciate the member for Brant for that. Melbourne, thank you. The member for Melbourne. The question is now that the amendments moved by the member for Melbourne be agreed to, and I put that a question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. Ayes have it. No. Noes have it. Ring the division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm still alive. Unless there's something I'm not aware of. That's our one balance of power. Yeah, nothing else.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the Leader of the Australian Greens be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Brisbane and the Leader of the Australian Greens as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 6, noes 69. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 82, noes 59. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. Call to the Treasurer.
What's that? Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the third reading.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member for Fairfax. Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to the Reserve Bank of Australia and for related purposes.
If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible to resume their seats. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2023 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. So the question before the House is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I've received a message. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to regulate activities relating to conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines to ensure the nuclear safety of those activities and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Defence Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill and an addendum to the explanatory memorandum.
The call to the Minister of Defence and Deputy Prime Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 27 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? Member for Fairfax. Leave is granted. The Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
I move Government Amendments 1 to 27 as circulated together. These amendments address the recommendations of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. The government has also initiated amendments to the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2023 to strengthen the new regulatory scheme, reflecting additional advice and recommendations from experts and stakeholders since the introduction of the legislation in November last year. These amendments underscore the government's commitment to ensuring the bills establish a robust, effective regulatory framework to maintain the highest standard of nuclear safety for decades to come. We welcome the broad and constructive engagement across the Parliament and the public to contribute to delivering a regulatory outcome that supports the nuclear-powered submarine program while protecting the public, environment and Australia's security. Amendment 1 extends the commencement provision from 6 to 12 months to ensure an orderly transition to the new regulatory framework and provide additional time for public consultation on the draft regulations. Amendments 2 and 19 strengthen the independence of the regulator by providing that a person must not be appointed as the Director-General or the Deputy Director-General if at any time during the previous 12 months the person was a Defence staff member. These requirements are intended to be considered in the context of the individual as well as the totality of the experience, competence and independence of the Director-General and the Deputy Director-General. This will include the Secretary of the Department of Defence, the Chief of the Defence Force and ADF Service Chiefs, the Head of the Australian Submarine Agency and APS employees of the Australian Submarine Agency and the Department of Defence. Amendments 5, 6, 7 and 8 make clear that nothing in the bill authorises the storage or disposal of spent nuclear fuel that is not from an Australian submarine, including but not limited to US or UK submarines visiting or on rotation in Australia. While the government has been clear that Australia will only be responsible for managing its own spent nuclear fuel, which isn't expected to occur until the 2050s, this amendment puts the matter beyond any doubt. Amendment 9 makes clear that the legislation does not allow for civil nuclear power activities and does not displace Australia's long-standing moratorium on civil nuclear power. These amendments also make clear that the bill does not authorise the construction or operation of certain facilities, including nuclear power plants that are not related to an AUKUS submarine and will not undertake enrichment or reprocessing of nuclear material. Amendment 16 constrains the power to seize a thing in section 43 of the bill to instances in which the power to secure it would not appropriately manage the situation. This is in response to concerns raised by the Senate Scrutiny of Bills Committee. Amendments 17 and 21 insert a new offence provision for obstructing, hindering, intimidating or resisting a member of the regulator or a person assisting the regulator in the performance of its functions. The offence in clause 91 of the bill has been removed to avoid duplication. Amendment 18 clarifies that an individual is not excused from giving the information required under the bill on the ground of being able to claim privilege against self-exposure to a penalty other than a penalty for an offence. Amendment 22 allows the Minister for Defence to share any reports given to the Minister by the Director-General of the Regulator with the Minister for Industry and Science and the Minister for Health and Aged Care as the Ministers responsible for the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation Act 1987 and the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act of 1998, respectively. This will provide for greater information sharing and support nuclear safety best practice across Australia's nuclear science and regulatory community. Amendment 23 will require the Director-General of the Regulator to notify the Minister of the occurrence of certain nuclear safety incidents and table a report about the incident in each House of the Parliament within 3 sitting days. The reports would not be required to include any detail which, in the opinion of the Director-General, may prejudice the security or defence of the Commonwealth. This amendment addresses differences between the bill and the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act 1998 around incident notification. Amendments 24 and 25 establish a Ministerial Advisory Committee to provide the Minister with a further source of expert technical advice on the suitability of this legislation, nuclear safety and the performance and independence of the regulator. This will strengthen the quality of advice and accountability of the new regulatory framework. Amendments 26 and 27 will require the Minister to consult on the boundary of any future designated zones before regulations may be made or amended prescribing that designated zone. This would not apply to the Osborne designated zone or the Stirling designated zone, which are already established in the bill. These requirements are not intended to constrain the Minister for Defence from conducting any additional consultation or notification they feel is necessary. The remainder of the amendments moved today are minor technical or drafting amendments. I commend the amendments to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is this bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill as amended has been agreed to. I give the call to the Defence Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Fairfax.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to regulate activities relating to conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines to ensure the nuclear safety of those activities and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Transitional Provisions Bill 2003 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. So the question currently before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. As there are fewer than 5 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to deal with transitional matters relating to the enactment of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Act 2023 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call the member for Petrie.
Yeah, leave's granted.
Leave is granted. The Minister for Defence and the Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to deal with transitional matters relating to the enactment of the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Act 2023 and for related purposes.
Call to the Give a call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that business intervening before Government Business Order of the Day number 4 be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
A Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Goldstein, to the amendment moved by the member for Brisbane, to the amendment moved by the member for Bradfield.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Bradfield moved as an amendment that all afterwards that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Brisbane has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after reading be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Goldstein has moved a further amendment. So the question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to. And I give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. Young people are getting screwed over by the cost of living crisis. Rising rents, supermarket price gouging and mounting student debts are all making it harder for young people to keep their heads above water. University students especially are graduating with bigger and bigger debts that grow every year and that take longer and longer to pay off. Now, most people in this place went to university for free, but they're more than happy to sentence people to decades of debt. People are now choosing not to go to university because they'll be saddled with these mammoth debts until their 40s or their 50s. And next year, for the first time ever, arts degrees will cost more than $50,000 under a Labor government. More than $50,000. And you have Labor to thank for that. And with this bill, Labor wants you to think that they're doing something about it. They want you to think that they give a stuff about student debt, this massive, massive debts that young people are being saddled with, when in reality, the Labor government's plan to provide student debt relief will still see student debts rise by 11.5% in their first term, 11.5% increase to people's student debts under Labor. They're gaslighting you. Under this bill, student debts will continue to grow and young people will continue to struggle under the weight of the cost of living crisis. Well, here's an idea. Wipe student debts and make TAFE and university free. 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax in this country. Let's make them start paying tax. pay their fair share of tax, instead of asking students and people who graduate to go even further into debt. The student debt system cannot be fixed because student debt should not exist. In a wealthy country like ours, if we make the big corporations pay their fair share of tax, then we can make higher education free. It is beyond doubt that the massive debts that people are under are making the cost of living crisis worse. They're locking people out of the housing market. They're causing people to delay having families, and they're crushing people's dreams of going to university. Now, we are going to see, under Labor, student debts rise 11.5% in their first term. Debts going up 11.5%. And all they're doing is saying, well, we'll take $3 billion off the top of that, while debt grows to $78 billion. $3 billion off $78 billion. It is peanuts at a time when 1 in 3 big corporations in this country pays absolutely no tax at all. When students who've graduated end up paying more tax than a multinational, something is seriously wrong in this country. And instead of tackling students and whacking them $50,000 for an arts degree under Labor, why don't we go to those big corporations that are making massive profits off the back of people's pain and ask them to pay their fair share of tax instead? Because until we do that, we risk becoming a society where the gap between the haves and the have-nots is just going to keep growing and growing and growing. We are becoming a society where even if you do all the things that are asked of you, you do all the things that they say are the right things, you study hard, you then get a job, and you then try and find a house, you're always going to be behind because you graduate with a massive debt. Your wages aren't enough to pay for the soaring rent increases because Labor backs unlimited rent increases. If you do manage to find a house to buy, which is out of reach for most people, including many graduates at the moment, then you end up with a massive mortgage, and mortgages have gone up $1,400 a month under Labor. We are becoming a society under this government where no matter how hard you work, and even if you do all the right things, you're never going to be able to get ahead. And the Liberals are just as bad because they're the ones who increase the cost of going to university, which Labor has backed and kept with $50,000 arts degrees. And these little tweaks, these band-aid answers from Labor just don't touch the side. In fact, what people are starting to tweak now and feeling absolutely betrayed is that this isn't going to provide any cost of living relief right now at all. Like people thought when they saw their headlines, oh, there's going to be a change to student debts, people were excited and thought that maybe there's going to be some relief. Well, no, it's not making a difference to the struggles that people are going through right now. It is more gaslighting. Now, we have an alternative in this country. Instead of asking everyday people, like students and graduates and everyone who's done the right thing, to pay more, we could ask the big corporations to pay a bit more because do you know what, Mr Deputy Speaker? At the moment, the share of national income going to corporate profits has never been higher than under Labor. Corporations are making massive, massive profits. The banks are making huge profits. Rents are skyrocketing, and so these property developers are doing incredibly well. And instead of reining that in and saying, you know, maybe we shouldn't be giving $175 billion to wealthy property investors that are denying renters and graduates the chance to buy their first home, instead of reining that in, Labor's saying, well, we're just going to let the student debt pile keep growing and growing, and cost of doing an arts degree go up to $50,000. $50,000 to do an arts degree under a Labor government. That is this kind of society that we are becoming, one where people will stop going to university because they are worried about ending up in a lifetime or decades of debt. Like, that is where we are at now. And astoundingly, earlier today in the Federation Chamber, I heard the Labor member for Higgins warn students not to toy with going to university because debt is dangerous, she said. said, watch out, you might end up in debt. Labor is now warning people against going to university because they might end up in huge amounts of debt. That is not the kind of society that we should be living in. We have an alternative in this country. If we stop giving those billions of dollars in handouts to wealthy property investors that are denying renters and first home buyers the chance to buy their first home, if we make these big corporations that are making billions of dollars of profit, and 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax in this country, if we just say to them, you've got to pay an extra tax when you make above normal profit, like we're talking about the excessive profits, the multi-billion-dollar profits, then we would have enough money to do things like wipe student debt and make education free in this country. It's a matter of choice. Labor and the Liberals back the big corporations. They take donations from the big corporations. They back a system where 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax, and they back a system where big corporations can put up the price of everyday essentials as much as they want and can make massive, massive record profits, and then they ask everyday people to pay for it. You know, I am really proud that my dad was the first person in his family to go to university, and he went and studied social work, and he was able to do it because education was free, right? The people in this parliament have enjoyed free education, and now they're saying to people like my dad, but to everyone else who's out there, if you want to go and do an arts degree, $50,000 under Labor. That's what they're saying, and other degrees can cost even more, But meanwhile, they're happy to let the big corporations who pay no tax off the hook. They're happy to say, big multinational gas giants, you don't need to pay tax. But students, we're going to warn you against going to university. We're going to warn you off it because it's going to cost $50,000, and if you can't afford it, you shouldn't go. That's the official Labor position. That's the official Labor position that we heard in the chamber earlier today. So we think the Greens is a different kind of country that we can be. We can be a country where, in this wealthy country of ours, you're not turned away or warned away from going to university or TAFE because of your income or because of your family background, where you're not putting off having a family because you're in mountains of debt as a result of having gone to university, where you're not struggling to make ends meet because you're paying off your university debt at the same time as dealing with another massive increase from your landlord because Labor backs unlimited rent increases. We want a society where everyone in this country and their kids are able to go to university regardless of how much they earn, and to know they're not going to be saddled with debt so big that affects their decisions about whether to have a family or find a home. And we can do that. It is within our grasp. All we need to do is make these big corporations and billionaires pay their fair share of tax. Yes, those big corporations making massive profits are going to have to pay a bit more, but as a result, everyone else will be able to have what they need to live a good life, including being able to go to university for free. And in the middle of a cost of living crisis, one of the best things that we could do for people to relieve the pressure that people are under is to wipe student debt. And again, we could afford to do that if we make these billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share of tax. That's the kind of society that I want. That's the kind of society that most people in the country want, not one under Labor or Liberal where it's $50,000 to get an arts degree.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I sat through a lot of what the member for Melbourne has just said about university education, and I agree with him on the points of how important it is to the individual and to our society that we do get more people educated. We know that the jobs of the future will require us to have more skills. The point where he and I probably differ is around how we pay for it. The idea of free tertiary education for all is a very good debating point that one can make, perhaps in a debating society. But I live in the real world where I recognise that when university was free for all, when it was totally funded by the government, it was only there for a select few. When we had HECS come in, it meant that we were able to open up the possibilities of university education to more and more people. And that's the difference between his point on this and the point that I am making, is that HECS is that balance between asking people who are going to benefit from a university education to contribute to some of that education, while also having government help support them through that education. And that system has meant that thousands and thousands of people who would have been locked out of a higher education have now had the benefits of it, because they've been able to contribute to it as well as get government support for it. And I think that's the right balance, because as an individual who does get a degree, you do benefit financially from that degree. Your earnings are higher. But as a society, we also benefit from you being more educated and contributing to our country. And my parents, when they came to this country, had very limited formal education. They had the equivalent of about a year 8 grade education. And so they were laser focused on the education that my brother and I had, because they recognised that having a good education would unlock so many opportunities for our family in this country. And certainly the education that my brother and I received at university, we were both first in family to go to university, was pivotal to ensuring our success here and that our family was able to thrive here. And I agree with the member for Melbourne about his points that young people are now being saddled with bigger and bigger degrees. And the way to solve that is to not take out HECS entirely, a system which for the most part has been working to help educate more and more Australians. But it is to improve HECS. It's to improve how we calculate the indexation on HECS. And I look at my own electorate of Reid, where we've got some of the highest number of university-educated residents in all of Australia. About 75,000 people in Reid have a university degree. And those numbers are possible because of HECS, because there is this co-contribution from the student who benefits from it, as well as support from the government. And we know that with the indexation being so reliant on being calculated using CPI, that fluctuation has had a huge impact on the debt that young people leave their degrees with. And what we are doing now with this bill is to ensure that we are indexing HECS in a way that is going to be more fair and more affordable. And I think what the Education Minister is doing here is to say that, yes, you do need to contribute to your education, but we do want to make it more fair. We do want to make sure that in times of high inflation, that doesn't then result in your debt increasing dramatically. So what the Education Minister is doing here, having the wage price index and the consumer price index as the measuring sticks, whichever is lower, being how we calculate indexation on your HECS debt. I think that is the fair and right approach to be taking. We are, as a government, totally committed to giving our university and TAFE sectors the lifeline that they need. Because under those opposite, this sector was neglected, and at some points during the time when those opposite were in power, totally abandoned. And we saw that particularly during COVID, when they changed the rules for job seeker twice explicitly to exclude those who worked in the university sector. And as a result, we saw the biggest number of job losses that sector has ever seen. Estimates of about 15,000 people who lost their jobs. We on this side of the House believe that our society benefits when we have a strong tertiary education system. That means a strong university sector and a strong vet and TAFE sector as well. These measures here are all about trying to strengthen our university sector to make them more accessible to students, particularly students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And I saw firsthand the transformational change that a university degree can offer people. I saw that in my own life and also in the lives of my friends and family who were able to benefit from a university degree. It meant that they could get jobs that were well paying. They could get jobs that really helped them find fulfilling career paths. And with this measure, we are going to be wiping $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. And this is a message to young people from this government that says, we recognise the challenges that you are facing at the moment with cost of living. We recognise the challenges that you have faced with being saddled with increasing debt as a result of your university degree. But we are making practical changes to ensure that we can fix that. And this is a much needed change that will mean that students, and I wanted to give examples of what this would mean for an average student in Reed. So after the 2023 indexation of the average student HECS debt in Reed, it would have been about $32,700. But the change that we are making for that student with that debt, they are now going to get about $1,400 back because of the change in the indexation. And that's going to be a significant saving to that student. And I think this is something that I'm really proud to back because it acknowledges that young people are doing it tough at the moment and that as a government we are trying to do everything we can to help support them and their ambitions. Importantly, this bill also has something that so many students who are currently doing social work, midwifery, nursing and teaching degrees have welcomed, and that's the Commonwealth prac placement. Those students who are going to be entering professions where we are desperately in need of more workers are now going to be paid while they are doing their pracs. And the day that this measure was announced, I went out to the Australian Catholic University campus in my electorate in Strathfield, and I met with a range of teaching, nursing and midwifery students, and they were so grateful for this change. Some of the stories I heard were incredibly moving. I spoke to a teaching student who was in his final year, so unfortunately won't benefit from these changes. But he had told me that for many of his cohort who loved teaching, loved the idea of going into this profession, they simply couldn't finish their degrees because they weren't able to support themselves through the prac placements. They were suffering a financial hit, weren't able to pay the bills, pay the rent, and so had dropped out of the degree. And that was really sad to hear. So with this change, it means that more of the students can complete their degrees and then go on and become teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers. And I heard from a mother of two. She decided to go back and do a nursing degree later in life. And she did that because of the incredible care that she had received at hospital when she had some miscarriages that had a big impact on her well-being and her physical health. And she really wanted to give back to the community and say thank you to those nurses who helped look after her. So she went back and studied nursing, and she said that she's had to rely on her parents to help her through financially during her prac placements, because again she wasn't able to financially afford the bills and to afford to pay for all the things that her young family needed. With the prac placement, for eligible students, they'll be able to access up to $319 a week, similar to a Commonwealth youth allowance payment. She says that that will give her greater financial independence and will mean that she'll be able to finish this degree and look after her family. These are just some of the stories that I heard, but I know that so many of my colleagues met with many of these students and heard firsthand the difference that these Commonwealth payments will make. And in fact, I'm now meeting with other students, pharmacy students, engineering students, who hope that these prac placements will be expanded to their degrees as well, because those are professions where we desperately need more people. But I think ultimately what these measures say to young people in our community is that we know it has been a real struggle for you. Cost of living, the debt that you are saddled with as a result of these degrees have been really, really challenging. So this is one part of the work that we are trying to do to help support you, but it's not the only thing. And certainly young people were at the very core of our focus when we made the changes to the Stage 3 tax cuts. And 99% of those who are Gen Z and 97% of millennials will be better off because of the Labor government's changes to the Stage 3 tax cut. Again, another example of the Labor government putting young people at the very centre of the work that we have been trying to do at the university level, trying to make sure that we lift the minimum wage because many young people are working in hospitality or as early childhood educators, and we want to make sure that their wages are lifted, and we put them at the very core of our focus when it came to tax cuts as well, and they are the main beneficiaries of that tax cut change that we made. So I know that young people have struggled for a really long time, and this is a government that is listening, making practical changes to try to make your lives a little bit easier.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, in Australia we believe that each generation should leave the next generation better off. I think this is something deeply, deeply held, and as a parent, one that I hold in particular. But I spoke recently to a young man in my electorate, a young man called Hugo, and he highlighted to me that the feeling is at the moment in young people that that is just not happening. He said, I feel like I've done everything right. I worked hard at school, worked hard at uni, I've got a good degree and a well-paying job. But right now I'm saddled with $50,000 worth of HECS debt, and I don't believe I'll ever be able to afford my own home. Recent conversations with people like Hugo have made me question whether Australia is on the right track in terms of making sure each generation is better off than the previous generation, and I don't believe that we are. This bill that is in front of the House will make some small steps to rebalancing these challenges, but there is so much more to do. The bill introduces a number of changes proposed by the University Accord, and in particular, it will introduce changes to the HELP indexation scheme to make study more affordable. It will also change funding arrangements for practical placements in acknowledgement that not all Australians are in positions to take unpaid work. I'm really proud that this bill is here in front of the House, and I'm really proud the role that I have played and many on the crossbench have played to get here. Over a year ago, myself and others went to the Education Minister and really highlighted the deep concerns that we had for young people about the indexation of the help of the HECS debt. There were, I had spoke to many young people in my electorate, but also including members of my team who were talking about how difficult it was, watching their HECS debt go up by 7% a year, because of the high inflation, when this was meant to be an interest-free loan. And actually, the rate that they were paying was significantly higher than the mortgage rates or loan rates that were being offered by the banks. It felt so terribly unfair at a time where young people are struggling with higher education costs than previous generations, and so difficulty with rent and difficulty, with this prospect of being able to really stand on their own 2 feet and eventually also own a home themselves. We wrote to the minister. We spoke to. We raised these issues with him repeatedly. We asked him questions in question time. A colleague of mine, Monique Ryan, put forward a survey, a petition on this topic, which got, I think, hundreds of thousands of support, because it wasn't just the students concerned about this. It's their parents, grandparents and the whole community. A real sense that the community is concerned, that young people are falling behind, and it is up to us in this parliament to do something about it. So I'm very pleased that the government eventually committed to these changes and has finally introduced this bill to parliament. But I want to acknowledge, as we go through the detail, that there is much more to be done. I will continue to pressure the government to change the date of HECS indexation to account for the compulsory payments that go through the year, to update the prudential guidance for the treatment of HECS by banks, and to remove the highly problematic job-ready graduate schemes introduced by the former coalition government. I will also continue to advocate measures that ensure that universities remain a safe and inclusive place for all. Deputy Speaker, Australia has a proud history of educational equity. While university is not free, initiatives such as HELP scheme and caps on course fees for domestic students enable relatively equitable educational attainment, certainly compared to some of our peers. We also have a high-quality education system that blends theory and practice. In many degrees, this involves integrated work placements that ensure that our graduates obtain the skills they need to excel in the jobs of their chosen field. This is because we recognise the importance of a good quality education in our evolving workplace. Jobs and Skills Australia expect that the share of new jobs requiring further education beyond high school to increase from 70% to 90% over the next decade. And we also recognise the role that education plays in access to social mobility and greater opportunity for all. But affordability of education is becoming a barrier. The HELP scheme is a critical part of our education system, and it's not perfect by any means, and many of the 3 million Australians with a HELP debt still face a number of financial barriers. It's not just a deterrent for those deciding whether or not to undertake further studies at the completion of their schooling. It's also that people for whom cost is a determining factor against further postgraduate study or upskilling or reskilling as mature age students. Either way, the impact of debt on decision-making limits individual economy-wide workforce potential and contributes to skill shortages of the future. The average time to pay down a HELP debt now is 10 years, and the existence of this debt has implications for access to other credit, in particular mortgages. Home ownership among young people is plummeting, mostly as a result of inadequate supply, but that has been driving costs up. That has been driving the prices up. But it's also because students are going to university, accruing student debt, as well as setting back the timing for them of joining the labour force and buying a home. Home ownership for those aged 25 to 34 has declined approximately 20% in 40 years. I want to take a pause here because I think we need to recognise why there is such so much angst and concern, amongst younger generations, but also, frankly, the whole community about younger generations. The point is that this community, this generation of younger people, finishing school, going to university, going to work, they're the most educated young people we've ever had. You know, they have put more into their studies, more into being ready for work than any generation that we've had before. But at the same time, they are less likely to reach the goals in terms of things like home ownership than previous generations have. So they've got this effort in and they are not getting the reward out. And this is the fundamental imbalance that we have right now. And this is what we in this parliament need to address, and need to address urgently. You know, the system, again, this comes back to why this bill is important, but why this bill is only a small part. You know, the helper indexation model worked reasonably well if you had a low inflation environment. You know, but when you have a high inflation environment with inflation at 7.1% as it was, newly graduated Australians had their help debt increase by thousands of dollars, quite literally, overnight. And it increases both the financial strain on graduates, but also has the impact of deterring others from pursuing higher education altogether. The changes to the help indexation, which tie indexation to the lower of either the consumer price index or the wage price index, will provide protections to students that, in times like these, their debt will not increase above their wages. And I think this is absolutely critical. And I do want to just acknowledge also the Youth Action Committee in my community of Wentworth. So previously, we asked Wentworth if there were young people out there who wanted to join a Youth Action Committee, and we have been overwhelmed by response, and I've been overwhelmed by the strength of that Youth Action Committee. And one of the issues that my committee wants to focus on and is focusing on right now is about financial literacy for young people, and particularly around help or HECS debt, because they recognise that so many people go into university without actually understanding what they're signing themselves up to. And this is of huge concern, I think, for the young people as they, you know, move further through their university education. So I just wanted to say congratulations to the Youth Action Committee on the work that you're doing. It is really important, and you know, I'm very proud that you're also advocating for this legislation, for the reduction, you know, for the changing of the indexation of help desk, and I'm very proud to be able to stand up and support it today. And now I'd like to move on to practical placements. Prac placements are an integral part of many academic programs, providing students with invaluable real-world experience. However, the requirement to undertake unpaid placements often presents a significant barrier for students, particularly those from low socio-economic backgrounds or those who might not have the supports of being able to live at home. Professions that rely on most on unpaid prac placements are also in the care and teaching sectors that have a disproportionate number of female enrolments. Students shouldn't have to choose between gaining essential experience and meeting their basic living expenses. This bill will ensure that all students, regardless of their financial situation, can benefit from the same opportunities to gain practical experience. This is not just about supporting individual students, it's also about ensuring that our future workforce is diverse, skilled, and capable of contributing fully to our economy and society. For the same reason, I support the intention of this bill to fund more enabling courses that help people prepare for undergraduate studies. These courses particularly support those from disadvantaged backgrounds or mature-age students for whom there are greater barriers for obtaining a university degree. While I support this measure, analysis by Andrew Norton highlights that during a fixed funding cluster will impact different disciplines differently, with degrees such as science taking a substantial hit under the proposed system. This will require monitoring, since the policy will rely on universities to cross-subsidise these courses to avoid having the opposite effect of fewer places in certain fields. While the measures introduced under this bill represent progress, there are still significant bugs in our education system that work against the outcomes we seek of equity, fairness, and even safety. Firstly, we need to have a smarter system that accounts for the pay-as-you-go contributions people make to their HECS debt throughout the year to avoid indexation on debts they have already paid. And this was recommended by the University Accord but was left out of this legislation. This could be as simple as changing the date of indexation from the 1st of June or after the deadline of individualised tax returns. Similarly, the treatment of help debt by banks excessively impacts a person's borrowing capacity. Currently, the APRA guidance for HECS is a one sentence long and requires HECS to be treated just the same as other types of loans, including buy now, pay later loans. This is despite the fact that HECS repayments are income dependent, unlike other forms of credit. The Australian Banking Association has said that it would be open to considering HECS debt differently, but until prudential guidance says otherwise, their hands are tied. We need to get rid of the Job Ready graduate program put in place by the former government that is inherently unfair, not to mention completely ineffective. Tempting to funnel students into certain occupations through jacking up their fees on underappreciated courses and skill sets, such as art degrees, is highly problematic. Lastly, I think we need to increase the number of courses that are covered under the prac placement. I note that psychologists are not covered under these prac placements, and with a significant shortage of psychologists and counsellors in our community right now, this is an area where the government should be moving because it makes a significant difference. And finally, we need to put in place measures, as the government has just announced this week, that ensure that education institutions are a safe place for all. Recently, I've spoken to parents who tell me their children are no longer attending university in person because of abuse and intimidation. Particularly, these are Jewish students. I've also spoken to women who have been assaulted on campus, and I was very proud to stand yesterday with the Stop campaign, who are really the people who drove the changes to the establishment of a national student ombudsman. It will help prevent violence against women on campus, but it should make a difference to many other students as well. I look forward to working with the government over the coming weeks to ensure that the new bill introduced this week contributes effectively to that objective. Thank you.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to be standing to support a piece of legislation that is going to make a tangible difference to people who have made a decision to go to university to further their education. And with that comes costs that they pay, both in the debt that they accrue, but also the sacrifices they make in terms of earnings. And this will go some way to supporting people and encouraging them in that decision. The first change that we're making in this bill is around HECS, or HELP. We're making it fairer for everyone who has a HECS or HELP debt. Some people still call it HECS, we know it's also HELP, and we're wiping around $3 billion off that debt, and that's for about 3 million Australians. So someone with an average HECS debt of $26,500, this means that their debt will be cut by about $1,200. And I know students or people who are former students, because you carry your HECS debt with you for some time, have told me how pleased they are to see that move. The second step is that we are, for the first time, introducing a Commonwealth payment to support students doing their prac. Now, the start of this is going to be for teaching students, nursing students, midwifery students and social work students when they have to do their mandatory placements. And this Commonwealth prac payment will ease the burden on them. Now, no one's suggesting it's an absolute quick fix, but we know many students have to give up their normal paid work to do their full-time placements, not just for 1 week, we're talking about for multiple weeks at a time. And this is one way to alleviate that burden and help them get through what in itself is a challenging thing, to take that learning you've done and put it into practice without having to worry as much about the financial impost and the loss that you have. For a lot of people, these prac placements are so challenging that they actually choose to delay their degrees and not complete it, or take much longer to do it. And we need the jobs that they're doing. We need teachers, we need nurses, midwives and social workers. And so that's the group we're starting with. But I really look forward to the success of it, Deputy Speaker, so that we can have more of it to come. The third thing that's in here that is going to change people's lives is the fee-free uni-ready courses. And I spoke to a young woman called Amy who's doing one of these, and she says that the ability to access this course is the difference between her choosing to take a risk on furthering her education or just saying, no, it's too scary. Let me tell you what other students have told me about the changes. Natalie, a Hawkesbury local and teaching student at Western Sydney University, said, this will be incredibly helpful for me. My levels of stress and my bank account. So it's a win all round for her. Rebecca, who is also studying teaching, said that as a young person she was praised for taking up a profession that was so desperately needed, yet she was thanked with a debt and full-time work with no pay. And she says, I no longer have to fear this under a Labor government, and I'm receiving the support that all education students deserve. And a nurse, Abby from Falconbridge, is so glad to see the introduction of the paid prac for students. She said she was lucky to be living with her parents at the time, but she knew many people who had to do their prac and then do their own paid work. These are good changes.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may resume at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Bonner Seniors Expo is just around the corner and I can't wait. My electorate of Bonner is home to some wonderful community organisations dedicated to improving the lives of our seniors. In fact, every year locals tell me that they had no idea about some of the valuable resources that they can access as older members of our community. We have government services, innovative business and dedicated not-for-profits. Bonner really does have a lot to offer those who are part of, care for or work with senior Australians. That's why I host the annual Bonner Seniors Expo, to bring together those who provide and benefit from these resources. This year we have an exciting lineup of over 50 vendors across a range of topics. If there are any organisations still interested in having a stall at my expo, please email me. We have limited spaces left, but I would love to include as much of our community as possible. In addition to vendors, we have expert speakers, live entertainment and delicious refreshments to ensure this year's expo is the best yet. There might even be a fashion show in the works. So this year's Bonders Expo is being held at the Waterloo Bay Leisure Centre on Thursday, October the 3rd. It will run from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and is sure to be an informative, social and most of all, fun morning out. Thank you to Picardy Fry Lawyers for their ongoing support.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Democracy has ground rules. Peaceful protest is one of them. Protesters in Melbourne are living in an alternative reality, where no wars exist, where all disputes are settled over tea and scones, where acts of violence like people being butchered in their homes are met with a slap on the wrist. There are more wars now than in any time in human history, and they are more protracted. This coincides with more people living under authoritarian or semi-authoritarian regimes and fewer living under open democracies. So as global conflict worsens, some want us to shut down our defence industries. What do they want to defend Australians with? Sticks and stones? Or perhaps horse poop, bricks, battery acid or verbal abuse? The presence of a Greens MP at the protest says it all. Laid bare is their extremism and incitement to violence. The fingerprints of the Greens are all over this and should give pause to anyone considering voting for them at the next election. We have enough extremists on the streets. We don't need any more in this House. Yesterday was proof that they are true to their colours as a party of protest. While the Libs said get a job, I suggest get a job that builds bridges and strengthens democracy, because we have enough voices driving us into corners. What we need to do is meet in the middle.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My community is so fortunate to have dedicated volunteer first responders who give their time to keep our region safe. And their commitment to keeping the community safe was shown just recently during severe storms. Our amazing SES volunteers were out at all hours of the night, assisting with trees down, residents in trouble and other damage across our region for multiple weeks. A special thanks to the Emerald SES, the Upper Yarra SES, Hillsville SES and Lilydale SES, who together went above and beyond to keep our community safe. They were also supported by the CFA. So thank you to the SES and CFA for being there in our time of need. And it's been an honour to attend many local CFA annual dinners to acknowledge their dedication to protecting our home and pay tribute to their amazing service. In the past few months, I've had the opportunity to join the Belgrave, Chirnside Park, Lilydale, Monbulk and Mooroolbark CFAs to thank them and all the brigades across Casey for keeping our community safe. And as we begin spring, it is crucial to begin preparing for summer. It's so important that we all plan and prepare, and now is the time to start cleaning up your property and discussing your household fire plan. One of the things that makes me so proud to represent Casey is our ability to stick together, and we'll continue to do that by supporting our volunteers.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week marks 30 years since the ALP adopted affirmative action to ensure our caucus has equal representation in government. As a result, Australia now has the first ever female majority government, delivering result after result for women. This includes cutting the gender pay gap to a record low of 11.5%, expanding paid parental leave, and will soon be adding super to it, and establishing paid family and domestic violence leave, because no woman should ever have to choose between her financial security and her physical and mental safety. Labor is delivering for women. On Tuesday this week, I was pleased to meet with community and disability sector workers, supported by the mighty Australian Services Union. We talked about the need to fix the SHADS award to ensure workers' pay reflects their role, skills and expertise. Community and disability workers are the backbone of our community sector workforce. They have historically been feminised industries and for too long been undervalued in their remuneration. I support the ASU's push to change the SHADS award to fix the classification structure and close the loopholes, ensuring community, housing and disability workers get what they deserve for the incredible work they deserve in our communities.
Member for Melbourne.
It feels like a running joke. Every time that Labor makes a promise, it's only a matter of time before they break it. At this point, the list of Labor's broken promises feels longer than the wait for a new Rihanna album. It feels longer than the line for a coffee at a Melbourne cafe on a Monday morning. It feels longer than the awkward silence after admitting to a film bro that you haven't seen The Godfather. If walking backwards was an Olympic sport, Labor would take the gold. Since coming to power in 2022, they've walked back from banning gambling ads, making our environment laws stronger, protecting queer students and teachers from discrimination in schools, preventing cuts to the NDIS, recognising Palestine as a state, and the list goes on. They were even going to walk back plans to include gender and sexuality in the next census, but folded after pressure from the community. Yet it feels like a running joke. But the joke isn't on Labor, it's on the people who are now suffering thanks to Labor's cowardice. What's the point in governing if you walk back from everything that matters? Australians deserve better than a government that will promise one thing and then when push comes to shove, go to water. At the next election, we can't keep voting for the same two parties and expecting a different result. Nothing changes if nothing changes. If you want change, you have to vote for it.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Holt is a wonderful electorate where many move to the outskirts of Melbourne to pursue the Australian dream of owning a home and raising a family. This dream is fundamental to Australians and it is at the heart of our Labor government's priorities. Labor is the only party that truly supports families in suburbs like Hampton Park, Narre South, Lynbrook, Lyndhurst, all of Cranbourne, all of Clyde. Since day one, we have pursued policies that support new families, including our reforms to paid parental leave. First introduced by the Gillard Labor government, we have now extended it from 20 to 26 weeks. We are also adding superannuation to paid parental leave to ensure that mothers who take time off from work to raise their children aren't left behind in retirement. Last year, we reduced the cost of childcare for 96% of families, and now we are delivering a 15% pay rise for every childcare worker across the nation. This is our way of saying
thank you to all childcare workers for the effort you put in to raising our kids. This is what Labor governments are about, putting families first.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The young people of Goldstein want climate action. Last week, a group of 22 Year 6 students from 7 schools across Goldstein came together for my Goldstein Junior Youth Forum in a mock sitting at the Victorian State Parliament to debate and vote on the issues they're most passionate about. We discussed smoking and vaping, racism, homelessness and the future of our planet. Debate on climate change was intense, but unlike what often happens in this place, consensus was quickly reached. Quote, everyone knows about it but isn't doing enough, and students are doing as much as we can, but we know it's not enough. This week, in the lead-up to the next COP summit, I met with an inspiring group of youth leaders from UNICEF, Plan and the Earthly Institute who voiced their concerns about the future of our climate. Young leaders want the government to take action to mitigate the impact of climate change, to support the transition of developing nations and to show leadership by hosting COP31. We have a duty to protect and preserve the planet which future generations will live in, and I very much thank the young people for their time and their diligence, and especially for being part of my youth forum and for helping me to speak their truth in this chamber.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like most parents, when I first put my son into early childhood education, I was a little bit anxious. But I quickly saw the great benefits and got to meet the incredible people who work as early childhood educators for looking after the youngest Australians. I used to have terrible trouble getting my children to have their naps, and to get my son to have his nap, I used to push him in the pram or even take him for a drive in the car, and often just sit in the car with him until it was time for him to wake up. So when it was time for him to be in early education and I said, look, I don't expect you to be able to do it because they don't, have access to those things, I was amazed when his educator, Delia, would sit with him, rocking him until he fell asleep and then sat there for his whole nap. And to me, that story always tells me what a special person goes into early childhood education and what we've experienced the whole time in our journey with it. Like Sarah, who yesterday sent me an amazingly, beautifully written story about my daughter setting up a teddy bear hair salon at their centre, and all the other educators there who I'd love to name but can't. But this is why these incredible workers deserve a 15% pay rise, and I am so proud that our government is delivering it, because for too long, early childhood educators have not had the recognition they deserve or the pay they deserve, and that's the really important part. They deserve more than our thanks. They have such an important role in our society and shaping the young minds and the futures of Australians.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And there were disgraceful scenes on the streets of Melbourne yesterday where rioters pelted Victoria Police with rocks, with horse manure and with acid, and these actions must be condemned by all Australians. Victoria Police serve under the motto of uphold the right. That means to support and maintain law and order, to help set standards of behaviour that all normal people expect in a peaceful society. Victoria Police's role is to ensure a safe, secure and orderly society by serving the community and upholding the law. Now, Deputy Speaker, I stand with Victoria Police. Turning the streets of Melbourne into a battle zone was the outcome the extremists wanted, but they won't win the war against our democracy if we remain united against these anarchists. I stand with Victoria Police and I condemn the rioters for their actions in Melbourne yesterday. Now, claiming to be anti-war campaigners and then violently protesting against the Defence Convention, the hypocrisy of those thugs and cowards needs to be called out in this place, and the State Parliament and Victoria Police have every right to counter their attack with reasonable force. Now, Deputy Speaker, it seems all sides of politics agree with me, except the Greens. One Greens MP actually attended yesterday's protest, and there hasn't been a word of criticism from the rioters' actions by either the state leader or the federal leader of the Greens. So it's no surprise that the Greens' response to yesterday's violence was to call for an investigation into Victoria Police's handling of the incident. Deputy Speaker, I stand with Victoria Police.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to acknowledge Margaret McGrath, who after 40 years of service to the community is retiring from Woy Woy Peninsula Community Childcare. Established in 1977, Woy Woy Peninsula Community Childcare is one of the longest-running childcare centres on the Central Coast. It is a non-for-profit, community-based cooperative childcare that supports local families by providing excellence in early childhood education. Margaret's journey began with them in 1982 when her own children attended the service, and it was then she served on the Cooperative Board of Management and was an active parent member. Margaret joined the staffing team in 1994 as a clerical assistant, and in this role she became an instrumental part of the centre and local community. During her career, Margaret was responsible for enrolling 3,654 children into childcare, and she treated each child and their families with care, attention and compassion to ensure they felt welcomed and nurtured and that the transition into childcare was smooth. And over the years, she effortlessly adapted to new accounting systems, funding agreements and financial requirements. But it was her warmness and welcoming nature that greeted everyone as they came through the door that made her beloved to the families and staff alike. And I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge another staff member, Amy Mills, the manager of the centre, who recently moved on to a new role after 18 years of service to Woy Woy and Yamina communities. Amy is a dedicated, compassionate and committed manager who not only navigated the centre through the difficult times of COVID, but always ensured that no child was left behind and created a caring learning environment to give them all the best start at life.
Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise to speak about the tremendous game of water polo. This coming Saturday is National Water Polo Day. Water polo, Deputy Speaker, is essentially soccer played by 7 players per team in a swimming pool. Many within my electorate of Hughes play water polo, which is enjoying a growth following our successes in recent years of our national teams. At our most recent Olympics, for example, the Stingers won a silver medal and our Sharks finished 8th overall. Our local community was represented by Hughes resident Milo Kizumvik, in the Sharks team. Last week, I met with players and the executive of the Sutherland Shire Water Polo Association for their Come and Try Day, and I give a shout out to President Michael Worth and all the players, including Ashley Ryder from Heathcote. The association is celebrating 60 years, has 300 players and is rapidly growing. There are both competitive and social competitions for players aged as young as 5 right through to 75. Our local competitive teams are the Waratahs, the Arctic and Gunnamatta, and we now have 2 social teams entering the competition, Shire and Bundeena. The association has a strong and proud tradition of producing many representative players, including Olympic players. Recently, the association was successful in obtaining one of my volunteer grants and purchased much-needed equipment and water polo balls. So, Deputy Speaker, I say to all those that love swimming and want to play soccer in the water, give water polo a try.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's as simple as this. Labor governments deliver for women of this country. And we're seeing that yet again in this place, as this government continues the Labor legacy of delivering better working conditions and better pay for everyday Aussies. That comes in the form of a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators, putting more money in the pockets of workers in a sector that heavily relies on their tireless efforts of women across the country, because those workers deserve it. Those women who build our nation's future every single day, they walk into the centres of Hillbank, Evanston Park, Paralowie and beyond, both in my electorate and across the country. They told us this pay rise needed to come, and it was delivered under this Labor government. Many of those workers will continue to earn more from Labor reforms too, because members on this side of the House are adding super to paid parental leave, building on a key reform under Labor in the past, for the good of working people both now and in the future, and helping level the playing field for women across the country. Because despite the efforts of the opposition, Labor governments will never stop addressing gender inequality. Labor governments will never stop improving working conditions, and Labor governments will never stop helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, Trudy Crowley was a warrior. Having been diagnosed with ovarian cancer in 2016, she was appalled to discover the lack of support and information available to patients. She found this totally unacceptable and completely outrageous. This was a drive behind her strong advocacy and determination to make those on the same journey less painful. Trudy brought the fight to the halls of Parliament House, and it is because of her that today the pain is a little less for those suffering this horrific disease. Her mantra was, "Ovarian cancer may be a silent killer, but I'm not going to be silent about it." Sadly, in 2019, the world lost our warrior, Trudy. but her legacy lives on within the Trudy Crowley Foundation. Last week, Trudy's Angels, as we like to call them, held their 5th annual soiree in Mackay. Every year, this event just gets bigger, it just gets better, and it brings together happiness within the whole community. I would like to pay a special mention to the board, Pauline Townsend, Jackie Camilleri, Luke Phillips, Damien Crowley, Sonia Crowley, Aggie Murphy, and Trudy's son Levi. To the volunteers, thank you so much for your time and effort. Well done to everyone who was part of the soiree and making this year's a huge success.
Member for Lawlop.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, from the dark days of the pandemic and those dark days of opposition, where we could, in our communities, just try and support people, particularly our essential workers, those people who fronted work every day during a pandemic, risked catching the menace COVID themselves to look after some of our most vulnerable. It was in those days that we had lots of conversations amongst Labor MPs about the care economy and about how little we as a society valued our workers in early education and in aged care. And today feels like a really special day to see the wage rise, the 15% wage rise legislation in the Parliament today for early educators. Feels like we're closing that loophole with a 15% pay rise for aged care workers and now a 15% pay rise for early educators to be delivered. It feels like we're sending a really strong message to that feminised workforce in the care economy, that their work is valued, that we know that without their work, our society functions less well. That we know and we acknowledge that during the pandemic, their efforts made it possible for our society to continue. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about the closure of the Afghanistan inquiry report, which serves as a bookend for a press conference that started on the 19th of November 2020 by the Chief of Defence Force. I speak as someone who had the privilege of leading a commando platoon in combat in Afghanistan. And like the Shadow Minister for Defence who led a troop in Afghanistan, that is an honour that we will both take with us for the rest of our lives. Nothing will ever compete with that. And as a commander, you are judged by the successes and failures of the team you lead. As a commander, you cannot bask in the glory of your soldiers' bravery, but wash your hands when things go wrong. We are a democracy, and we are willing to risk and, if needed, lose our lives to defend that idea. But being a democracy means we hold ourselves to account to the highest standards. And in doing so, I reject the idea that everything that happens in war stays in war. That is, Deputy Speaker, when we find out who we really are. And I reject the notion that holding ourselves to account makes us weaker. It makes us stronger. There is a criminal process, there is an administrative process, but there's also a moral process. And some commanders, we can ask, was that leadership distinguished? And if it wasn't, those medals should be returned. And any senior officer can hand their medal back anytime.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, like the member for Canberra, my two children have also been engaged in early childhood education. My two are still engaged, both here at the Parliament House Centre and at our centre in Bendigo. And like the member for Canberra and every other parent in this country with children NECEC, their educators have been with my children at every one of those milestones, from toilet training to language to developing those skills required to enter into primary school. Our educators are truly extraordinary in that way that they prepare our littlest Australians be ready for school. Yet for far too long, they've only been paid award rates or just above. They have not received the pay equity that they deserve for the important job that they have. That is why on the 8th of August, it is our government that announced that we would increase the pay of our early childhood educators by 15%. And today it is our government that introduced the bills, the legislation to pay these pay rises. And from December this year, these educators will start to receive this pay rise. This is a workforce that is 96% women, and we are standing with them and saying, we don't just thank you, we will see you rewarded and paid what you're worth for the work that you do in early childhood education.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today's West Australian front page headline, Labor's War on the West, absolutely nails it, calling out the devastating effects of Labor's nature-positive bill and IR laws will have on WA. This follows last week's front page, Silent on the Lambs, which called out Labor for bringing their cabinet to WA, minus the Agriculture Minister. Labor's live sheep export ban continues to wreak fear and uncertainty across regional WA, but faces a wall of silence from Minister Collins. The Prime Minister claimed that he had met with sheep farmers from Kalgoorlie, but the goldfields have been devoid of sheep for decades. So WA's sheep grassroots industry movement Keep the Sheep has again made the pilgrimage to Canberra for a chance to be heard. On Tuesday, they joined their eastern states counterparts, converging on the nation's capital to protest this Labor government's anti-agriculture agenda at the National Ag Rally. Coalition leaders, MPs and senators showed up en masse, but I did not spot a single Labor parliamentarian. Truckee and face of Keep the Sheep, Ben Sutherland, led a convoy of heavy vehicles thousands of kilometres from my electorate of O'Connor. The project coordinator, Paul Brown, amassed a farming army whose Keep the Sheep message was prominent in the crowd. Meanwhile, their e-petition has clicked over 100,000 signatures and their fundraising efforts have broken through $600,000. Keep the Sheep's message to the government is simple: reverse the live export ban or pay the price at the next election.
Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is beefing up wages by funding a big, fat 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. Now, I know the opposition seem to be a little sensitive about description, so I'll choose my words carefully here. We've all felt the heavy weight of the impact that early education workers have on our families. They are critical to our kids' development. Today, we're making sure that their supersized value is paid fairly. We're delivering a whole buffet of reforms to the early childhood education sector, cutting the fat off fees, widening service availability and expanding enrolment. Since coming to government, the early childhood education workforce has piled on 30,000 more workers. We'll continue to retain and attract workers to the sector by ensuring that they are paid properly. Now, Labor knows that keeping heavy downward pressure on costs is crucial for families, so we're capping fee increases on childcare to lighten the load. This is a humongous win for workers and parents and will help ease the cost of living for families. Labor's priorities have substance. They're calorie dense. Wages up, costs down with fries on the side. It doesn't get much better than that. Those opposite want people to work longer for less, a bald prospect. But I know Australians would flip the bird at that idea. Instead, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, Australians are earning...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a former Victorian police officer, can I say I stand with all my former colleagues? The protests yesterday were absolutely disgusting, and no police member, whether it be a father, a mother, son or daughter, should go to work and ever be treated like that. And when it comes to this, can I say one of the reasons the protesters do this is to put claims against Victorian police members who are protecting our community. I urgently call on the Allen government to put legislation in place to indemnify police. There was 3 groups of protesters yesterday: pro-Palestinian protesters, Extinction Rebellion and Green supporters, a combination of freaks, ferals and absolute idiots. How can the Greens now put a motion forward to put the Victorian Police to an anti-corruption commission inquiry? Disgraceful. The Greens believe it is okay for a female police officer at the Mounted Branch to have manure thrown at her. How disgusting is that? Or other police members that have acid thrown in their face. 35 police members in total were assaulted. Absolutely crying shame to see this happen in Victoria. Can also say to the PM, please condemn the Greens for their action, support Victoria Police and their families, and refuse to take preferences from the Greens before the coalition next election.
Give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In May 2024, the gender pay gap in Australia dropped to 11.5%, the lowest we've ever had in this country. Gender pay gap has a very real effect on the lives of women. We know women retire into poverty. We know women are a growing cohort of homeless population, and we know women without financial resources are less able to escape family violence. The Labor government's lowest ever gender pay gap didn't happen by accident. It is due to deliberate strategies of this government to address inequality in all its forms. The changes to the tax cuts that meant 100% of women got a tax cut, 90% got better tax cut than those planned under those opposite. Now the rise in the minimum wage, 15% pay rises for aged care workers and now for childcare workers. But, Mr Speaker, women in this country retire with an average 25% less superannuation than men. This is directly linked to women's homelessness and poverty because time off work to care for children means the superannuation contribution gap. Our bill to pay superannuation on paid parental leave is specifically to address this shameful statistic, 25%. And so it was shocking to see those opposite move an amendment to directly undermine women's financial security, to directly ensure that women continue to retire into poverty with 25% less superannuation than men.
Order.
It isn't good enough, and every one of you who votes for it.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, under the coalition, interest rates went up once. Under your government, they've gone up 12 times. The Business Council warns Labor's economic credibility is on the line. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for Labor's bad decisions over the last 2 years, which have taken our country in the wrong direction and hurt Australian families?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I will take responsibility for Australia's economic performance since I've been Prime Minister and since the Treasurer has occupied the Treasury benches. I'll take responsibility for the fact that Australia has faster economic growth than Canada, Germany, Italy, Japan and the UK. I'll take responsibility, Mr Speaker, for the fact that Australia has a lower unemployment rate than the G7 countries Canada, France and Italy, and the same as the United States. I'll take responsibility for the fact that we have faster economic growth than Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United States and the UK, that is, than all 7 G7 countries, that Australia has a higher participation rate than Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United States and the United Kingdom. And I'll also take responsibility for the fact that we, unlike every single G7 nation, has produced budget surpluses. All of them are in deficit as we go forward. I will also take responsibility for the fact that we have delivered a tax cut for every taxpayer and that those opposite said that we should take that to an election. I'll take responsibility for the fact that next week we might find ourselves being in a position of having 1 million jobs created on our watch since we came into government. I'll take responsibility for the fact that we have put in place cost of living measures, including our power rebates for every household, not one lot of it, but 2. Both of them opposed by those opposite. I'll take responsibility for the fact that if you're a pensioner, you can get cheaper medicines as a direct result of the policies that we've put in place. I'll take responsibility for the fact that over 500,000 Australians have benefited from fee-free TAFE and that 1.2 million Australian families have benefited from cheaper childcare. That's what I'll take responsibility for. The fact that at a time where there is global inflation and many countries have gone into recession, that we have kept Australia in the black, that we have kept our economy growing, that we have kept jobs being created and that wages are rising, that we want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn, the precise opposite of what those opposite want.
Before I call the member for Crangbite, the member for Deakin interjected 9 times during that one answer. We are not going to have continual interjections from individual members across the chamber. This has been happening far too much all throughout question time. The member for Deakin will leave the chamber under 94A. Order. Order. The Minister for Housing is now warned. If I'm taking action on a member, it is not the time to interject. Give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How will older Australians benefit from the Albanese government's once-in-a-lifetime aged care reforms?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I thank the member for Corangamite for her question. For the past 2 years, the Albanese government has had our shoulders to the wheel lifting the standard of aged care. We've delivered a 15% increase to the minimum award wage for more than 250,000 aged care workers, with more to come. And today there is a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day. And today we announce a $5.6 billion package that will make sure older Australians have access to the aged care services they need and deserve. Our reforms will help 1.4 million Australians stay in their home for longer through a new program, Support at Home. Today we will introduce our new Rights-Based Aged Care Act. This is what ambition for aged care looks like. Our new Support at Home program, starting next year, will help more older Australians stay at home. Support at Home will cut wait times to receive in-home aged care services. It will deliver more tailored support, increasing levels of ongoing care from 4 to 8. It will ensure faster access to assistive technology like walkers and wheelchairs, and it will increase the maximum support available from $61,000 to $78,000. Support at Home will offer a temporary boost through more transitional assistance, and it will provide temporary access to palliative care. After the Treasurer handed down the 2024 budget, I travelled to North Queensland to meet with aged care recipients and the workers who care for them. I met Patricia and her in-home carer Chinatsu at her home in Warri, about 15 minutes outside of Cairns. Patricia relocated from Adelaide with her late partner Charlie in 1988. They moved into that home a week after arriving, and she's lived there ever since. And after Charlie passed away, Patricia has remained independent in her home with the support of Chinatsu, who visits 2 hours a fortnight for domestic assistance and a chat. When I asked Patricia what her plans for the future were, she told me firmly, "This is my home, I'm going to keep living here." And Patricia, today we are making that possible. The reforms we announced today will create better and safer care for Patricia and for all older Australians. Today we answer the question the Royal Commissioners could not agree upon: how to make aged care equitable and sustainable. Today we announce a new foundation for aged care that makes financial sense and makes sure older Australians will have access to the services they need and deserve.
Call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, how many hectares of native vegetation are designated to be cleared to develop the 60 renewable energy projects you announced in question time yesterday?
The call to the Minister for the Environment and the Minister for Water.
Well, thanks so much. I want to thank the Leader of the National Party for that question. And I want to say that it's obvious that it depends on the renewable energy project itself, how much vegetation would have to be cleared.
Order.
In some cases, very little vegetation will be cleared. If we're talking about, well, it depends on the project. There's 60 of them right across the country. But I can understand why the Nationals are so sensitive about this, because while they were in government, there were 22 separate energy policies. They didn't land a single one of them.
Order.
There were 24...
The Chief Government Whip. I want to hear from the Leader of the Nationals on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, that was a very tight question. I seek your ruling. There was a very specific question about the number of hectares on the announcement made yesterday. There was no compare and contrast. It was a very tight question. I seek your ruling, Mr Speaker.
I want to make sure the Minister is adhering to standing orders. She wasn't asked about any other alternative policies. She won't be able to compare or contrast. I can appreciate the Leader would like a figure or a number, but as we have said this time and time again, I can't compel the Minister to give a specific number or figure, but she'll need to remain relevant to the questions about the native vegetation schedule that has been cleared, or the number that has been cleared, and the measures mentioned in her answer in question time yesterday. And not another great deal of topics can be brought into the answer. She has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're working with proponents on all of these projects to minimise any impact on matters of national environmental significance, and that would include land clearing where it's necessary. But it's interesting that the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Nationals, is only interested in land clearing when it comes to renewable energy projects. He's not interested in land clearing if it's a mining project. He's not interested in land clearing if it's a housing project. And he's not interested in land clearing when it's the Shadow Treasurer poisoning grasslands with his companies.
Order. Members on my right. The member for Hasluck will leave the chamber under 94A. We're not having interjections when I'm taking points of order. Rules apply to everyone inside the chamber. Manager on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, Standing Order 91C says that a member's conduct is disorderly if the member wilfully refuses to conform to a standing order. Now, you've given the Minister a very clear direction in terms of relevance. She's flouting that direction, and I submit to you that she is in breach of the standing orders.
Order. Just hear from the Leader of the House.
To the point of order, at the exact moment that the Manager of Opposition rose to his feet, the Minister was talking about land clearing. She was talking about... It was an exact example of land clearing.
Order.
Thanks, Speaker.
Members on my right. The member for Wannon is entitled to raise a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. The Minister also made an unparliamentary slur against the Shadow Treasurer, and I would ask that she would withdraw that.
Okay. Order. The Shadow Treasurer will not be baited by any interjections. I'll deal with this matter. I assume it was about the remark regarding the member for Hume. So we're just going to ask the Minister to withdraw that comment and refine her remarks to assist the House to the question she was asked. She is entitled to talk about land clearing and native vegetation, but I'll be listening very carefully to make sure she is being directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I mean, native vegetation does include rare grasslands.
Just pause a moment. To assist the House, I've asked the Minister to withdraw.
To pay respect to you, Mr Speaker, I do that. I withdraw.
The member for Wannon, I'll handle this. Just going to get the minister. Oh, thank you, and the minister will continue to be directly relevant.
Mr. Speaker, I've got a great quote here from the Leader of the National Party about clearing.
I want it to be order. The member. No, we're going to do this the right way. But if this continues on for too much longer, we won't be taking points of order. Question time can't descend into this behaviour. The member for New England on a point of order.
Speaker, I wonder if the minister would be able to table the document that was handed by the dispatch box to the Prime Minister.
I'll resume your seat.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay. Is the minister reading from confidential No. Is the minister reading from confidential documents?
It's a confidential document, Mr. Speaker, but there are some elements that I would like to share with the chamber, if that's okay. One of them is,
Order.
in fact,
the Leader of the Opposition. No. The Leader of the Opposition, members on my left, are going to remain silent. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting.
One of them is a quote from the member for New England. We've made massive investments in the New England into renewable energy. I made sure it happened. Another is from the member for Maranoa. We actually want Maranoa to become the renewable energy electorate. Western Downs Shire is screaming at me to become the renewable energy shire of the country with solar and wind. We've got another one from the member for Farrer. I'm so proud that the biggest renewable energy producer is right here in Yenda. Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals will cease objecting. The minister's just got to return to the question.
Mr. Speaker, each one of these projects required some land clearing, and of course, if the projects are good projects, then they go ahead. That's how we make decisions.
Order. The member for Barker. I'd like to hear from the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government securing a better future for older Australians?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Boothby for her question and for her passionate advocacy for people in aged care and in other social services prior to her entry into the parliament as the member for Boothby. Mr. Speaker, today we are putting the care back into aged care. We're announcing the greatest improvement to aged care in 30 years. Now, at the heart of our government's aged care reforms are a simple set of principles, providing dignity, choice, respect and quality of care to older Australians. More Australians are living longer, and that is a good thing. But I know that older Australians also worry about going into aged care, and I know that their kids and grandkids do too. This is about caring for the generation that cared for us. Older Australians built this country, and what they deserve to have dignity and respect in retirement. That's why in previous aged care legislation we have ensured that now nurses are back into nursing homes 99% of the time. And there's some 3.9 million minutes of additional care for residents every single day as a result of the reforms that we have put in place. Now, as a result of the reforms that we've announced today, with bipartisan support, and I thank the opposition for their constructive engagement on these issues, there are around 1.4 million Australians who will benefit from a new Support at Home program by 2035, helping them remain independent in their home and their community for longer. And the feedback that all of us have had from family, from neighbours, from the communities we represent, is that that is overwhelmingly what older Australians want, to retain that connection with their home. Now, these changes will result some $5.6 billion will be invested in a reform package that includes extra money for the support at home package comes into effect on the 1st of July next year. Changes to improve the funding, viability and quality of residential aged care, including support for regional aged care facilities. New laws to protect older Australians in aged care. Now, reforms like this don't happen every day. We know that we have an ageing population. The IGR report indicates exactly why this is a big challenge. Previous governments haven't been able to get this done. We are getting this done, and it is in the interests of older Australians and those of us who one day, every Australian, we hope, becomes an older Australian. We all have an interest in getting this right, and that's why this is such critical legislation.
Prime Minister's time is concluded. Call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Emissions are now higher under you than when Scott Morrison left office. You've broken promises to protect people against discrimination and to recognise Palestine. You've said you'll gut your own weak environment laws and won't ban gambling ads, cap and freeze rent increases, end tax handouts to wealthy property investors or stop supermarket price gouging. Small targets won't fix Australia's big problems. So does the Prime Minister understand why so many people are disappointed in Labor?
Order. The Minister for Financial Services will cease interjecting. Order. There's far too much noise when that question was being asked. The Prime Minister has the call.
I think Australians understand that I lead a government that gets things done. That makes a difference. Unlike the Greens political party, who are quite happy to have members of parliament who attend demonstrations that are violent, that throw things against police, that engage in disruption, because the big difference between a party of government and a party of protest is that we are responsible, that we work through issues constructively across this chamber in order to make a positive difference. And what my government has been able to do, unlike many governments right around the world, is to see us through really difficult economic times whilst making sure that we put that downward pressure on inflation while we are also looking after people on the way through. My job is also, of course, as a Labor Prime Minister, to support jobs. And we've created some 980,000 of them have been created since we came into office. The other thing that we have done, of course, is increasing wages making a difference, including for aged care workers, for childcare workers in the legislation that was introduced earlier here today. We've also, when it comes to gender issues, we have the lowest gender pay gap on record. We have engaged in our childcare reforms, paid parental leave, super on paid parental leave, making a difference in those areas. We've introduced and started the National Anti-Corruption Commission, something that was promised by previous governments but never done. On housing, we have a $32 billion Homes for Australia plan, some of which is still being blocked by the Greens and the Coalition in the Senate, and we'll wait and see how they vote next week. But we are dealing with the immediate pressures which are there, whilst also having a plan for the future that includes taking advantage of the global transition to net zero that is so important. We have a 43% reduction target by 2030 that's legislated and net zero by 2050 that's legislated. But you don't get there by hoping and a wishing. You get there by having serious policies that drive the change through. Hence the safeguard mechanism, the capacity investment scheme, the National Reconstruction Fund, all of these programs making a difference as we go forward as well. That's how you take advantage, and as well making sure that communities aren't left behind. That's why we have the Net Zero Authority as well, making a difference, that communities aren't left behind, so that we train Australians for the jobs of the future.
Call to the member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. How will the Albanese Labor government's aged care reforms deliver better care in a more sustainable way?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. As you know, the member for Blair is a wonderful Queenslander and a terrific local member, and I'm grateful to him for the question. And to keep the Queensland theme going, I wanted to pay tribute to the Aged Care Minister for the absolute mountain of work that she has done to get to the point that we've got to today, with the help of the Health Minister, the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister and everyone on this side of the House, and indeed across the Parliament, Mr Speaker. It's a very good thing that Australians are living longer and healthier lives. And this is how we fund the care that Australians need and deserve, and they age. It's about better care for more people in a more sustainable way. And we're very conscious here, Mr Speaker, of our intergenerational responsibilities. If you look at the intergenerational report, it tells us that over the next 40 years, the number of people over 65 will double and the number of people over 85 will triple. And any serious government needs to take this challenge very seriously, and this opportunity as well. Government spending in aged care over that period is expected to double as a share of the economy, and that makes it one of the fastest growing areas of government spending in the budget. There are 5 big areas of government spending: aged care, healthcare, NDIS, defence and interest costs. And what this government has shown is a real willingness and a real ability to deal with some of those structural challenges in the budget: the NDIS, defence, interest costs and today aged care as well. And so what we're doing, Mr Speaker, is we're turning those big Liberal deficits in the near term into Labor surpluses at the same time as we deal with some of the big structural pressures in the budget as well. And so the announcement today made by the Prime Minister and the Aged Care Minister is all about improving aged care and strengthening the budget at the same time. It is a step change in care, and it is a structural reform to the budget at the same time as well. Now, the net impact of the changes that the Minister has announced today is a $930 million spend over 4 years and a $12.6 billion save over the course of the next 10 years. Now, aged care spending will continue to grow, but at an average of 5.2%, not 5.7% over the decade, and it will moderate as a share of the economy as well, Mr Speaker. Now, this is all about making sure that we can provide much better care to many more Australians as they age and live longer and healthier lives, and to make sure that we do that in the most responsible and sustainable way that we can. This is a very important economic reform that has been announced today, a very important economic reform. It will make the budget more sustainable, but much more important than that, it will mean that we can afford to provide the care that older Australians need and deserve as they age. And I pay tribute to the Minister, the Government and indeed the Parliament for agreeing this important progress.
Concluded. The call to the Shadow Treasurer.
My question is to the Treasurer. Last week the Treasurer accused the RBA of smashing the economy, and the national accounts revealed productivity going backwards, real disposable income collapsing and Australians paying more tax and more for their mortgages after 18 months of household recession. EY Chief Economist Sherelle Murphy said this is the worst possible combination of statistics. Will the Treasurer take responsibility for Labor's bad decisions over the last 2 years, which have taken our country in the wrong direction and hurt Australian families?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about pressures on families and on Australians. When we came to office, real wages were going backwards and now they're growing again. I'm asked about productivity. Those opposite oversaw the weakest decade for productivity growth in the last 60 years. I'm asked about tax. Those opposite wanted to go to an election because we wanted to give a tax cut to every single Australian taxpayer and not just some Australian taxpayers, Mr Speaker. And so whether it is living standards, whether it's productivity or whether it's tax, those opposite have a shameful record, an indefensible record when it comes to those things that were core to the Shadow Treasurer's question a moment ago.
The Treasurer will pause. The member for whom on a point of order.
Relevance. The Treasurer is a serial offender. There was no compare and contrast in that question. As I say, he is a serial offender, and we ask your ruling on it.
The Treasurer has been using the question to show the difference between what the government has done, and the question was about taking responsibility for Australia's direction and putting pressure on Australia's family. It does make common sense that the Treasurer would be talking about well, just let me finish. where Australia is now and where it was, in his opinion, about what the differences are, but he won't be able to have his entire answer about that. And well, if he does, he won't be able to give the full answer. So the Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I get it. I'm asked about productivity, living standards and tax, but Shadow Treasurer doesn't want me talking about productivity, living standards or tax. Mr Speaker, I get that. Now, I'm asked whether I take responsibility. I'm asked whether I take responsibility for the government's part in the fight against inflation, and I do. And I've said that, I think, on each occasion, each question time during the course of this week, and I say that again. I take responsibility for our part in the fight against inflation. And that means taking responsibility for the fact that when we came to office, inflation was 6.1%. In the year that we were elected, 7.8%. It's half that now. And so I take responsibility for our part in that effort. I take responsibility for turning 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses. And I'll tell you by the end of the month how big that second surplus is. I take responsibility, Mr Speaker, for almost $80 billion in savings. I take responsibility for the fact that we've banked and not spent almost all of the upward revision to revenue. I take responsibility for the fact that the Governor of the Reserve Bank has herself said that our couple of surpluses that we've already delivered are helping in the fight against inflation. I take responsibility, along with the Prime Minister and the colleagues, for the cost of living help that we are rolling out to people right now, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for the fact that despite the opposition of those opposite, every Australian taxpayer is getting a tax cut. I take responsibility for the fact that every household is getting energy bill relief. I take responsibility for the fact that early childhood education is cheaper and medicines are cheaper and real wages are growing again, Mr Speaker. I take responsibility for our part in the fight against inflation. We are making progress, but we know that people are still under pressure, and that's why it beggars belief that those opposite don't support help with the cost of living and they want to pull another $315 billion out of an economy which is already weak.
Call to the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government addressing the need to protect young Australians through limiting access to social media, and what other measures are being considered to make online environments safer for children?
We call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for their question. This is a very important issue, and as I said yesterday, many parents are telling us they need help. And that's what our legislation is about. Our message to parents is clear. We have your back. But I do acknowledge the valid points raised by experts that we cannot stop there. And we need to take forward a range of reforms in regulating tech companies to make their services safer. As I said yesterday, we will consult. There's understandably a wide variety of views, but as a government, our objective is clear. Mr Speaker, restricting children's access to social media is not a magic pill to addressing all online harms. And our actions to improve online safety are not set and forget. We have taken a comprehensive approach as a government to tackling online harms for all Australians. Earlier this year, I amended the basic online safety expectations, requiring platforms to place the best interest of the child at the centre of their products and services. And this has already empowered the eSafety Commissioner to issue notices to the platforms on the number of children using their services and the age assurance measures they have in place. And we have provided funding so previously neglected initiatives on media literacy are now available in schools across Australia for free. Minister Rishworth and I delivered an Australia-first dating app industry code to improve the safety of Australians using those services. The Attorney-General is driving reforms to tackle hate speech and bolster privacy protections, particularly for children, and has criminalised the creation and distribution of non-consensual deepfake pornography. The Assistant Treasurer is delivering vital reforms to make digital platforms accountable for protecting Australians from scams. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government's system-wide approach is what is needed to tackle the harms facing Australians, particularly young people online. And it's why I brought forward the statutory review of the Online Safety Act by a full year. Though it only came into force in January 2022, I was compelled to expedite this because it was clear our laws were not keeping pace with emerging technologies and associated harms. It's examining how we can make online spaces safer and ensure that e-safety has the power they need to keep Australians safe. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government will not resolve from holding big tech to account and keeping Australians safe online, particularly our most vulnerable. We are alive to these issues right across government, and we are delivering to make the online environment safer and better.
Before I call the Shadow Treasurer, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Speaker's Gallery today is a parliamentary delegation from the National Assembly of Vietnam, led by the Vice President, Her Excellency Ms Nguyen Thi Tan. Welcome to you all. The call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Does the Treasurer take responsibility for 12 interest rate increases?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He forgot one. He forgot one. Mr Speaker, interest rates started going up on the watch of those opposite. Isn't it interesting? Isn't that interesting, Mr Speaker, that he forgot the first one?
Order.
Isn't that interesting that he forgot the first one? I don't think that was an accident, Mr Speaker. I don't think that was an accident. He was hoping that nobody noticed that interest rates started going up on their watch. And they started going up on their watch because when they were in office, inflation was 6.1% and it was rising, Mr Speaker. And that's why interest rates started going up when he was the most embarrassing member of a bad government,
Order.
Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer's just going to hold it for a sec. The Shadow Treasurer on a
Relevance, Mr Speaker. That was very deliberately a very, very tight question which he has been completely unwilling to engage on and be even slightly relevant towards.
The Minister for Industry will cease interjecting. The Treasurer has been talking about the interest rates. He wasn't asked about interest rates before. He's talking about the last 12, but he's less than 1 minute in, so I'll ask him to return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The interest rates which began rising before the change of government are putting substantial pressure on people, and that's a point that I've been making since the middle of the year.
The member for Hume has asked his question. I'm going to ask the member for Hume to cease interjecting all through this answer.
Now, those opposite might not think that's the case, but the interest rate rises which began before the election are putting substantial pressure on people. We understand that. And that's why we take so seriously our responsibilities when it comes to the fight against inflation. And as I said a moment ago, our part of the fight against inflation is making sure that we're getting the budget in better nick, to making sure that as we roll out this substantial and meaningful cost of living help that we do it in the most responsible way, that we invest in the supply side of the economy as well, in housing and skills and energy, and in a future made in Australia as well. Those are our responsibilities. Now, the Reserve Bank has their job to do and I have my job to do. And as the Reserve Bank Governor has said on a number of occasions now, we've got the same objective, but we've got different responsibilities. And I think that's self-evident. And so, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the pressures that people are under, whether it's the consequence of persistent inflation, whether it's the global economic uncertainty, whether it's the impact of the rate rises which began before the election, we know that people are under pressure, but more than acknowledge that, we're doing something about it. And it beggars belief, as I said before, Mr Speaker, that the whole parliament doesn't agree that people deserve and need some help with the cost of living. And we're rolling out tax cuts and energy bill relief, cheaper early childhood education, cheaper medicines, getting wages moving again and helping people with their rent, because we do take responsibility for our part in the fight against inflation. We recognise the Reserve Bank's got their job to do. We've got a different job to do. We've got the same objective, which is to get on top of this inflation challenge, which was already galloping when we came to office. And one of the consequences of how seriously we have taken it, working with the bank, is that inflation has halved since the year we came to office.
Call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. Why is paying superannuation on paid parental leave so important for supporting parents with a new baby and closing the gender gap in retirement savings? What has been the response, and how does this differ to other approaches?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Canberra for that question and know that she's been a passionate advocate for paid parental leave for so many years. Of course, Speaker, today the House passed an important reform that will boost superannuation balances of parents and help close the gender gap in retirement savings. Now, in fact, women retire with 25% less superannuation than men, an estimated $51,000 less on average, according to the Super Members Council. Now, we know that women who have lower superannuation at retirement, in some cases, can face higher risk of homelessness and higher risk of income instability. And as the Women's Economic Task Force put it, women too often pay the motherhood penalty when it comes to retirement savings. Now, Labor's plan to pay superannuation on paid parental leave will help address this inequity. And the bill passed today in this House is a positive investment in the future of working parents. Now, Speaker, I've been asked what the responses have been to our plan to add superannuation onto paid parental leave. Well, Georgie Dent from the Parenthood said that our plan to pay superannuation on paid parental leave was a game changer for families right across Australia. Brand Black from the Business Council of Australia said adding superannuation contributions to the government payment is the right thing to do for both women and the economy. And the Australian Council of Social Services Chief Executive Cassandra Goldie said that policies that boost women's financial security make social and economic sense. Every single dollar added to someone's superannuation account matters. And Mr Speaker, while the response to Labor's plan has been widely welcomed, equally the response has been damning to those opposite's plan to attack women's retirement savings. Of course, the Super Members Council said that the opposition's proposal sent a deeply concerning message to women that they should sacrifice their future financial security to pay for their daily expenses. The ACTU President, Michelle O'Neill, said no Australian should have to trade off supporting their babies now and feeding themselves in old age. But it really does feel like Groundhog Day when it comes to those opposite. Just another day of wrecking and negativity when it comes to superannuation and when it comes to paid parental leave. It is disappointing but not surprising. It is only Labor that is on the side of new parents and ensuring that Australia has a strong, flexible and equitable paid parental leave scheme.
Call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Cecil from Badger Creek, in my electorate of Casey, contacted me about his gas bill and said, and I quote, "Just received our gas bill, double the price, now $582. How does this PM in Canberra think pensioners are going to stop from freezing? Will the Treasurer take responsibility for Labor's bad decisions over the last 2 years, which have taken our country in the wrong direction and hurt Australian families?"
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I hope he told Cecil that every time we've put forward cost of living relief, those opposite have opposed it. I hope he was up front with Cecil about that. I hope when Cecil was telling him these very real concerns that Cecil has about the cost of living, I hope he told Cecil that only this side of the House is trying to help him and that side of the House is trying to stop us providing cost of living help. And while he was at it, Mr Speaker, I hope he told Cecil that in the $315 billion that the Shadow Treasurer says is overspending is pension indexation. I hope he said to Cecil, look, we know you're under cost of living pressure, but the Shadow Treasurer in the blue team in the Canberra, in the Parliament, wanders around the press gallery saying that pension indexation is overspending, and it's part of the $315 billion that those opposite describe as too much spending in the economy. Now, the difference between this side of the House and that side of the House is we're trying to help Cecil. We're trying to help Cecil. And those opposite, every time we try and help Cecil, those opposite try and stand in the way. And every time we point out to the parliament and to the people beyond the parliament that the $315 billion they want to cut would do untold damage to the pensioners of this country, including, by the sounds of it, Cecil, every time we say that those opposite need to come clean on these cuts, Cecil should keep an ear out. Cecil should keep an ear out, Mr Speaker. He should keep an ear out.
Order.
He should keep an ear out for when those opposite come clean about the impact of their cuts on his household budget, Mr Speaker. This side of the House, the Labor side of the House, is trying to help him. That side of the House is trying to harm him with $315 billion in cuts, including the indexation of the pension.
We need a reset after that. Okay. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Why is the Albanese Labor government delivering a pay rise for early childhood educators? And what has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the awesome member for Aston for her question. Mr Speaker, early educators up in the gallery and right across the country are some of the most important workers in this country. But you wouldn't know that from what they're paid. This morning I introduced legislation to help change that. Legislation to increase what they're paid by 15%. A 10% pay rise from December this year and a further 5% from December next year. We've got 30,000 more early educators in Australia today than we had 2 years ago when we came to office. But the truth is we need more. And this 15% pay rise will help everyone that does this essential work now to keep doing it, but also hopefully encourage people who love this job but felt like they had to leave it because they couldn't afford to keep doing it to come back and do this again. Mr Speaker, in your electorate, Jessica, who works at Good Start in Bellbird Park, said this morning: "Now that this pay rise is coming through, I can actually stay and do what I love, teach children." And that's what this is. It's not babysitting, it's education.
Order.
It's teaching our children.
No, the Minister's going to pause. The member for Cowper has been injecting all throughout question time. Not sure why, but he's going to now leave the chamber under 94A. Treasurer, the Minister for Education in continuation.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This is also important economic reform because more people like Jessica means more children and more parents can take advantage of the life-changing work that they do. This is a pay rise for people like Jessica, but more than that, it is also a price cap to keep prices down for more than 1 million families right across the country. And it's the first step that we need to take to build a truly universal early education system. And soon I'll release the Productivity Commission's final report on this. But more than that, this is about respect. Respect for these workers in the gallery today and right across the country. Respect for mums and dads and the decisions that they take. And respect that the Liberal Party finds hard to muster. Last time we did this, they didn't just oppose it, they didn't just vote against it, they actually condemned it. And this time, when we announced this pay rise, they said that it would destroy the family unit. You know, paying people like Jessica Moore, some of the most important and underpaid workers in this country, should be backed, not bagged. And that's what this does, a pay rise for workers like Jessica and price caps for parents. If that's not legislation that the Liberal Party should back, I don't know what is.
The call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Minister, the Morrison government massively increased the cost of arts, business and law degrees from $16,000 to $51,000, $85,000 for a combined degree. At the time, Labor said that this change would make it harder and more expensive for young people to get an education, and the University Accord agreed. When will this government address the unfair cost of university degrees?
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Kooyong for her question. I know how passionate she is about this issue and more broadly about how we build a better and a fairer education system in this country. You're right, the Universities Accord made specific recommendations about this and made the point that the former government's Job Ready Graduates program had failed, and it made recommendations about how to address this. I've announced that we will establish an Australian Tertiary Education Commission that will help to steer reform here, and that includes the setting of course fees. I'm consulting with the university sector and the broader community at the moment about how we establish that Australian Tertiary Education Commission and its roles and responsibilities. So I hope that that directly addresses the question that you have asked. The Universities Accord is a blueprint for reform of higher education for the next decade and beyond. It's bigger than one budget, but we've bitten off a big chunk of it in this year's budget, about 29 of the 47 recommendations in full or in part. That includes wiping $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians. It includes introducing for the first time ever paid prac financial support to help teaching and nursing and social work students with the cost of living while they do the practical part of their degree. And it also includes, and I know you know this because you've been a champion of this, the establishment of a national student ombudsman. University should be a great place where you learn new skills, get the qualifications you need to succeed, make new friends. But we've seen too much evidence of when terrible things happen at university, where the system fails, where when the worst happens, universities don't respond properly. That's what that legislation that I introduced yesterday is all about fixing. For too long, universities haven't done enough and governments haven't done enough. And that's what that legislation I introduced yesterday is about trying to fix.
Give the call to the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How does the Albanese Labor government's commitment to a 15% wage increase support Australia's early childhood education and care workforce?
Give a call to the Minister for Early Childhood and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Hawke for his question and for his continued advocacy for early childhood education and for early childhood educators in his electorate. Significant, momentous, historic, monumental moment, a life jacket, proof that early learning matters, life-changing. Just some of the words that early childhood education and early childhood education advocates have used to describe the Albanese Labor government's 15% wage increase for early childhood educators. For too long, early childhood educators have been fighting for respect, for fairness and a world-class early childhood education and care system. And Mr Speaker, when I was first elected in 2016, along with many of my colleagues here, I signed a pledge to properly value the professionalism and the highly skilled work that early childhood educators and teachers do. And today, Mr Speaker, this government announced legislation to lock in this commitment, to recognise and pay a workforce that has for far too long been taken for granted and for far too long been neglected. This means that 200,000 early childhood workers right across Australia will have at least $100 more a week, more in their pay packets by the end of this year. And by the end of next year, that's going to be $150 more in their pay packet. It means they'll have a livable wage, a livable wage. Now, Jessica, a passionate early childhood educator, said this. She said that this pay rise means early educators won't struggle to get by. We'll comfortably know that we can pay the bills and put food on the table. It means proper recognition. As Leanne, a 19-year veteran of the sector, said this. She said, to be recognised as professionals and to have a wage that reflects that is a huge step forward, not only for educators, but for children and their families. It means that along with this government's tax cuts, that early childhood education workers will be able to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. It means we can build a strong and stable early learning workforce, Mr Speaker, and achieve that vision for universal early childhood education and care system that is affordable, that is accessible and that is inclusive for every child in Australia. This is what the children of Australia deserve. It's what the families of Australia deserve. And it's what the Albanese Labor government is delivering.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Treasurer. Joe Massey owns a furniture shop in the Treasurer's electorate of Rankin and told The Australian he believed the RBA might need to raise rates further to get on top of inflation. He said, quote, the Treasurer should not be spending more money. Will the Treasurer take responsibility for Labor's bad decisions over the last 2 years, which have taken our country in the wrong direction and hurt Australian families?
Order. Give a call to the member for Banks is warned. Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You know, yesterday I was saying to the Infrastructure Minister and the Defence Minister, I really hope they ask me about the front of the Australian. and I didn't think that I would be this lucky, but it turns out that a day later, Mr Speaker, I am. And they're asking me about some wonderful people in my local community, Joe, Marbrook, Kate and my great friends Nikki and Tyson. And the story on the front of the Australian yesterday, and I welcome the interest from the Australian, I welcome the visit, and they spoke to some of the business leaders and business owners in my local community, and I want to say to each of them, all 5 of them, and to every small business person in my electorate, I'm proud to represent you. I'm proud to represent you. And the issues raised by Joe and Marbrook and Kate and Nikki and Tyson were issues that are raised with us right around Australia right now, and they are part of the motivation. They are part of the inspiration for the cost of living help that this government and this Prime Minister are rolling out. Because unlike those opposite, we don't hear that people are under pressure and then ignore their very real needs and concerns. When we hear that people are under pressure, we act to do something about it, Mr Speaker, and we give every taxpayer a tax cut. We give every household energy bill relief and 1 million small businesses energy bill relief, which those opposite don't support, Mr Speaker. We make early childhood education and medicines cheaper, and we provide help with rent, and we get wages moving again, Mr Speaker. And so yesterday I didn't think that they would ask me what my message would be to those wonderful people in my local community. The other thing that I say to those wonderful people, and if I may, Mr Speaker, particularly to my great friend Nikki Patty, I say to Nikki and to Tyson and all of those people, thank you. Thank you for your leadership in our local community. And I'm asked about those great friends in the Australian yesterday. I want to say this about Nikki. I want to tell the whole House about Nikki, because he rang me yesterday mortified that he had somehow given a different impression to the impression that he wanted to give. But I reassured him that if those opposite read to the end of the story, and it doesn't appear that they have, this is what Nikki said about myself and the State Treasurer of Queensland. This is what Nikki said, and I'm quoting, "How good is it? 2 Logan boys are running the finances for the country and for Queenslanders. They understand," he said. "They see the struggle," he said. "I know that Jim and Cameron are doing such a great job," he said. "Those 2 boys are doing the best they can to ease the cost of living for people." I say to you, Nikki, and Nikki's a red-hot chance to be watching from specific barbers in Kingston in my electorate. I say, how you doing, Nikki? Thanks for the kind words.
Order. Order. Members on my right. The member for Cunningham. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The member for Hume and the member for O'Connor. Clapping is highly disorderly. If this continues, people will be removed immediately. Member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to deliver pay rises for Australians? What threats are there to people's pay?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Industrial Relations.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Hunter for the question, because the moment the member for Hunter arrived here, he was asking for us to legislate for workers in his area to be able to get pay rises. And once we'd legislated, he started asking questions about what those pay rises were that had been delivered. And what's changed this week, as of the Leader of the Opposition's speech yesterday, is now we're not simply talking about pay rises that have been delivered, we're now talking about pay cuts that are being threatened by the Leader of the Opposition. And so I can say to the member for Hunter that the speech yesterday referred specifically to the pay rise that Danielle, who I previously referred to, who works at the Mount Pleasant mine, has received. So the information now that when people go back to their electorates they can explain is someone like Danielle is now being promised at the next election that if the Leader of the Opposition's in government, she would get a $33,000 pay cut. Because the same job, same pay provisions that he referred to in his speech yesterday are the only reason she got the pay rise. The Leader of the Opposition might be able to, on the plane home, explain this afternoon to the flight attendants there, who don't just provide a service role, they're trained in safety, they play a really important role, flight attendants on the plane, that the pay rises that they're just finding out about now through the Fair Work Commission are now promised to be pay cuts at the next election that the Leader of the Opposition is taking in his industrial relations policy. So for those people who were employed labour hire and were being paid $16,000 less than the people they work side by side with, the Leader of the Opposition, as of yesterday, is now taking to the election a promise that their pay will be cut by $16,000. And it's not only people who are affected by the same job, same pay provisions. People might remember the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill dealt with multi-employer bargaining. The speech yesterday had a direct attack and a promise to get rid of multi-employer bargaining. Now, people who are involved in air conditioning systems around the country, the sheet metal workers, they've now received a 26% pay rise in their enterprise agreement that the Leader of the Opposition is promising to get rid of the principles that have caused that to be the case. So goes to the next election promising a pay cut for those people working in air conditioning. We've had the exact example today of the early childhood educators. Their pay rise process started with multi-employer bargaining. This Leader of the Opposition goes to the election wanting to cut their pay.
Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Prime Minister. Mental health organisations like Reach Out, Headspace, Solana and Madeline and others say an age ban on social media won't work, that it may cut young people off from support and expose them to new harms. EU countries have moved on big tech's algorithms, while Australia falls behind, and constituents in Goldstein and across the country battle everything from misogynistic content to gambling and eating disorder triggers. Why doesn't the government properly deal with this and make the social media companies take responsibility for their algorithms?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Goldstein for her question. I know that she's genuine about her concern on this issue and issues of youth mental health, body image and eating disorders and social media and its impact. In particular, I would like to acknowledge her genuine and tireless engagement with a very broad range of stakeholders, including young people themselves, into these issues. I also acknowledge the member's joint report with the Butterfly Foundation that I've had a look at from May 2024, where the member for Goldstein had a round table, it would appear from the photo here in Parliament House, in order to engage directly about these issues. And I do note, though, that the report recommends very clearly, recommendation 10, social media platforms be required to have accurate age verification for all accounts and clearly articulate what these are and measure and report on their efficacy. So the people as well who I've engaged with, who the Minister for Communications have engaged with, who members of our Cabinet and members of the government have engaged with, parents on the sidelines of footy games and netball courts on the weekend, parents talking after school, all really concerned. They want their young ones off their devices and onto those footy fields and onto those tennis courts or swimming pools, whatever it is. They want their young people, their children and their grandchildren for that matter, to have real experiences with real people. And that is why we have taken the decision that we have. Now, on the matter of algorithms that the member raises, our statutory review of the Online Safety Act, led by Delia Rickard, is currently looking into algorithms and will recommend systems that empower them and will report next month. The review is a broad-ranging examination of the effectiveness of the Act and will consider whether additional protections are needed for harmful online material. We brought forward this review early because we do recognise the need to keep up with changing technology and keep up with emerging harms. In the meantime, we've funded and commenced a new phase of our Stop It at the Start campaign to tackle online misogyny. But we've also established a joint select committee into social media to continue the important policy development work. I know that this is an issue that concerns every member of this parliament, and I know more important than that is it concerns every parent out there. This has been raised with me over recent years more than any other issue, and that is why my government's determined to act and to get that action right, which is why we're doing the trial that was funded in the budget in May.
Call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How's the Albanese Labor government putting downward pressure on energy bills, and how does this compare to other proposals?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question and, of course, her leadership in one of Australia's great energy producing regions and her leadership here in the House. So, Mr Speaker, we know that we need to put downward pressure on energy prices because Australians need that, Mr Speaker, and that's why they need the energy bill relief in the last budget and the budget before. And that energy bill relief is, of course, included in the $315 billion hit list that the Shadow Minister for Finance put out earlier this week. She actually called it a Ponzi scheme. That's what the opposition thinks of energy bill relief for Australians, which they are receiving on their bills today, Mr Speaker. They're receiving that relief now. And, of course, we're also building cheaper, reliable, renewable energy across the country. And last week, when I was in Collie, when I was in Bunbury and when I was in Traralgon, I was able to announce progress, Mr Speaker, with new batteries, 6 new batteries which will support 1 million houses across the National Energy Network, and, of course, Mr Speaker, 4-hour batteries, and, of course, Mr Speaker, new renewable energy in a big pipeline in Western Australia, Mr Speaker. Now, I'm asked by the honourable member what proposals we reject. Now, I'm going to use the term proposal lightly, Mr Speaker, because we don't really have a detailed policy proposal from the Leader of the Opposition. 85 days ago, he put out 7 sites. No details, no costings, no information. 85 days ago, we saw 7 nuclear reactor sites released. But I do have news for the House, Mr Speaker. I've got big news for the House. There's more information coming. On the 23rd of this month, the Leader of the Opposition has a big speech.
Order.
Now, what's the big title of the speech? To inspire the Australian people about his alternative energy plan. A nuclear-powered Australia. Could it work? Question mark, Mr Speaker. Could it work? I table the Leader of the Opposition's speech. Always happy to help, Mr Speaker. Now, fair question, well asked, to give credit where it's due. Fair question. But I suggest it might be time for the Leader of the Opposition to stop asking questions and maybe start answering a few. Like, how many hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money will it cost? Will it be costed by the Treasury or the Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr Speaker, as it should be? Can they produce more energy than are currently produced by the coal-fired power stations they seek to replace? Because nuclear uses a lot more water than coal, and they said they won't use any more water than coal, Mr Speaker. What will be the impact on bills? Will it be $200 or $400 or $1,000, as various experts have said, Mr Speaker?
Order. The member for Bray.
How will the opposition build these nuclear plants when the transmission lines are already full of energy and they say they won't need any transmission lines, Mr Speaker? These are the real questions the Leader of the Opposition should be answering when he gives this big speech, a nuclear-powered Australia, could it work? I'll give the Leader of the Opposition this final tip, Mr Speaker. This is the last sitting day before his speech. The answer is no.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions be placed on the notice posted.
We shall move to papers. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Documents are tabled today in accordance with lists circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just for the benefit of members, and there's been discussion, I thank the Manager of Opposition Business for the discussion. There's one additional bill that the government wants to introduce today, so I'll move a quick suspension to allow the introduction, but then the MPI would proceed immediately after that in the normal way. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent 1. A minister immediately introducing without notice a bill for an act about aged care and for related purposes. 2. At the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading, the discussion of a definite matter of public importance commencing. And 3. Any variation to this arrangement being made only on a motion moved by a minister.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an act about aged care and related purposes. Have you done it?
The Minister is presenting the bill.
I present the Aged Care Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act about aged care and for related purposes.
The call to the Minister. Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. The final report of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety was a damning assessment spanning 5 volumes summed up in one word: neglect. The report illuminated a systematically failing system where treating older people without dignity was normalised. The report highlighted a sector mired in crisis due to a lack of ambition. Most Australians were shocked by the findings of the Royal Commission. Commissioners pulled back the curtains on a macabre theatre left to decay in the dark despite best efforts of brave advocates. But others weren't surprised by its findings at all. The final report validated their trauma and painful lived experiences in black and white for all to read. The Royal Commission delivered a stern rebuke. It said we, as a nation, had let older people down. And yet it wasn't just about the past or the present, it was also about the future, tomorrow, next week, 20 years from now and beyond. Since the final report was tabled 3 years ago, 136 recommendations of the Royal Commission have been addressed, 58 of which are directly addressed today as part of this bill. This moment marks the most impactful aged care reform in 30 years. Today, we address Recommendation 1 of the Royal Commission. Today, we introduce a new rights-based Aged Care Act to replace the 1997 Aged Care Act. A new act to put older people and not providers at the centre of aged care. Since the election of the Albanese government in 2022, we have worked hard to fulfil the mandate delivered by the Royal Commission. The very first act of the 47th Parliament was passing aged care legislation responding to the Royal Commission. Its passage delivered a new funding mechanism for residential aged care, a sector-wide code of conduct, an expanded serious incidents response scheme and stronger provider governance. The Implementing Care Reform Amendment came shortly after, delivering greater transparency, capping home care fees and, most importantly, putting the nurses back into nursing homes. The creation of an Inspector General of Aged Care reinforced the Albanese government's commitment to being open with the Australian public about how aged care is administered and how it is being reformed. It demonstrated that we are holding ourselves to the same high standard that we expect of the sector. We made aged care more transparent with star ratings for residential care, empowering older people and their families to make informed decisions. The addition of the Dollars to Care program to star rating profiles holds providers accountable for how they spend their budgets. And my proudest achievement to date as the Minister for Aged Care, the Albanese government's $11.3 billion investment in a historic pay rise for aged care workers. These reforms have had a tangible impact on the lives of older people and the friends, families and workers that care for them. Right now, there is a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time in Australia. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day, 1.7 million of which are delivered by a qualified registered nurse. There has been a statistically significant decrease in the proportion of residents experiencing polypharmacy, antipsychotic medication use, falls that result in major injury, use of physical restraints, significant unplanned weight loss and consecutive unplanned weight loss. Trend analysis for the most recent quarter shows that for the first time, the prevalence of one or more pressure injuries is declining over time. We're also seeing improvements in the star ratings data, with fewer 1 and 2 star ratings and more 4 and 5 star ratings. This is incredible progress, and I want to particularly thank the aged care workers who have delivered this care. But there is more work to do, and our mandate continues. Since 1997, aged care has been in a slow state of evolution. Some changes have been far-reaching and others incremental. But Jim Carey, a 94-year-old aged care resident and member of the Council of Elders, said last month, "When you're building something, the first thing you need is a good foundation, and right now aged care does not have a good foundation." And Jim's right. Aged care doesn't need a renovation, it needs a revolution. And the primary focus of the 1997 Aged Care Act is the funding and operation of aged care providers. It lacks purpose, values and a mission, and it lacks a focus on people. As the Minister responsible for one of the few service delivery portfolios in the federal government, I believe that's what aged care should be about: people. We all have at least one person that immediately comes to mind when aged care comes up in a conversation or on the news: a grandparent, a loved one, a neighbour, a friend. I think about the residents that I used to care for and the women who were my colleagues when I worked in aged care as a uni student. Peg, who wanted prunes every morning as her first course of breakfast; Daisy, a resident who lived in the secure wing and had a cat that she lovingly looked after; Sharon, who ran the kitchen while I pushed around the tea trolley; and Nia and Iris, who used to do the 5 till 1 p.m. shift and then rush off to get their kids from school. Margaret, Sandra and my mum Deb, who worked in the office doing admin and rosters, and because of staff shortages had me do physio and diversional therapy. But the 1997 Act does not take into account the lives of Peg or Daisy or Sharon or Nia or Iris or Margaret or Sandra or my mum. In fact, it barely mentions people at all. That ends today. The new rights-based aged care bill we are introducing puts older people and the services they need front and centre. It promotes positive attitudes towards ageing. It empowers people with choice and control in the planning and delivery of their care. It builds trust and confidence with strong regulation and complaints mechanisms that prevent mistreatment, neglect and harm from poor quality and unsafe care. The cornerstone of this bill is a statement of rights, underpinned by Australia's obligations under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The Statement of Rights outlines what all Australians can and should expect from aged care: person-centred care that is culturally safe and trauma-aware, dignity and respect, individuality and diversity, independence, choice and control, dignity of risk and privacy. The rights of older people will be embedded in care delivery in the way workers are trained and the way people talk about the care that they receive. We heard that rights need to be enforceable, but also balanced. Including a statement of rights in this bill is not about opening the litigation floodgates. It's about empowering older people to have conversations about the dignified care they deserve. Under this bill, providers must take all reasonable and proportionate steps to act in accordance with the Statement of Rights. This is backed up by an enforceable registration condition that will make sure providers have practices in place to deliver care consistently with the Statement of Rights. In plain English, if a provider breaches the rights in this bill, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission will have tough enforcement actions at its disposal. The bill also introduces a new model to embed supported decision-making across the care system. Supporting older people to make decisions for themselves for as long as possible is at the heart of this bill, recognising that in a system that prioritises dignity and respect, the will and preferences of older people must always come first. Because as Rosemary, an 84-year-old aged care resident, said, we're still people even though we're in aged care, and we have the right to live our own lives and be treated with respect and dignity. And the rights in the new Aged Care Act will give me more autonomy over my decision-making and my daily life. We have been contributing members of Australian society all our lives, and we don't suddenly become inanimate objects when we enter aged care. In my previous job as a workers' compensation lawyer, I represented people who had been injured at work. And at the foundation of every claim was a simple legal principle. Employers owe a duty of care to their employees to take reasonable steps to prevent harm. It's a duty created to protect workers because the inherent power imbalance between employer and employee can lead to physical and psychological injury. The Royal Commission was clear about the need to create a duty of care for providers, which will hold them and the people in positions of leadership accountable when things go wrong. And in line with their recommendations, this bill includes new duties on providers and a limited group of people in leadership roles. The duties mean that providers and responsible persons must not act in a way that puts older people in their care at risk or actually causes more harm. The duties are carefully targeted towards the most egregious conduct. Leaders who fail to fulfil their duty of care without reasonable exception will face significant civil penalties. Good people who understand the responsibility that comes with caring for older people should in no way be deterred from taking on positions of responsibility because of these new duties. The bill brings together the complex multiple entry pathways criticised by the Royal Commission with a single culturally safe entry and assessment pathway. Assessment will actively involve older people in discussions about the services they need. And the bill continues our mission to take younger people out of aged care and into accommodation that meets their needs. Right now, there is no statutory age minimum for aged care. The result is that aged care has become a system of last resort. We've seen younger people who aren't able to get the care they need elsewhere relying on residential aged care as a safety net. And this bill seeks to legislate for the first time a requirement that makes it clear that aged care is for older people aged 65 years or older. And for First Nations people and those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness and aged over 50, aged care is still available when all other options have been considered and that person chooses to enter aged care. For First Nations people and those who are a strong, capable and world-class aged care regulator is essential to ensure the sector can uphold best practice for older people. The Royal Commission was critical of weak and ineffective regulatory arrangements that paid lip service to delivering high-quality care. Weak regulation lets down older people who fall through the cracks and also stunts providers. And as a first step, the Albanese government brought forward the capability review of the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to ensure the regulator has the right foundations, resources and support to meet its responsibilities now and into the future. Of the 32 recommendations, 31 have been completed or underway and the final will commence in 2025. Today, we are introducing a strong regulatory model that increases rights and protection for older people. The new regulatory powers will ensure voices of older people and their advocates will be heard without fear of retribution, safeguarded by powerful whistleblower protections with financial penalties. It will strengthen the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission and empower it to act to maintain the integrity of the aged care system. For providers, the new regulatory model explicitly outlines what obligations they have and how they'll be assessed against them. It will educate and support providers to continuously strive towards delivering high-quality care with new graded assessments and longer registration periods to encourage excellence. For older people, their family members, carers and advocates, and for workers, today we introduce a new statutory complaints commissioner with powers and responsibilities independent from the regulatory commissioner. A voice to raise issues, to have them heard and taken seriously, with the expectation that providers will work to address them or face serious consequences. It isn't just older people receiving aged care services or aged care providers that will be affected by this bill, it will also affect the aged care workforce. Among them, many dark themes that emerged in the Royal Commission was that workers are systematically underpaid and undervalued, that low wages and poor employment conditions meant that the sector struggled to attract and retain well-skilled people, that unacceptable staffing levels had led to substandard care. A prejudicial bias became ingrained in our society which said that some work is inherently worth less because of the type of people doing it. And this is arguably no more evident than in aged care, a system carried on the shoulders of women and migrants. One of these hallmarks of the Albanese government's approach to aged care has been to recognise the value of all aged care workers. The significant improvements we've made over the past 2.5 years would not have been possible without the skill, care and tenacity of our aged care workers. Without them, we have nothing. Workers like Emma, Nicole, Teresa and Suzanne from the United Workers Union, Catherine, Shriti, Raju and Lobsang from the Health Services Union, Jocelyn, Sue, Donna and Michelle from the Australian Nurses and Midwifery Federation. I want to thank these workers and the hundreds of others who I've met in aged care homes and in the Parliament to hear their stories and learn about their experiences of how our reforms are actually rolling out on the ground. I see you, I hear your feedback, and that's what I'm doing about it. First, the bill prioritises the training of well-skilled and empowered workers to deliver high-quality care, including specialised dementia care. Second, the bill introduces new worker screening measures, an important step towards professionalising the workforce through positive registration. Third, the strengthened quality standards requires providers to engage with workers at a service level on workforce planning and delivery of care. Fourth, the bill is mindful to ensure that the statement of rights is balanced with the rights of aged care workers to have a safe and respectful workplace. We know older Australians want the freedom, support and choice to remain in home and with the community that they love. Our $4.3 billion investment in support at home will deliver better and more tailored support to more people. Support at home will cut wait times to receive in-home aged care services. It will deliver more tailored support with 8 levels of ongoing care instead of 4. It will ensure faster access to assistive technology like walkers and wheelchairs, and increase the maximum level of support available from $61,000 to $78,000. Support at Home will offer a temporary boost in funding available to those who need restorative and allied health support to help them stay at home after an incident. And it will provide palliative care support to ensure older people can spend their final weeks at home surrounded by their community and loved ones. It's not an understatement to say that this will change lives. Someone like Val Fell, a 93-year-old dementia advocate, proud member of the Australian Government's Council of Elders. Earlier this year, Val was admitted to hospital after a fall. After she fell ill. When she was ready to return home, she was incorrectly told by the hospital that she could only get an ACAT assessment if she was moving to residential aged care and that she could only get temporary support at home if she kept her PIC line in. In total, Val was in hospital for 3 weeks before she was discharged through the Hospital at Home program. And after she was discharged, her daughter moved in with her to provide additional support. And that happened to Val, a fierce and articulate woman who understands the aged care system. And if it can happen to Val, it can happen to anyone. Support at Home will cut the time that Val has to wait for in-home support. Val will have access to restorative support, including a 12-week program guided by a multidisciplinary team of professionals. Our reforms will create better and safer care for Val and for every older Australian. These reforms are important, and to deliver them, we need a sustainable funding system. The time to act is here. Our population is ageing. And in the next 40 years, the number of Australians aged over 65 is expected to more than double, with those aged over 85 expected to triple. The great unanswered question from the Royal Commission was how to make aged care equitable and sustainable into the future, a question government so far had been too scared to examine until now. Last year, I assembled the Aged Care Task Force to review funding arrangements for the sector and develop options for a system that is fair and equitable for every Australian. For the first time, older Australians, consumer advocates, unions, provider representatives and experts in economics, finance, public policy, ageing and aged care and First Nations came together. And in their final report, released earlier this year, they recommended that Australians make a reasonable means-tested contribution to the cost of aged care. These reforms, based on the recommendations of the Aged Care Task Force, deliver a fairer aged care system and foster quality and innovation. Some things won't change. The government will remain the major funder of aged care. There will be no new taxes or levies. There will be no changes to the means testing of the family home. And older people with low means will still be supported to access the care they need. But some things will change. The government will now fully fund all clinical care, while older people make contributions towards services that they have paid for or been responsible for their entire lives, such as gardening, cleaning and personal care. In support at home, you will no longer have to pay a flat weekly fee. You will make a contribution towards services categorised as everyday living or independence. The amount you contribute will be based on the pension status and means test, and you'll only contribute to what you use. In residential care, those residents who can afford it will now make contributions towards the hotelling supplement and non-clinical care based on a means test. Accommodation pricing will also change. There will be an increase to the maximum room price. Daily accommodation payments will now be indexed so their true value doesn't diminish, and people who pay with refundable accommodation deposits will pay a 2% retention from the principal deposit for a maximum of 5 years. This will ensure residential aged care providers can attract the investment they need to keep current facilities open, improve quality and build new homes. A lifetime contribution cap for care costs will apply across the aged care system. No one will contribute more than $130,000 to their care costs, whatever their means or duration of care. And the no worse off principle will provide certainty to people already in or assessed as needing home care or already in residential care, that they won't need to make a greater contribution to their care than they have already planned for. Last June, I said we needed to be ambitious for aged care. This bill delivers that ambition and for the first time delivers a sustainable aged care system where older Australians have more choice about where and how they age, and one where providers are able to invest and build for the future of aged care. To conclude, I cannot overstate the importance of this moment and of the task that this parliament has before it. This bill has the potential to provide a new and enduring foundation for the Australian aged care system from 1 July 2025 for years to come. From then on, aged care will put the rights of older people first. The new Support at Home program will support all of us to live independently in our own homes for as long as possible as we age. The aged care system will be fair, financially sustainable, and with those who can afford it making contributions towards the cost of their own care. Older people will be cared for by skilled workers who are properly respected and fairly paid. This bill puts high-quality, safe and compassionate care and services first. It implements a system of caring for older people living with dementia that incorporates contemporary, evidence-based care. And it delivers our election commitment for better, more appetising and more nutritious food, underscored by new food standards. But we cannot realise this potential if parliamentarians do not come together and pass this bill. I would like to conclude by thanking the many advocates who have contributed to the development of this legislation. In particular, I would like to thank the members of the Aged Care Council of Elders, the Council of the Ageing and Old Persons Advocacy Network, the United Workers Union, Health Services Union, Australian Nurses and Midwifery Union and the Australian Nurses Union and Australian Services Union, the Aged Care Community Care Providers Association, the National Aged Care Advisory Council, the Department of Health and Aged Care's Expert Advisory Panel, consumer and sector reference groups, the members of the Aged Care Task Force and the opposition. In preparing this bill, the government considered over 320 submissions, 800 surveys, 14,500 separate points of engagement through webinars, workshops and roundtables. Thank you to the older Australians, carers, workers, unions, providers, advocates and other experts who helped us get to this incredibly important position today.
Yeah. The debate must now be adjourned. The Leader of the Opposition.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the collapse in living standards under this government. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. If you're at home today tuning into question time, you would understand from this Treasurer that there's nothing to see in relation to problems that families and the economy is facing at the moment. You would have heard from this Treasurer today that he was prepared to take the responsibility for decisions he says that have been taken that have been beneficial to the Australian people. But he produced no evidence of that. What we saw from the government today was significant hubris, a government which is telling the Australian people there's nothing to see here. These are families that have faced over the last 2 years 12 interest rate increases. People are paying $1,000 more for their electricity bills. Their insurance premiums have gone through the roof. People are paying more and more and more when they go to the supermarket, when they go to the butcher's, when they go to the fruit shop. And this Treasurer and this Prime Minister today tried to tell the Australian people, there's nothing to see here, the job's done. Be grateful. Be grateful for what this government's done for you. Be grateful that over the last 2 years, in real terms, your wages have gone backwards. Be grateful for the fact that you're paying more for your mortgage. The Treasurer gets up and says that, oh, it's okay because we've passed on savings to families and we've somehow made the situation much better. They haven't. No. This government couldn't be more out of touch.
Completely out of touch.
There are families at the moment, Deputy Speaker, who are taking their kids out of schools because they can't afford to pay the fees. There are families across the country, there are pensioners across the country who could not afford to heat or eat. They can do one or the other, but they can't do both over winter. We know that there are families who are in distress and have gone on to payment plans with energy companies, and this Prime Minister, this Treasurer, makes no mention of that whatsoever. There are people who are in discussions with their bank right now to work out how it is they're not going to be sold up by the bank because they're missing their mortgage repayments. The Reserve Bank Governor has pleaded with this government to stop spending as much money in the economy as they do, because what the Australian government, what the Albanese government wants people to believe is that by getting $10 from this government, that somehow that's going to compensate you for paying $100 more each week to the bank in increased mortgage rates. Now, the interest rates in the United Kingdom, in Canada and in New Zealand have already come down. And you would have expected that interest rates would already have come down in this comparable economy as well. But they're not going to. They're not going to, Deputy Speaker, because the Reserve Bank Governor has warned the Prime Minister and the Treasurer that what path this government has put us on, it's not sustainable. Let's be clear about it. The first responsibility of a government is to keep Australians safe. This Prime Minister has failed that first test. The next test is to make sure that you do no harm and you take care of Australians and help them through their lives. This government is making it harder and harder and harder for Australians, and particularly those on fixed incomes, pensioners and self-funded retirees, people who are on part pensions. Small business owners across the country are feeling the pain as well. When you look at your electricity bill tonight at home and you ask yourself, how on earth are we going to pay this bill? Or when you look at your insurance premium and say, how on earth are we going to pay this bill? It's small business owners who are saying the same thing. People who have got small stores who hold their goods in cold storage. Their electricity bills have gone through the roof. In some cases, and as we've moved around the country, there have been endless examples of this. In some cases, those bills haven't just gone up by $1,000. those bills have gone up by tens of thousands of dollars in some businesses. Now, can those small businesses, because their overdrafts now have gone up to double digits under this government, can they afford to absorb that cost? No, they can't. They can't, because they're paying more and more for every input cost. And this is why when you go to the supermarket, or when you go to the butcher, or when you go to the fruit shop, or wherever it might be, that's why people are paying more and more for groceries. We know, Deputy Speaker, that inflation is running at 3.5%. It's persistent, and it remains well above the 2 to 3% target range. We know that on comparative inflation, Australia's core inflation is 3.8% higher than the Netherlands, higher than the United Kingdom, higher than the United States, than Germany, Spain, Japan, Singapore, South Korea, Italy, Canada, France, and the entire euro area. And yet this Prime Minister and this Treasurer in question time today will say to you that there's nothing to see here, that you've never had it better, that since the Albanese government's been in power over the last 2 years, it's never been better. Well, I've got a wake-up call to this Prime Minister and to this Treasurer. Get out of this parliament and go and speak to average Australians in the suburbs. Go and speak to people who are having their houses sold up. Go and speak to people who are in the manufacturing industry. Under this government, over the last 2 years, there's been a threefold increase in the number of manufacturing businesses that have closed their doors. Now, Australians aren't consuming less. Those businesses have gone to Malaysia, and they've gone to Wyoming and elsewhere around the world where it's cheaper to produce because there's a government there delivering an energy policy where, for example, in Ontario, with the use of 70% nuclear power in the system, they're paying 1/3 the electricity cost that we are in our country. They won't even consider it. And we're importing those end products, those finished products, back into Australia at a higher cost, with more emissions, and Australians have lost the jobs and economic productivity. And yet the Treasurer says, nothing to see, you've never had it better. We know, Deputy Speaker, that the government's renewables-only energy policy is contributing to inflation. We know this because people see it in their power bills. The independent energy regulator is saying to the Australian public, this is not somebody employed by the Liberals or by the National Party, this is somebody who is an independent statutory office holder, telling the Australian people, we're going to have blackouts in this country. We're going to have brownouts. There will be rationing of power. There will be continued growth in cost of electricity. And Australian families can't afford 3 more years of this government. No. That much is obvious. That much is obvious. Australians are barely holding it together at the moment in terms of their own budgets. And this Prime Minister and this Treasurer, all they can offer is more of the same. And it's not just in relation to economics, and it's not just in relation to security. This government goes from one issue to the next, where they frankly don't have a clue as to how to manage issues or how to resolve problems. They have got a situation at the moment where they are absolutely obsessed about the Greens Party's policies, philosophies, approaches, and it means that every decision that they're taking is based on how they can win votes or hold votes from the Greens in inner-city Melbourne and Sydney. And what is happening here is those people are being treated more fairly, it seems, or they're certainly being prioritised above people in regional areas and above people in outer metropolitan areas. We've seen it in relation to the agricultural sector, and farmers have marched on this parliament for the first time in 40 years, only during the course of this week. We've seen it in relation to the mining sector. The mining sector is here in town this week, and they are belling the cat here. They are absolutely clear about the fact that this Prime Minister and the Environmental Minister have taken decisions which have detrimentally impacted the mining sector. Now, without that money from the mining sector, we don't have schools being refurbished in this country. We don't have new roads being opened in capital cities. And without the WA economy doing well, the whole Australian economy is suffering. So, Deputy Speaker, when we say to the Australian public, by way of this very important debate today, that the collapse in living standards under this government is real, it is real. And Australians are feeling it, and that's why they're losing faith in this Prime Minister. That's why this Prime Minister's numbers in every poll that you look at the moment are through the floor. Australians aren't stupid. They're not going to accept the hollow assurances from this government, and this Prime Minister and Treasurer should stand condemned.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. I just ask members to leave quietly, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not really sure what that was. It was kind of all over the shop. It felt like his heart wasn't in it. It had the normal kind of expected de rigueur, division and complaint and the negativity, the signature negativity, not as much nastiness as we might be used to. It did sound like he had a bit of a cold, but I would say it's not consistent with the Leader of the Opposition's smile a bit more strategy. Try and make people think you're a little bit nicer. He's going to have to run back to the office and work a little bit harder on that. But, Deputy Speaker, maybe it's for another purpose. Maybe that little rant was for his TikTok account. That's right. The Leader of the Opposition, the guy who's spent years huffing and puffing and railing at young Australians for scrolling down their TikTok, has got amongst it. He's actually joined TikTok. And he was talking about the numbers. Well, I had a little look, and it's true. I got my staff to have a look because it's not on my parliamentary phone, let the record show. But at 3:19 p.m. this afternoon, 1 week in, the Leader of the Opposition now has 26 followers on TikTok. You can find him under the category with, hashtag RWNJ, hashtag desperate, hashtag nasty. But I'll give him a little tip. I'm very popular on TikTok. I've got 145,000 followers. You've got to put your heart into it. You've actually got to mean what you say. I know it's Thursday at the end of a difficult week, but anyway, look, I'll start on a conciliatory note. It gets a bit testy on Thursdays, it gets a little bit testy in here, but this is astounding. Miracles do happen, Deputy Speaker. The opposition is actually bringing a topic for debate of some relevance to Australians. After months, month after month after month of studiously avoiding asking questions about the economy, asking questions about cost of living, they talk about any topic except the cost of living and the economy. They've shown a little bit of interest this week. I'll give them that. I mean, they're kind of getting back on the game. They weren't very good at government. What we've seen the last 2 years, they're not very good at opposition. They're certainly not very good at being the alternative government and actually having any policies, but they're starting to figure it out. You've got to at least pretend to care about the things that Australians are worried about. Let's be very clear. The government's number one priority is helping Australians doing it tough with cost of living pressures. It's coupled with the core economic challenge of getting inflation down. Had a community morning tea last week and was talking to people, mainly older people, who know what inflation does to an economy. Inflation, left unchecked, destroys the incomes, the savings, the wealth of ordinary, everyday Australians. Actually, people with a lot of wealth, they do really, really well in an inflation crisis. The people that the opposition represent, their core supporters, actually do really well in an inflationary crisis because their assets go up in value. But everyday Australians take a hit. But they don't want to ask about, no questions, still haven't heard a question this year about the tax cuts. Don't want to talk about the government delivering 2 back-to-back surpluses. The first time that that's happened in this country for nearly 20 years, putting downwards pressure on inflation. Don't want to talk about the $300 energy rebate going to every household and small businesses across the country. They don't want to talk about the progress that we're making with Medicare bulk billing, restoring bulk billing for the first time for a very long time. We've seen bulk billing rates rise. Don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about cheaper childcare. They certainly don't want to talk about fee-free TAFE. They said fee-free TAFE was a waste of money. Well, try telling that to the now more than 500,000 Australians in the last 2 years who benefited from Labor's fee-free TAFE. They don't want to talk about cheaper medicines, the 60-day scripts. Now, I'll make a little confession. My daughter, she doesn't really think that much of politics. She keeps a bit of an eye, but she actually called me on this one last year. She rang me and said, "Dad, you've finally done something useful." And I said, "Oh, what's that, darling?" She said, "These 60-day scripts putting downwards pressure and cutting the costs of medicines benefits her." It's not just older Australians. She's lifelong on blood thinners from a DVT. Hundreds of millions of dollars saved. They don't want to talk about that. But of course, if you want to talk about the standard of living or cost of living, it's not just money out, it's also money in. That means wages. Now, of course, in their time in government, in nearly a decade of decay and division and dithering, dysfunction, they had a deliberate policy. Their deliberate policy was to oppose wage rises at every turn and keep wages low. The Prime Minister, of course, in the election campaign, when he was asked, the journalists thought it was a gotcha question, will you support a $1 rise in the minimum wage? $1. He said absolutely. The former Prime Minister and this rabble over there dithered for a couple of days till they realised, oh, maybe that actually wasn't a very good idea. Well, the government is getting wages moving. You want to talk about cost of living and standard of living, then getting wages moving is key. The government has backed minimum wage rises, 2.6 million low-paid workers for the third consecutive pay rise, opposed by those opposite. The caring professions and the gender wage gap in particular, a real focus of the government's work, backing wage rises for aged care workers, backing wage rises for early childhood workers. But I do give them credit. In that whole wasted decade, they did actually achieve something. One of their policies worked. Real wages went backwards in their decade in office. And they can't blame COVID. That's the thing. They can't hide behind the pandemic and say it's all because of COVID. Between 2013 and 2019, before the pandemic, real wage rises under their watch was 0.7% lower. The first 6 years in government, they sent real wages backwards. That was their deliberate policy, and they achieved it. They were punting for the wooden spoon in the OECD. They almost got there. They were the third last place on their watch out of 35 OECD countries. And so it sets up the very clear contrast, doesn't it? The government, Labor, wants Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. The Liberals, the opposition, want Australians to work longer for less. But I'm really happy, Deputy Speaker, to talk about the economy and cost of living pressures that all Australians are feeling. And I see it in my community. In Bruce, borders your electorate, member for Isaacs. The human diversity in my part of Melbourne, in south-east Melbourne, is our defining characteristic. One of the most multicultural places in Australia. People from more than 150 countries, speaking more than 200 languages, more than 100 faith traditions every day. Go to the Dandenong market, you see the whole world there. And as a government, our number one priority is delivering cost of living relief for every Australian. And I say every single Australian. Deputy Speaker, my new role in the ministry, looking after citizenship and multicultural affairs, means I get out right across the country now and talk to every Australian, every kind of Australian, not just the Bob or the Karen or the Russell or the Anne or the other Anglo folks that the Coalition always talk about, or the Cecil. We had Cecil today. You know, save Cecil, we'll give Cecil another run. And it is something curious that I've observed over quite some time now about those opposite. In question time, the opposition often asks ministers about people they claim to have heard from in their electorates, raising an issue. Fred from my electorate says you're awful. What do you say? Jane from my micro business in a small town in my electorate says everything is terrible, it's all your fault and why are you so bad? Those kind of vibes. But it's funny how they never seek to raise an issue on behalf of Mohammed or Mateo or Mojgan or Chen or Amrit or Ezekiel or Layla or Dikran. Do Australians from non-Anglo backgrounds not exist in coalition electorates? Or do they never go and talk to those people and hear about their cost of living pressures? Or maybe they just don't speak up to them? Or could it be they just make up their fictitious questions and constituents and never think of non-Anglo Australians? But every single time they come in here and tell stories, it's always people with Anglo-Celtic names that they're raising. Have a look. But in talking about cost of living and standards of living, I want to be very clear. When it comes to modern multicultural Australia, Deputy Speaker, it's always important to remember that we have far more in common than we have difference. Everyone cares about a strong economy. Everyone is getting a tax cut because of this government, and it was the right thing to do. We took a political whack to the head earlier in the year when we made that decision to restructure the tax cuts and push more money to low and middle income earners. Under their proposal, low and middle income earners would have got nothing while all the benefits went to high income earners. What's their policy on that now, I wonder? I mean, does Bob or Russell or Anne or Cecil or Mohammed or Mojgan or Doing OK Dylan, do they get a tax cut still, or are you going to roll them back still? Is that still their policy? We'll see. Inflation, though, is trending down, and that benefits every Australian. Everyone cares about Medicare, our universal health system, something people new to this country find miraculous and become rightly proud of, a Labor legacy. No one comes to this country wanting to be poorer. Everyone comes to this country wanting a better life for their kids through education, Deputy Speaker. I hear this day in and day out in my electorate. Every weekend, door knocking out on street stalls, going to events. I go door knocking actually because it cheers me up. It's a bit like going to the gym. Sometimes getting there's a little bit hard, but then once you're there, it's actually pretty good. But it cheers me up because you actually talk to normal, everyday people. You get outside your toxic emails and the social media bubble. The government is on the side of every Australian getting a fair go. But of course, if the opposition was fully upfront in this debate, they'd tell their fake constituents that they've opposed every single cost of living measure that the government has put forward over the last 2 years to make their lives better, whether it's tax cuts, energy rebates, pay rises for low-income workers, or now the future made in Australia.
And I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Well, more dribble from the member for Bruce. I mean, this guy continues to play the class clown. Here we are talking about the collapse in living standards under this government, and he starts talking about, oh, we only mention Anglos. We only mention Anglos. Well, maybe he should have mentioned Zahid Safi, who's the Liberal for Bruce, running in his seat against him, who was born in Afghanistan. He failed to mention Zahid, the Liberal candidate that wants to take this guy on. Instead, he goes on about Peter Dutton's TikTok account. Well, I'll tell you what, Zahid Safi has 280 likes on his Facebook, so if you want to criticise him, member for Bruce, come back down and do that. You want to talk about Anglos and all the rest of it? Maybe what you should be doing, Assistant Minister, and well done on your promotion, and all of those opposite, including the Minister with his back to the dispatch box here, is concentrate on the living standards that have fallen in Australia in the last 2 years. Because what's happened for people in the gallery, people in my electorate, people right around the country, if you think back just 2 years ago, people did have a lot more money, a lot more disposable income. Right now, since this government was elected, those living standards have fallen through the floor. And you just have to look at what the Assistant Minister said, Deputy Speaker. The first two things he mentioned, somehow that this government, the Albanese government, is doing to help with cost of living. What did he mention? He mentioned tax cuts and he mentioned a $300 electricity rebate. But what he failed to tell you is that the Prime Minister, prior to the last election, promised that the stage 3 tax cuts that the coalition had legislated and at the time they approved, that my word is my bond, I won't change them. And then he went and changed them, and now they want credit for it. They wouldn't even be delivering tax cuts if it wasn't for the coalition. And then he mentioned a $300 rebate, but failed to tell you that the Prime Minister promised a $275 reduction in your electricity bill. Now, I haven't met anyone around the country yet who's had their electricity bill fall by $275. So what have they done? Oh, we'll give you a $300 rebate, a one-off thing for 1 year, but your electricity has continuously gone up after that. Now, people in my electorate that have written into me, Carol from Mango Hill, when is Labor going to stop wasting money on renewables that in most cases are worse for the environment and start investing in our own resources? And today the Minister for the Environment was asked about the environmental damage that has been done by resource projects around the country, and all she could say is, oh, in some cases there's a little bit, or we're working with people to prevent environmental damage. Sandeep from Griffin said the cost of living is impacting everything, especially interest rates. But what does the Prime Minister get up and say in Parliament today? At 2:21 he said, Australians understand that I lead a government that gets things done. Well, what are you getting done? What are you actually getting done beside higher mortgages, higher rents, higher insurances, less disposable income? You know, I mean, he spent $500 million on a voice and ran around for months carrying on about it, that 68% of the country voted no to. Not one state voted for it. That was his priority the last 2 years, not the people of Petrie that I represent or Australians right around the country. And the Treasurer was just as bad. At 2:37 today, the Treasurer was asked about interest rates. And what did he say? 12 interest rate rises in a row under them. So he focused on the coalition and said, oh, it started under us. We had one interest rate rise in 9 years. In 2 years, they've had 12 interest rate rises, and someone with a mortgage of $730,000 has gone up $30,000 in interest, right? And they carry on about women going back to work. No wonder they're going back to work. Their mortgage has gone up $30,000. And this isn't just the case in Petrie, it's right around the country. And I'll tell you what really identifies how bad this Albanese Labor government is and what an appalling job they're doing in a collapse in living standards, and that is homelessness right around the country. Anywhere where you go at the moment, you will see more and more rough sleeping, and statistics don't lie, because under the coalition government, rough sleeping fell and reduced at the last census. Under this government, they've doubled. They've gone through the roof, and they'll continue to get worse. So, Deputy Speaker, homelessness up, cost of living up.
Order. Your time has expired. The call is given to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, listening to the last two speakers from the opposition, all we've heard is lots of things about cost of living, which is very true at the moment. It is tough out there, and I speak to lots of my constituents. But I haven't heard any solutions. All this week here, in fact, all this year, and in fact for the last 2 years, they're very good at raising the issues, but not giving us solutions. Governing is a lot more than just whinging. Deputy Speaker, we know that Australians are doing it tough. I was out last week. I held 4 street corner meetings. We did door knocking, telephone polling. People are telling us it's tough out there. It's extremely tough. And that's why the priority of this Labor government is to ensure that we can assist those people, that we can help those people as much as we possibly can. And we are putting things into action and have put things into action. Deputy Speaker, the opposition would let you think that the world began on the 19th of May 2022 and nothing existed prior to that. And we look at their track record. Where was their housing policy? Where was their energy policy? 29, 30, 40, I don't know how many energy policies they had. They kept on flopping and failing, therefore not putting a structure in place to allow people to invest in renewables, in energy, so we can have more players in the market to bring down prices. The only solution we've had from this side is nuclear power plants. This monstrosity that will cost billions and billions and billions of dollars, that whether it was a private investment or whether it's a government investment, will have to be recouped from someone at some stage. Where will that money get recouped from? The people that pay the energy bills, the mums and dads, the families. That'll only show that energy prices will skyrocket, absolutely skyrocket, under a Liberal opposition government. Deputy Speaker, our economic plan is a plan about helping Australians earn more and keeping more of what they earn. And our policies are making a difference. There is no doubt. There is no doubt our policies are making a difference. In the first 2 years of this Albanese Labor government, compensation of employees rose at its fastest 2-year rate in 16 years. And when we talk about compensation of employees, we're talking about wages. The annual average of 7.7 since the election. 7.7. Prior to the election, we were going backwards compared to 4.5% under the coalition. Inflation now has a 3 in front of it. What was it prior to 19th of May 2022? It had a 6 in front of it. We've nearly halved the rate of inflation, and we know that you need to keep a lid on inflation. And that's what we're tackling every single day here, because if that genie gets out of the box, it will absolutely destroy the lives of Australians. We know that inflation has to be managed, and that's what we're doing. And we've halved it since we've been in government. Nominal wages are growing at almost double the average of what it did under the former government. And as I said, we're delivering cost of living relief, including tax cuts for every single taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household. So, Deputy Speaker, I just want to make a point. We don't want to take lectures from an opposition who left us with inflation that was rising and had a 6 in front of it, and real wages going backwards by 3.4%, and a decade of deliberate wage stagnation and suppression. Deputy Speaker, tax cuts which gave more to the well-off. This is their track record and would have continued to give more to the well-off had they won the last election. These are Deputy Speaker, these are the same people who'd have us in recession right now, but with less help for people and on lower wages. The same people who can't tell us where their $315 billion in secret cuts are coming from and what that means for Medicare, for pensions and the economy. And we saw when they last came to government, all those three items, Medicare, pensions and things in the economy, were absolutely slashed by the former Prime Minister, Minister Abbott. And the same people who still don't have a credible or costed alternative economic policy well into their third year of a 3-year term, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, those opposite want higher interest rates, higher inflation, so no one notices that they have no policies or credibility. Deputy Speaker, they left us much higher inflation, huge deficits, and in the third year of a 3-year term, still have no cost.
Has expired. And I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was hearing question time today when I heard the Prime Minister say that Australians understand that the government I lead gets things done. Well, Deputy Speaker, the Australians that I speak to know that under this Prime Minister, what this government has done is demolish and decimate their standards of living. Australians are experiencing a collapse in living standards under the Albanese Labor government that has been brought about by the Albanese Labor government and yet continues to be denied by the Albanese Labor government. And recent polls have shown, Deputy Speaker, that Australians now know that the cost of living crisis that they are experiencing is directly attributable to this government and to this government's gross overspending and the government's absolute failure to rein in inflation. We heard some things today here in question time, some commentary by the Treasurer that I could not believe. When asked a question about whether he would take responsibility for the 12 interest rate rises that have occurred under his watch, he went straight back to the one interest rate rise that occurred under the former coalition government. And Australians, those Australians that would have listened to that, or those Australians that will see it tomorrow in the news, in their news feed, on their social media, they know that they are now experiencing a far worse standard of living than they were 2 years ago. And, Deputy Speaker, when I'm out in my electorate, through southern Sydney, through the Sutherland Shire, through southwestern Sydney, regardless of where I go, whether it be Bangor, Bundeena, whether it be Ingleburn, whether it be Illawong, whether it be Hammondville, they are all telling me exactly the same thing. Their mortgages are up by $24,000 a year. Their insurances are right up. They know when they go to the supermarket each week, when they go to the butcher's, when they go to the fruit and vegetable shop, when they go to their local cafe to buy a coffee, they know that they are paying a lot more now than they were 2 years ago. And that is just one of the impacts, the major impacts that this is having, Deputy Speaker, is on Australians' way of life. I've had so many families say to me, sport is a massive part of the community in the electorate, in the seat that I'm privileged to represent, Deputy Speaker. And parents have now had to reconsider whether or not their children will play summer sports this year. They are saying to me that they are considering how much insurance they continue to take out. They're cutting back on insurance. This is not the Australia that was here 2 years ago. This is the Australia and this is the way of life that has now been delivered by this Labor government. And it is disgraceful. It is disgraceful that we have seen this tearing apart of the fabric of of Australians' lives. And Deputy Speaker, I speak to small business in my community regularly, and small business households will say to me their energy costs have gone up by $1,000 and more. Small businesses will talk about the tens of thousands of dollars that they are now paying more for energy costs, and that is directly attributable again to Albanese Labor government policies where they would look at nothing but renewable energies. They've refused to, because of ideology, they've refused to look at a more pragmatic approach and to say, maybe we've got this wrong, maybe we should be considering other options such as more gas or such as nuclear power to work together with renewables to address our energy crisis. Well, and I was also here today, Deputy Speaker, when I heard the member for Adelaide say that those on our side have no solutions. We do have solutions. We would absolutely fight inflation. We will bring inflation down, and that will then allow the Reserve Bank to bring interest rates down. We will cut red tape. We will assist small businesses with asset write-offs, instant asset write-offs. We will get this economy back on track, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor has worked hard to help Australians with the cost of living, but we know there is still more to do, particularly in regional and remote Northern Territory. Offering tax cuts, energy rebates and wiping student debt is important in our Labor budget of delivering cost of living relief for every Australian, including people in my electorate. I work hard in the electorate to build strong and sustainable communities that provide relief to those most in need at times when they need it the most. That is why it's so important that the many Territorians in Lingiari benefited from a tax cut from the 1st of July 2024. The Albanese Labor government is focused on easing the cost of living pressures and is committed to ensuring every working Australian keeps more of what they earn. Cost of living remains a major issue of concern for everyone, particularly in my electorate. My constituents are feeling the pressure from higher global energy prices. From the 1st of July, we are delivering $300 energy bill relief for every Australian household, including those in my electorate of Lingiari. We're also providing small businesses with an energy rebate of $325, which is good for local business and local consumers. This is on top of extending for a further 12 months the $20,000 instant asset write-off, and there's been some good feedback from some of those small businesses in my electorate, and also hearing back from farmers and pastoralists regarding the federal government's on-farm connectivity program, which provides farmers and pastoralists with rebates of as much as $30,000 for investing in state-of-the-art agricultural technology. I wonder if members on the other side tell their constituents that when we talk about fighting inflation and easing the cost of living, that they have voted for the last 2 years against every cost of living relief measure. So they have never supported any of the cost of living relief measures, and they stand up and they say that they have solutions to offer. But I have yet to see any of those solutions come forward, and it's not just about a few electorates, Deputy Speaker, it's about the whole of Australia, including those in my electorate where you see the most disadvantage. So Labor is building on last year's budget investment for all Australians relying on the social security safety net. From this year, the Albanese government is increasing maximum rates of Commonwealth rent assistance by a further 10% to help relieve the rental stress. In the last 6 months before the last election, the financial viability of general practice was in serious trouble, and particularly in my electorate of Lingiari, after the Coalition's 6-year freeze on the Medicare rebate. bulk billing was falling off a cliff, and that is why Labor has tripled the bulk billing incentive from the 1st of November last year, with the largest investment in bulk billing in history. We have seen, Deputy Speaker, a 3.4 percentage points go from 75% of all GP visits being bulk billed in October to 79% in May in my electorate, a huge increase in the electorate of Lingiari. And I can, you can see, when I talk to a lot of the GPs, they will say that bulk billing has certainly increased by about 4.8%. So the residents in my electorate of Lingiari have also made 11,000 visits to the Membatua or in Alice Springs and the Palmerston Medicare Urgent Care Clinics. So we are making it easier to help parents manage their finances as well, with the 26-week paid parental leave with super now included that we saw today. So cost of living measures are part of Labor's long-term economic plan. We are helping all Australians right now, working to bring down inflation and planning a future made in Australia.
Member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everywhere I look, the cost of living is hurting families in my electorate and around Australia. All the fundamental costs that families and individuals face seem to be going up. It is unbelievable the pressure that families and businesses are under because of what this government has done. They start thinking that subsidising processes that drive the economy will make the fundamentals cheaper. No amount of subsidies will make the fundamentals cheap if we create shortages. And at the source of many things in the economy, the basics are food production, clothing production, manufacturing, energy costs, and all of those are going up. You've only got to look at what our inflation figures are. The current inflation rate in Australia at 3.8% is remarkably not budging. And that is because we have a lot of extra government spending subsidising industries like the energy system, which is getting huge subsidies, making our electricity system unreliable and expensive because they're subsidising more and more renewable energy. You've only got to look at the subsidy go-round. The certificate values of $4 billion a year for large generating certificate value with the small-scale subsidies. We've got $19 billion of Rewiring Australia subsidies baked in. We've got subsidies for batteries. We've got subsidies through interest rates that governments are paying for green energy bonds. And the irony of it is we are now subsidising in New South Wales and Victoria coal plants to not close. Their business case has been destroyed by the market rules which restrict them operating because of renewable energy targets. But hey presto, people have got to realise this mantra that we heard day in, day out, that renewables is the cheapest form of energy, only refers to the generation cost at the solar panel or at the wind turbine. It doesn't include the full system levelised cost of energy, which means the extra cost of all the subsidies, the extra costs of all the batteries, the extra cost of all the poles and wires grids, the backup systems that you need, because solar only generates 20% of the time and it's got to have a gas plant or a coal plant just sitting there waiting if the sun stops shining or when it's night time. And so you've got these multiple other system costs, which means the cost of the electricity from a renewable-based system, once it gets to your power point and onto your bill, it's totally different from the generation cost. We need a system cost so people understand the full cost. Look at the cost of cars. The new EV push has put a system in place through fuel standards that's putting the cost of a Toyota RAV4 up at least $11,000. Even a cheap Chinese MG is going to go up $12,000. A Ford Ranger, all the tradesmen, Hiluxes and Ford Rangers are two of the biggest selling vehicles in Australia, and they have gone up between $17,900 for a Ford Ranger and $14,500 for a Hilux. Insurance is going up, mortgage repayments are going up. These huge mortgages in the cities, people are having to pay up to $30,000 more because of this loose government spending without any productivity growth. The economy's growing because we've got unbridled immigration. There's a shortage of housing that's exacerbated by too many migrants, way more than what our housing can provide, and everywhere you turn, costs are up. We need a change of government. The election next year will get back to fundamentals. We're going to make the fundamentals cheap, get tax cuts in that mean we don't have people paying more tax, bring back the original stage 3 tax cuts, get rid of the 32.5 cents tax rate, people paying 30% only up until they get to $200,000, then they'll have enough income to pay and get ahead again. And
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about
the
Albanese Labor
What
government.
are you rising on? There was nothing. You've interrupted a debate that hasn't started. What is your point of order?
I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Okay. A quorum required.
Got nothing else to do. Nothing left to do. Level of your internet.
No, we can't. You guys have another speaker in India? You do? So they're cutting off your... Just to...
He'll get over it. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Do what I need to. Oh, I don't know. It's fun like this.
Thank you. Quorum has been reached, and I'm giving the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about how the Albanese Labor government is addressing the pressing issue of cost of living in Australia. We have just heard from the Leader of the Opposition. We have just heard from members of the Opposition. And I say one thing, Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and that's why I'm on this side of the House. When I'm out and about in my community in Pearce, which is one of the fastest and largest growing areas in the nation, with a median age of 36 and approximately 8 babies per day born, the most significant and appreciated measure introduced by the Albanese Labor government is a tax cut for every taxpayer. My constituents are so appreciative of not just a one-off payment, but an ongoing pay increase every fortnight in their pay packets. Starting 1st of July 2024, every taxpayer has received a tax cut, including those earning $45,000 or less, who previously received no benefit on the previous government's tax plan. Given the previously mentioned demographics of peers, my community is also very appreciative that the government has reduced childcare costs and enhanced the government-paid parental leave. From July 1, parents have received 22 weeks of paid parental leave, resulting in more support as parents take time out of work to care for their newborns. The scheme will continue to expand each year until the government's paid parental leave scheme reaches 26 weeks in July 2026. When fully rolled out to 26 weeks, families will receive around $24,000 in government-funded parental leave. The Albanese Labour government has also raised the Medicare levy, low-income thresholds, benefiting over 1 million Australians. This ensures that more low-income earners either pay a reduced levy rate or are exempt from it altogether, further enhancing their financial situation. In addition to tax relief, the government is also providing energy bill relief. From July 1, every household has received a rebate of $300 on their electricity bills, while 1 million small businesses will benefit from a rebate of $325. This measure is critical, providing relief from rising global energy prices. By offering these rebates, the government aims to help families manage their expenses while simultaneously exerting downward pressure on inflation. Another critical area where the Albanese Labour government is making progress is in wages. After a decade of stagnant wages under the previous government, the Albanese Labour government is taking decisive action to get wages moving again. This includes supporting consecutive increases in the median wage and delivering a historical 15% rise for aged care and early childcare workers, increasing the payment for these essential workers and acknowledging that they are taking the time and they are absolutely valued. To further enhance the quality of aged care, the Albanese Labour government has today announced a $5.6 billion package of investments and reforms towards high-quality, safe and compassionate care. This will allow our older generation to live independently and live with dignity and respect as they age. Healthcare affordability is also a priority. The government is committed to making medicines cheaper. In the recent budget, $3 billion has been allocated to support pharmacies and reduce the cost of medications. The maximum cost of PBS will be frozen at $31.64 a year. And for those with pension or concession cards, the price will remain at $7.70 for 5 years. This ensures that essential medications remain accessible to those who need them most. I had a community member make a beeline for me in the shopping centre recently, so she could thank the Albanese Labour government, and she realised that she could now afford to get her full prescription at the pharmacy rather than having to pick and choose what she could and couldn't afford. Furthermore, the government is committed to ensuring a fair deal for consumers by strengthening the competition watchdog and introducing a mandatory grocery code of conduct. The government is working to hold supermarkets accountable and secure fairer prices at the checkout. This is an essential step in combating the rising cost of living and ensuring that people are not unfairly burdened. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labour government is actively addressing the cost of living crisis through comprehensive measures that support taxpayers, provides energy relief, boosts wages, makes healthcare affordable, invests in education, ensures fair consumer practices and supports families. Without doubt, the Albanese Labour government is supporting our communities and is committed to building a sustainable future for all Australians, and that's why I sit on this side of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. And on indulgence, I call the Minister for Government Service and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
And I'd like to particularly thank the member for Casey for giving me the opportunity to seek this indulgence. Yesterday at about 12:15 p.m, after finishing her lunch, Joanne Lombardi, who's a frontline public servant who's served for 22 years with Medicare and Centrelink, was returning to her office a few metres from the Blacktown Service Centre where she works. She's wearing the distinctive Services Australia uniform, which many of us are familiar with. She was a few metres from that service centre when she was viciously, violently assaulted by a person exiting this service centre. It was a completely unprovoked, unjustified attack. Now, bystanders intervened. Police are investigating. I've spoken to Joanne this morning. She's shocked, she's injured, but she's recovering, and I've spoken to her Blacktown colleagues who serve all Australians. Assaults on our public servants are unacceptable. We have 100,000 frontline Commonwealth public servants. Assaulting them is a crime. It doesn't matter what sort of day you're having or what sort of circumstances you're in. Assaulting the people trying to help you is not part of their job description and cannot be excused. So the first thing I want to do in this indulgence is to take the opportunity on behalf of the entire Parliament and millions of Australians and say thank you to our frontline public servants. You do a great job for people who need you. In this term, we've invested $361 million in the last budget. It's resulted in 278 extra guards. We've had 15 service centres already had their security features upgraded and another 85 to be done in the next 2 years. We've enhanced IT systems, including security alerts and information. Importantly, we've increased maximum penalties for assaults with support of the Coalition. It used to be that if you assaulted a federal judge, you get 13 years maximum, but as Commonwealth frontline public servant, 10 years. It's now the same, 13 years. And we're on track in October to introduce new nationwide Commonwealth protections framework. I want to advise the House in closing in my conversation with Joanne Lombardi, who's modest. She said this to me: "I love my job. This is not going to stop me." Well, Joanne and your team at Blacktown and our frontline public servants, we love you and we thank you every day for what you do for Australians.
Yeah. Well spoken.
It being 4:30, well, it being almost 4:30 p.m, the question is that I propose that the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Speaker. Today is a dark day and one that does not bode well for the nation. The government's so-called Combating Misinformation Bill marks the beginning of the end for free speech and democracy in Australia. Make no mistake, this bill is another alarming example of overreach and a step towards government tyranny about what we can and cannot discuss. It gives the government unfettered power and control over Australians and their right to exchange ideas, thoughts and opinions. Do you realise what we're risking here? Free speech is the bedrock of democracy, and as Benjamin Franklin said, there is no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech. The bill compels digital platform providers like X and Facebook to censor content that may contribute to serious harm. But who makes that decision? Who's the arbitrator of truth? One of the bill's definitions of content that may cause serious harm is content that may cause serious harm to public health in Australia, including the efficacy of preventive health measures. Where have I heard those words before? Why don't they just say misinformation is whatever discussion or debate goes against the narrative of the government of the day? Because it appears that anyone with a view that's contrary to the government's narrative is going to be in the firing line, just like during the pandemic when our government, the government I was a part of, censored 4,000 social media posts as misinformation, many of which proved to be absolutely true. I'm not alone in my concerns. In giving feedback on the original exposure draft, the Law Council rightly outlined concerns that digital platform services lack the expertise and resources to identify and distinguish misinformation. And the Human Rights Commission, who were missing in action during the pandemic, said the bill didn't strike the right balance between censorship of objectively untrue content and protection for freedom of expression. It seems this final bill hasn't adequately addressed either of these legitimate issues, so why is it being rushed through? I agree with Dr Philip Altman, a pharmacologist with 40 years' experience as a clinical trial and drug regulatory affairs consultant, who believes the biggest peddler of misinformation during the pandemic were the government and unelected health bureaucrats. That's because they falsely claimed that the experimental gene-based mRNA injections were safe and effective, when this was not supported by the available evidence, even from the pharmaceutical companies themselves. Falsely claimed the senseless vaccine mandates would help stop transmission when they were never tested for that. Falsely claimed the COVID injections would keep you from getting COVID, getting seriously ill or going to hospital. Falsely claimed masks prevented transmission or infection. Falsely claimed it was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Falsely claimed that early treatments were unsuitable. Falsely claimed there was no clinical evidence to support ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine in the treatment of COVID-19. And worst of all, the vilification and censorship of doctors, academics and scientists who raised the alarm about the safety of the vaccines. But here's the rub. Professional news services, mainstream media are excluded from this bill so they can lie or cause harm without fear of repercussions. Anyone sees a big red flag here? Based on what I've observed over the last nearly 5 years, is deliberate suppression of information by the media that I find most sinister. For example, their failure to disclose the vested interest of so-called health experts, expert committees and institutions providing public advice. Failure to report on the doctors and health practitioners being deregistered and suspended for daring to disagree with the government's narrative. Failure to put pressure on the government to reveal the contractual arrangements with vaccine manufacturers. Failure to ask about the estimated 30,000 XX deaths since the rollout of the jabs. Failure to hold the TGA accountable for failing to investigate the more than 140,000 reports of adverse reactions to the jabs. Failure to highlight the minimal to near zero risk of COVID-19 in the young versus the risk to the elderly. And most heinously, the failure to cover stories of the vaccine injured, including the thousands of injured Australians who aren't even eligible for compensation because of the illogically narrow eligibility criteria. We're constantly assured that the science is settled and bombarded with propaganda to follow the science, but surely this dogma has no place in science. Surely our doctors, academics, scientists must be free to ask questions about assertions and debate issues. These are truly unprecedented times. 25 years in the Parliament, I've never seen legislation like it. This is not the country I grew up in, and it's heading in a direction that I fear for future generations. Today, I urge Australians to stand up and speak out on this bill while you still can.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Structures matter. I don't think you need to be an engineer to understand this. I think we understand this as humans. You need to get the structures right, and then you can get the foundations, build the walls, create a home, create scaffolding. And the Labor Party 30 years ago started looking at our party structures. And what we did is we looked at the gender ratio within our party. And so earlier this week in the Parliament House, we got to celebrate 30 years of the great Australian Labor Party's affirmative action policy. We got to have Sheila O'Sullivan, one of the original movers of the motion at a Labor Party conference 30 years ago, who came and celebrated with the Parliament, and specifically, I'll say, the Australian Labor Party. The other mover of that motion was Carmen Lawrence, a proud West Australian, and I also understand that Helen Creed, one of my constituents, also helped work on this. There are pinch me moments in this job, and I have to say that celebrating affirmative action was absolutely one of those moments. And I think it's important that we understand our history so we can know where we are going. And for these women who helped look at our structures 30 years ago and see that the Labor Party achieved 50% women in our caucus must have been an amazing moment. But the thing that I would say is that this is something that you don't just win and do nothing with. And so the truth is the Albanese Labor government has been working tirelessly to make sure that we make a tangible difference to the lives of women all across Australia. Another pinch me moment in this House was when we introduced the domestic violence leave in this place. And the truth is there were advocates sitting up there watching on who had been advocating for this policy, which was about ensuring that people that were looking at leaving from a violent relationship, that they would have access to 2 weeks of paid leave. It's interesting because I spoke to a teacher in Victoria who explained to me that if you don't work on the last day before the school holidays, you don't get paid during the school holidays. That person was in the process of leaving a violent relationship and was thinking about every single dollar and didn't realise that this domestic violence leave payments existed. The other thing that we've also done is made childcare cheaper, which is something that I'm really passionate about because it's something that helps families. When I went through pre-selection the first time, I was heavily pregnant. The second time when I went through pre-selection, I had a 6-month-old baby and was still breastfeeding. And so the thing that's interesting is that I'm not the first member in this House to have a small child. There have been many women that have come before me. And what I would say is that because of people that have been in this house, we think about things such as childcare and making sure that it is more accessible. And we want to make sure that families can participate in the economy, but we also want to make sure that children have the best early childhood education opportunities as well. The other thing that we also worked on was looking at minimum wage. A lot of our minimum wage workers are women. We also increased the wages of aged care workers, and we recently announced our increases to childcare educators and an increase to their wages. When we looked at our tax cuts, we had an opportunity to leave them as is or alternatively amend them to see if we could benefit more Australians. We decided to do the hard thing and change them. And what this means is that 90% of women across Australia are better off because of these changes that the Albanese Labor government introduced. And most recently, we talked about the work that we're doing around domestic violence leave. And last week, the Prime Minister announced $4.7 billion to help address what we're doing in domestic violence. We want to see more work and support for frontline workers, and we also want to make sure that we have appropriate responses to perpetrators. I feel really privileged to be a part of a government that is working for all of Australia, including women, and it does surprise me that in Western Australia that we haven't seen enough women being pre-selected in the WA Liberal Party. We need to do more. Women hold up half the sky.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and with all due respect to our incredible Australian athletes, I'm sorry, it's time to forget about the Paris Olympics. It's time to forget about the Paralympics as well, because there's a new show in town, Mr Speaker. There's a new show in town right here in Canberra, and those opposite are conducting their own hypocrisy Olympics. Now, in the hypocrisy Olympics being conducted by the Australian Labor Party, the medals are very hotly contested, but there have been two outstanding candidates of late. My friend, the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. Now, both of them come in here, Mr Speaker, and they sprout their slogans, obviously focus group tested, three-word slogans, nothing's been achieved in 10 years, waste, rorts, mismanagement, all their claims about the Coalition's time in government, Mr Speaker. But when they get out in the community, when they travel around Australia, Mr Speaker, it's a very different story. In fact, it's a spectacularly different story when they're out in the community, because they're out there, Mr Speaker, with their scissors in hand, cutting ribbons. They're cutting ribbons, they're making speeches, they're opening plaques, they're unveiling projects. Now, the only problem, Mr Speaker, with this is that they're projects that they had absolutely nothing to do with. They're projects that were fully funded by the previous government. So, as I said, Mr Speaker, this is a hotly contested gold medal, but this week's winner for the gold medal in the Hypocrisy Olympics must go to the Minister for Local Government, because here she is, out putting press releases, delivering local priorities in Northern Wheatbelt, and the Minister says, as part of the government's commitment to improving access to childcare in regional communities, Minister McBain today confirmed that $800,000 in federal funding is flowing to Moura's new Childhood Education and Health Centre, delivered through Phase 4 of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. Now, the only problem— oh, she had a great quote as well. I quote, "It's fantastic to be in town to see local-led projects progressing and to discuss the Shire of Moura's forward priorities, because when we work together, we get the best outcomes for our regional communities." Now, the only problem, Mr Speaker, with the press release and the quote is the Minister had nothing to do with the project whatsoever. It was fully funded by the previous government, and the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program she's waxing lyrical about, she loved it so much she abolished the whole program. It's gone. So, Mr Speaker, this minister has form. It's the same with the Stronger Communities program. Actually, many ministers have form in this regard. The Treasurer's done this, the Attorney-General's done this, the Prime Minister's done this. The Stronger Communities program, they've been out there in their communities gushing with their praise. They even had novelty cheques made up, big novelty cheques. They stand to the cheques saying, we've delivered for our community. They love that program so much. They talked about it so much on their social media profiles. They loved it again so much they abolished it, Mr Speaker. Now, I'm sorry, Mr Speaker, the collective noun for hypocrisy is the Australian Labor Party. Now, I do feel sorry for the Minister for Infrastructure, Mr Speaker. The Minister for Infrastructure was just pipped for the gold medal for hypocrisy this week, because when you consider her handling of the regional development portfolio and her signature grants program called Growing Regions, she probably does deserve a gold medal, Mr Speaker. When you think about it, she comes in here, she's probably actually one of the best at ranting at this dispatch box, carries on a bit like a pork chop there, Mr Speaker, about all the failings of the previous government. But again, out in the community, Mr Speaker, it's a different story. This minister has become the minister for ribbon cutting. She's taking credit every day for the projects she had nothing to do with. If you see a grader or a crane or a bulldozer working on a major project in Gippsland, in my electorate, or perhaps anywhere in regional Australia, I can assure you of one thing, Mr Speaker. This minister had absolutely nothing to do with it. She can't even deliver her signature program, the Growing Regions program, on time. Now, only in the last sitting period, the minister confirmed that the Growing Regions program, round 1, was open for applications in July last year. That's last year, 2023. The successful projects were announced in May this year. It's not bad, only 10 months to assess a program. Now we're in September, Mr Speaker, and not a single contract has been signed for the Growing Regions program, not a single project has started. So after 2 years and 4 months, this minister has not delivered a single regional grants project anywhere in Australia. So what do you do when you can't deliver round 1 on time and there's election looming? Well, you announce round 2. We've announced round 2. Wait more than 2 years. Councils, which are now in caretaker mode, or about to go in caretaker mode in Victoria's case, have less than 6 weeks to apply. This is incompetence and hypocrisy of Olympic proportions from a government that you wouldn't trust to run a chook raffle at your local pub on a Friday night.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At a recent community morning tea, I stood in front of 150 Tangney great community leaders. Standing shoulder to shoulder were people representing groups and organisations from across the electorates, from the Melbourne State Emergency Service to the WA Jinwu Association and the Wellington Toastmaster Club. I gather leaders from all faiths and representatives from some of the Tangney many community language schools, including Chonghua, the Western Australian Maldivian Association, and the Iranian Association. As I look out to the crowd and introduce them to the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, the diversity of our Tangney leaders in the room make my heart feel so warm. Engaging and servicing the community has always been my priority. First as a police officer, where I connected with the community in a different way. And now as a federal member for Tangney, where I engage with different leaders and organizations to strengthen our community. Being in Tangney community and seeing the dedication, passion, and hard work of our community leaders help recharge my own battery. At every event I attend and support, it is clear that Tangney's diverse and dedicated community is one of its most valuable assets. The conversation among the different groups show our collaborative spirit. Mr. Speaker, community building also happens in many different forms. The business community in Tangney is vital, and there are 17,242 small businesses in the electorates of Tangney. Last week, I visited Idea to Realty in Cardinia and looked at their modular construction ideas together with our Housing Minister, Claire O'Neill. We spoke about housing productivity. I also visited BSC Electronic with our Minister for Industry and Science, Ed Husit. BSC Electronic makes complex measuring equipment, and the vast majority, almost 95% of what they make on site, is exported to overseas, all over the world. This is one of the great ideas in Tangney that is helping deliver a future made in Australia. Community is also about service and the many volunteers who serve without expectation. volunteering on the sideline at the Tingara Netball Club, I recently visited their new resurfaced court, one of my election commitments, or leading the Riverton Scout Group, or selflessly washing dishes in a busy kitchen in Perth Hindu Temple. I was also recently at the Canningvale Sikh Gurdwara for their Sunday weekly service. And the first thing I felt when I walked in was the warmth and peace of this beautiful place. And the first thing I saw was a kitchen where everyone was cooking, cleaning, and servicing. Service people with loving kindness, compassion, and care. I love coming to Canningvale Sikh Gurdwara, and I see all my brother and sister who serve the community tirelessly and selflessly. And also, I was deeply saddened when I saw just a few days ago, I heard that there's an incident happened outside Canningvale Sikh Gurdwara. I offer my support immediately and stand in solidarity with my Sikh brother and sister, who continue to lead with peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, as a leader, we must prioritize harmony. Following the Tangney Community Leaders Morning Tea, one of our guests from the Rostrata Family Centre called that this is our community champion morning tea. I could not agree more that this word champion. Our leaders are our champion. They look after our community so well and contribute to our Australia Multicultural Society. Thank you to all our community champions for your work and commitment. Together, we will continue to serve our wonderful and diverse Tangney community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to a member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of young people in Bass to share their speeches on issues they care about as part of Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign, which aims to amplify youth voices and foster stronger relationships between young people and their elected representatives, empowering them to actively shape the nation's future. Today, I'd like to share speeches submitted by Jack, Lachlan and Jarrah in their own words. My name is Jack, a 16-year-old living under the Bass electorate in Launceston, Tasmania. The topic I'd like to raise today is that surrounding youth engagement in sport. From a very young age, I've had the benefit of being an enthusiastic participant across a wide range of excellent sporting opportunities. However, many of my peers are not so inclined in this area. I believe that this can be linked to the promotion of physical activity across early years of education. While including team-orientated and individual sports in PE lessons appeals to those who are engaged, it doesn't do much to inspire others to play their role and to build their interest. I believe, and speaking from the experiences of others, that greater inclusion of team-building exercises goes a long way to building connections among young people, as well as encouraging their engagement in the activity. I've been lucky enough to have experienced the mental and physical health benefits that sport can provide, and as an ambassador for young people in my community, I would wish these benefits to all my peers. Personally, I believe that this can be achieved through the inclusion of a greater range of these team-building activities into school-based PE lessons and even through the promotion of more community-based opportunities to appeal to this same age bracket. In summary, I believe that greater youth engagement in sport would help young people build their confidence and connections with those around them, as well as building positive mental and physical benefits. Thank you for your time. Lachlan says, we stand here today on the precipice of the future, of change, of reform. I write this now in fear for our future, our dreams. We cannot, as a country that prides itself on its equality and opportunities, continue to delude ourselves into believing that this is the case, not when such a disparity stands regarding our most vital of socio-economic factors, our education. A report from the Australian Education Union found that based on the mandated minimum schooling resource standard, private schools were overfunded by over $800 million and public schools hit with a shortfall of $4.5 billion just last year. And in the decade since the Gonski Review, Australian governments have increased funding to private schools at twice the rate of public schools. It is this disparity that pushes us away from opportunities, from our dreams and from each other, pitting public and private schools against each other. It is for these reasons that whenever we do well, it is despite the fact that we are a public school. Now public school is no longer a path to a better future, but a symbol for the normalisation of generational inequality. The time to worry about the future can only be now, and the time for change is within our very grasp. And Jarrah says, "We, the youth of Australia, have accepted that we will most likely never own a house. We have accepted that we will always have to struggle to pay our bills. We have accepted that we will just have to sit by and watch as Coles and Woolworths jack up their prices higher and higher every few months. We should not have to accept this. The cost of living crisis impacts millions of Australians from across the country, and it is starting to feel like nobody really cares. Students are struggling to get an education because of the cost of petrol or buses or parking. People getting more stressed, anxious and depressed because of the stresses of trying to stay afloat in our economy. People are skipping meals because they just paid their car registration and can't afford to eat that day. Some people have to go to sleep for dinner. More people are experiencing homelessness in our country than ever before. Australia's mental and physical well-being is under dire threat, and we feel like that there is nothing we as citizens can do about it. What we need is adequate safe government housing. We need subsidised transport and parking. We need more major supermarket chains to help break the duopoly of Coles and Woolworths. We need to introduce more community gardens to assist in providing safe and healthy food to all Australians. This is not something that only affects a small percentage of the population. This is something you should care about because this impacts everyone, including you. Thank you, Jack, Lachlan and Jarrah, for sharing your speeches with me. I am proud to have delivered them for you in the House of Representatives today.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. For too long, banks and international card providers have benefited from a system that penalises consumers and small businesses. It's a system that has siphoned off billions of dollars from our economy through merchant fees, acquirer fees and card surcharges. According to CanStar, these fees cost us $4 billion annually, money that belongs in the pockets of hard-working Australians, not in the hands of banks and international card providers. Small businesses in particular have been drowning under these surcharges. I used to run a small business, Speaker, and my business used to pay $1,000 a month in these fees to the banks. The local kebab shop down the road from my office, merchant fees cost him $2,000 a month. And for everyday Australians, when these surcharges have to be passed on, it means less money in their bank account. Deputy Speaker, I've spent hours in the past month questioning the RBA and the big banks about this. I've heard countless experts talk about these fees on radio and TV, and no one has been able to answer this simple question adequately. Why are the costs of cash embedded when the costs of digital payments are not? No one can tell me cash is free and that digital isn't. It's upside down and it doesn't make any sense. Well, Speaker, I think this great rort's time is up. There simply must be change. $4 billion per year is being ripped out of our economy away from the pockets of Australians who work day in, day out. Right now, the banks own digital payment systems here in Australia, and they're being bypassed at the checkout. Instead of businesses being charged the lowest fee available, they're being slugged higher fees of international card providers, which are being increasingly passed on to customers. And I know I'm not the only Australian that recognises this. Since I first raised this issue with the RBA a month or so ago, I've been inundated with support from businesses and consumers across the country who have been frustrated for years, as I have, that these fees just don't make sense. But of course there is resistance. Banks and card providers are not willing to let go of these fees that easily. During the public hearings of the House of Economics Committee last week, I questioned the CEOs of Australia's big banks, and they were quick to justify these fees. Their response was predictable: claims about maintaining infrastructure and covering costs. But we need to be clear here, Speaker. The infrastructure for fee-free payments exists now here in Australia. And the bank's reluctance to move forward isn't about costs, it's about a reluctance to give up what I believe to be unjustified fees. These fees are unjustified because the banks carry the costs of cash, but they don't carry the costs of digital payments. CBA revealed that distributing cash costs them $350 million a year, and they do so without batting an eyelid. Their own evidence said that cash costs twice as much to transact in than digital, and yet despite these costs, the banks absorb the costs of cash. Speaker, banks own Australia's digital domestic payments platform. They all collectively own EFTPOS, BPay, OSCO and the new National Payments Platform. They own all of them and they've told us that they're cheaper than cash, but they charge us to use the digital platforms, and that's got to stop. And that's the crux of my campaign, Speaker. Digital payments have transformed the way we transact. They are quick, they are safe, and we know that they are cheaper to process than the alternative. And for that reason alone, they should be fee-free. At its heart, this campaign is about supporting everyday Australians, families, workers, and small business owners who are feeling the pinch from rising costs of living. This campaign is about ensuring small businesses are not penalised for offering digital payments, which 75% of us use. For a small retailer, the cost of accepting digital payments are significant. For a $100 purchase at Woolies or Coles, it'll cost them as low as 20 cents, maybe even less. For that same purchase at a small business, it could cost them $2. Big retailers can absorb these lower costs, small businesses cannot. The inequality is absurd, it's anti-competitive, and it has to stop. Speaker, by the end of the year, the Reserve Bank will start to review payment surcharges. This review is the nation's opportunity to end this digital payments rorts. So I'd encourage all to sign my petition at feefreedigital.com. The time for change is now, and Australia deserves a fee-free digital payment.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned.